Can you guys hear me? Can anyone hear me? Please say something in the chat. Down to one. Okay. Well, I guess we're doing this with one viewer. So we'll start out with what we have right now. We have a meso discussion that just turned into a severe thunderstorm watch, and I think there's already a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me switch this over from the multi-regional scan to the single site. We'll go ahead and take a look at what this storm might look like here. That's the clear air radar. Make sure I got the right one. Storms are already starting to fire, and interestingly enough, this is towards Kansas. We were expecting activity over here a little bit later in the day, but we do have one severe thunderstorm warning right now. Oh, there goes a new tornado watch that just got issued. It's going off really fast, so this is going to be picking up really quickly here. So, oops, I don't even have things up on my screen. Just give me a second here. Let's see if I can get the scene right here. There we go. I think we're good now. All right. Warnings are already starting to pop up here. Trying to see what these warnings are for right now. Already we're getting potential for up to 70-mile-per-hour gust. The severe thunderstorm warning is issued for, if I can get this to load, it's issued for Powers County in eastern Colorado, southeastern Colorado, and Baca County. Main hazard is damaging winds, 70 miles per hour, penny-sized hail, 3/4 of an inch hail. In other words, it's 19 miles southeast of Springfield, moving at 65 miles an hour. That's going to be one hazard with these storms, is the fact that these are going to be moving extremely fast. So when you get these warnings, whether they're severe thunderstorm or tornado warned, you have a limited amount of time to react here. So once you get that warning, you only have a handful of minutes to really react before the storm's already impacted you. So just be ready for that. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at this severe thunderstorm watch, and then the tornado watch that just got issued. Severe thunderstorm watch includes parts of southwest Kansas until 8 p.m. Central Time. Scattered damaging wind, isolated gust up to 80 miles an hour, tornado or two possible. And we can also count on there being, no, we can also count on my computer acting up a little bit right now. So the counties involved in central Kansas: Ellis, Rush, Edwards, Pawnee, Stafford, and then southwestern Kansas: Finney, Ford, Grant, Gray, Haskell, Hodgman, Meade, Seward, and Stevens here. West Kansas includes Lane, Ness, and Trego. And for the tornado watch, we're going to try to zoom out. I don't think my computer's used to doing the whole live stream thing, so that's a little bit of a concern for me here. Tornado watch is mainly going to be based around the panhandle of Texas here. This is off to the west of Oklahoma City. Areas like El Reno, Woodward, Enid, Wichita Falls. Dodge City's just on the fringe of it, too. Pampa, Texas, and numerous other areas are involved in this tornado watch. We'll look at some of the counties in that in just a second. So in Oklahoma, we have Alfalfa, Blaine, Dewey, Ellis, Harper, Major, Woods, Woodward. Southwest, we have Caddo, Comanche, Cotton, Greer, Harmon, Jackson, Kiowa, and Tillman, Beckham, Custer, Roger Mills, and Washita. Texas, we have Baylor, Ford, or Forward. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Hardman, Knox, Wichita, and Will Barker counties. So that's the tornado watch that we have ongoing there. Oh, there's a new feature on here. It's the first time I've used Radar Omega to this extent before. But the overall tornado threat's actually at 60%, and the EF2 to EF5, or the significant tornado threat, is at 40. This is a pretty nifty feature. Then the overall wind threat is at 90%, and the hail threat's about 40. Overall severe hazard risk is about 95. That's really cool. That's the first time I've seen this on this app here. I'm not sponsored by Radar Omega, but these guys are legit, man. If you're like an avid weather nerd, this is the one for you for sure. You got to pay $9.99 to get it for the first time, but after that, you get all the same features that I'm using right now for the most part. So that's what we have going on here. As far as any questions here, I'd love to see some. I don't know, there's only a couple of viewers right now. Now it's going up slowly, but either way, feel free to say hello. I don't bite. I'm going to be here for a little while. We're just waiting on some more of these storms to start to fire. Waiting on the next scan to come in here. Time right now is 4:44. This last scan came in about 2 minutes ago, so I should be expecting one within the next 2-3 minutes, I would say. Nothing really interesting as far as radar signals or radar returns at the moment. Trying to see if I can switch over to the radar site over here in Amarillo. Little meso discussion features in the way. Here we go. This looks interesting right here. This is what I was really anticipating, keeping a close eye on. Was not anticipating these storms up here to fire as quickly as they did, but this is definitely something that we'll have to be watching. Those storms are already pretty organized, but they're high-base storms. They aren't going to be as likely to produce tornadoes, hence why the enhanced and moderate risk aren't further to the north. Over here is where these storms are going to be a little bit closer to the surface, and there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. New severe thunderstorm warning indicated by 1-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These are issued for eastern Texas County in the panhandle of Oklahoma. Isn't that interesting to say in a sentence? Hutchinson County, northwestern Hutchinson County to be exact, in the panhandle of Texas. Hansford County, Texas. Sherman County. Ochiltree, I'm thinking that's how I pronounce it. Ochiltree County in Texas, and Moore County until 4:45 Central Time. These are radar indicated damaging winds and quarter-size hail. So we have to keep an eye out for tree damage across these regions here and damage to vehicles as of right now. A few cities that we can keep an eye on is Dumas, Gammon, Spearman, Cactus, Sunray, Hooker, Goodwell, Groover, Tyrone, Optima, Hardesty, Adams, Farnsworth, Waka, Morse, and Baker. So make sure you are taking your proper precautions. This storm that's a little bit further to the south looks really interesting here. That's one that I want to keep an eye on because it has a little bit of a distinct look to it that's really interesting here. The storm looks like it's formed a pretty nice hail core so far, but I'm also trying to see what this is doing as far as maybe tornadic potential. This is getting close to that tornado watch area, and this is where conditions are going to become more and more favorable for development here as time goes on. I do see a little bit of an area here where we can still get warm air heading into the storm here. What it's going to do on the tail end here towards the south is going to be a key to what happens next with this. So this is really the first cell that I'm going to be watching really close. Of course, these other ones to the south we're going to have to watch very close, especially the ones just off to the west of Amarillo here. Okay. Just a minute. Just give me just a moment here. I'm going to mute the mic for the meantime. Okay, waiting on the next radar scan here. These storms already are looking pretty linear over here towards Amarillo right now. I'm interested to see what those will do next. But this storm over to the northeast of Dumas has got my attention a bit. Look at how the structure looks on this cell. If I can get this thing to scroll down. If you hear that in the background, I'm watching the Jake Paul undercard. I'm actually a pretty big boxing fan, but I've been interested in seeing what that Jake Paul guy is going to do. He's actually fighting in a real boxer this time, so it's going to be interesting to see what the result is. But I'm watching more like a, I guess you would call a watch party. It's not actually watching the stream. I don't have the money to do that, obviously. But this cell over here, anyway, the cell over here towards Dumas, in between Sunray, I would almost say keep an eye on this one because this does have that slight bit of a tornado potential there. It's starting to get that kidney bean characteristic look, maybe a little bit of an eagle claw look to it too. It's kind of hard to say right now, but it definitely has my attention for sure out of all the other cells that I've seen so far. We're going to jump back up north here to take a look at the Kansas cell. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning up there now. All right, we're going to switch back over to the Dodge City radar. I think I have too much stuff up, and that's probably why I'm moving a little slow. Let me see if I can go ahead and fix that real quick, too. Oh, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning. No, that's the same one. That's the same one. Okay. A little bit of a line already starting to form over here just to the just to the west of Ulysses, and then down the line here, anyone in Garden City might have to keep an eye on this too. Good bit of lightning already starting to form with this line of storm, this little line segment here. Gonna try to see if I can get this to pop up here. Oh, wow. Severe thunderstorm warning indicating 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts now. This is in Kansas. This is Hamilton County, Morton County, Kearney County, Grant County, Stevens County, and Stanton County in southwestern Kansas until 4:30. This is going to be a destructive storm towards Big Bow and Ulysses. Right now, this is radar indicated, but I cannot doubt that these storms will end up being able to bring these winds down to the surface. Let's go ahead and actually take a look at the velocities here. So this will be the first time I've done this on stream. I'm still trying to get used to all of this. And this is moving slightly north, has a slightly northward component to it as well, interestingly enough. I'm going to try to put this in motion here, see if this doesn't break my computer. Yep, there is a slight northward component. Ooh, look at that. We do have to watch the tail end of these storms as well for the potential of a quick spin up right before this congeals into a line here. Okay, so I'm gonna try to see if I can get my storm relative velocity here, or high res velocity. See if we can get this going here. Okay, so here we are now. There is a little bit of rotation over here on this little southern cell right here. Something to definitely keep an eye on there. I'm going to circle that area where I'm a little bit sus. It's right about here. So this is an area to watch right here. This is going to be probably just to the south and west of Ulysses. I still will be watching you guys really closely over here because this is moving in a slightly northeastward direction. So this could be very close to you guys if this ends up producing. Like I said, with these storms moving at the pace that they're moving, things could happen very quickly. All right, so let me go ahead really quickly and try to see if I can't fix some things here. All right. All right, let's see if things have improved here a little bit. All right. Yeah, I don't think my computer's quite at the level I need it to be to stream just yet, but it's a work in progress. It's a learning curve. I'll get better at this, I promise. All right, let's check and see if any new warnings got issued. I'm still trying to figure out how to. Oh, hey, Kyle. It's already starting to unfold here. There's a storm over here towards Dumas that I'm watching really close. If I can get this to get off my screen here, I can switch over to that radar site. But yeah, there was a storm over here towards Dumas that I'm watching. It has a nice hail core to it. Yeah, well, Kansas and then the Texas Panhandle. My computer's moving really slow right now. All right. All right, now I got this radar site up. I'm going to switch back over to high-res reflectivity. The storm started to look like it had like a little bit of a kidney bean shape to it a minute ago. There it is right there. But right over here, and now this has moved off towards more like Sunray, Texas. Look at that. But look at how it's trying to almost spin already. It has that little eagle claw look to it. And then it also has it doesn't really have a tail yet. Oh, I'm using Radar Omega. It's pretty much the only thing I have right now. This definitely looks like it's trying to do something. So anywhere towards the east or northeast of Sunray between Groover and Spearman, I'll be watching the storm very closely. Because we already have a little bit of a telltale sign that this is going to try to start rotating here. I'm going to switch back to the velocity. Velocity. Ooh, new scan came in and it's getting more organized. This is progressively organizing with each scan, so this is definitely going to be something that we'll have to be watching. And it, like I said, it's heading right toward that tornado watch area where conditions are only going to be more and more favorable for tornadic development. As far as I can see right now, I don't see any radar indicated rotation as of yet, but I do think that this may start to change as we continue to watch this storm progress off to the north and east here. This is in a... Oh, hang on a minute. Here we go. I'm going to try to see if I can scroll back out. My computer's been working fine up until late here. It's just moving really slow right now. I don't know if there's anything else on in the house that's slowing it. But yeah, these storms really just started forming though, Kyle. We're waiting to see how these continue to blossom here. Right now, I just don't really see any rotation with this as of yet. But like I said, I'm watching right in between Sunray, right off to the northeast of Sunray here. I think the area of interest would be right... Hang on, let me try to switch this back to the reflectivity here. I think the area of interest will start to develop just before it gets to Groover or Grover. I don't know how it's pronounced. But yeah, you can kind of see that. Like I said, you can kind of see that eagle claw look to it. Whoa! What was that? What's my computer doing? Oh man, that was weird. Oh my goodness, that was kind of funny. But right over here is where I think right over here in this corridor is where we're going to really see it start to take off. Yeah, tell me about it. I literally didn't even touch anything. It just starts jumping left and right. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? I felt like I was on GTA playing like the Chaos mod or something. I think I've been watching too many of those live streams. There's also a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings towards Kansas too. That I've been watching. One of those I'm a little bit sus of right now. I just don't think that environment's going to be favorable enough for it to really produce anything of major significance yet. It was going to be this storm that was just around Ulysses, but that also was tagged for a 80 mile per hour wind gust. These are radar indicated wind gusts nonetheless, but still, it's pretty impressive already this early on. And the environment's only going to become more favorable in time. Oh, come on, computer, work with me here. Just want to get the radar up. There we go. Yeah, this computer's got a mind of its own today, though, for sure. Yeah, it's already starting to form into a pretty nice line over there already in Kansas. I wasn't really looking at yeah, quarter. I think quarter size hail is 1 inch. It's penny size. That's 0.75. I think severe hail starts at 1 inch, if I remember correctly. It's changed so much over the years. I remember when what was it, like dime size hail or something, or what was the standard for severe hail? I don't know anymore. Always students of the game, are we? A little interesting area popped up over here. New area of convection. This could just be radar noise right now ahead of this little line. Yeah, I think that's actually what that is. Oh man, it's a little cell that's popped up over here towards Hugoton that's looking pretty interesting as well. I'm betting probably within the next 20 minutes or so that might get attached to that line. Definitely going to be watching towards the southern segments of these lines too. I'm thinking that these could produce quick spin ups since they'll have inflow available. Here's something interesting over here towards Ulysses again. Right around here, that's another thing that we're going to be looking for over the course of the night, are these little radar kinks right here. I'm going to go ahead and switch back over to the velocity product. But I'm sus of that area right there because whenever you see those little inflow notches, that's always an area that you have to watch for quick spin ups too. So with this, it's just in that little really messy spot with the radar noise here. So it's going to be a little tough to depict this right now. Let me see if there's another radar I can maybe look at here and get a better look at things. Oh. All right. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it still is 58 miles an hour. But yeah. But yeah, as far as hail goes, I think it's been variating a lot over the last few years. I think it's mainly based off of what kind of damage can be done. Penny size hail can leave like small dents in your cars, but quarter size hail will do a lot more damage. I remember at one point it used to be a golf ball size hail was the standard bear, but that's like 2 inch hail, and you're not going to see. Odds are you aren't going to see that unless it's like a really, really strong thunderstorm. That's what I get for watching all this stuff since I was a kid. Just so much changes with it. All right. Uh, Having trouble trying to find this new radar that I need to look at here for the storm towards Ulysses. I think it's in one of those radar holes. Now I know how Ryan Hall feels whenever he's talking about these radar holes in Tornado Alley. It's ridiculous. Let me see if this radar at Goodland will do a little better. Honestly, nope, that's honestly worse. Ah, boy. Sheesh. How about that? Already dealing with radar holes first thing. And it's not like these storms are going to be getting any weaker. This is only the start of things. That's a little bit irritating. All right, switching back to the Amarillo site here. Switch back to regular reflectivity here. see what that storm that's to the north and east of Dumas is doing. Yeah, that's starting to. Oh, it's taking a little bit of a right turn, I think, actually. Let's go ahead and go back on a loop here and see what it's doing. Because if it's taking a right turn, then that's definitely raising some eyebrows here. No, that's a new storm that's popped up here. And this is just to the east of Dumas. It'll be interesting to see what this does. This does seem like it's trying to form into a line. I don't know if I mentioned watching these storms a little further to the south towards like Amarillo itself, but some of these storms are going to start to really develop pretty quick as well, especially as we start to get into this environment here over towards Pampa. That's when I think we'll start to see a few tornado warnings as time goes on here. All right, Kyle, I'll catch you later. Oh, wow. I had a wild story I could tell you guys about later where we basically got chased by a funnel cloud and then it touched down after it passed us by like maybe 500 yards or so. If anyone wants to hear that story, let me know in the comments. I mean, we're seeing some action, but there's still plenty of time to go. We're gonna be here for a minute. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that sail towards Dumas is becoming really interesting, but I don't think it's quite gonna start to produce just yet. Yeah, I think that's gonna start competing with this storm, and we're gonna start to lose it here. This cell he Ooh, that last scan. Hang on a minute. That last scan looked really interesting. We're starting to see a little bit of an inflow notch develop here. This looks like it's also going to be a really messy storm here. I had a feeling this was going to be one of the first spots that ended up being active, especially as we got toward closer and closer towards Groover and Spearman, but it looks like the storm to the south is taking advantage of what that other storm wasn't able to do. All right. But look at that here. That's an interesting look. Has that eagle claw look, and I do see a little bit of an appendage popping up here. If anyone here watches Ryan Hall, he refers to it as a dangly bit. I'm not, because here's the thing. I've been in a metal band, and, well, yeah, my mind essentially ends up being ruined, so, yeah. You call it a dangly bit around here. Some guys here, some people here may give you the runaround, so to speak. But this is an interesting little cell right here that's going to have to be watched really close. And there's one off the flank of it too that's interesting as well. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and switch over to the storm velocities here and get an idea of what could be expected there. This is just off of State Highway 152. I don't really see any rotation on this just yet. But I'm definitely a little suspicious of it. Nothing yet. But I get a feeling that this is going to, that eventually one of these storms is going to start to prompt tornado, that these storms are eventually going to prompt tornado warnings, especially during the early part of the evening here before we start to transition over to a damaging wind threat here. Come on now. Why is it not? There we go. I don't think that little notch is strong enough just yet to really get some air to get that cold air to wrap around the backside of it. But more and more of these cells are going to have to be watched as time goes on here. All right, let's see if we can't get the warnings back up here. Come on now. Can only if I wonder if anyone on here has been watching the channel from like March or maybe April of last year, because if I don't know if you guys remember my old computer, but yeah, imagine me trying to do that on this, do a live stream on that. I bet a lot. I bet that would go really well. I'm struggling with this one a little bit, but as far as this one, but as far as the comparison between the two, it's like night and day still. Mm. New severe thunderstorm warning now. Starting to already see some indicators of a line developing here. These storms to the south are going to be ones that we'll have to watch even more so now. Give me a second here. I'm going to try to read these off if I can. Ah, jeez. What in the world happened? I'm having a little trouble with Radar Omega right now. Just give me a moment here. For some reason, I think I lost the warnings here. I'm not able to pull anything up right now. I had to close this out and open it back up. Really irritating. Hopefully this will work now, though. Come on, baby. I don't know how that even happened, to be honest. Okay. Okay. And now my computer is acting up even more so now. It's not quite going the way I was planning it would. Or not the way I was hoping it would. Come on now. I don't know what's going on with this thing. I'm gonna check something real quick. I'll be right back. Have I just been talking on this mic the whole time without any sound? Oh my goodness. Oh wow. I have been talking on this mic the whole time and no one's been able to hear me. Oh wow, that's embarrassing. First timers, I tell you. Oh wait, there it is. First tornado warning. Finally got one. Ooh, wow. This has huge hail with it too. This is getting towards baseball size. Wow. Okay, let's go ahead and get a look at that. This is over towards Texas. This is probably that storm I've been looking at for a while. See if we can zoom out here. No, it's a different storm. No, that is the right storm. But I think just as quickly as it started to really get organized here, it's kind of got a messier look to it now. That little return that was leaning close towards that hook isn't really there anymore. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity product and see what's going on. But this has some huge radar indicated hail in there. It's the second storm that I've seen where we've started to see reflectivity so strong that we've ended up in the blue product right here. So let's go with the reflectivity here. Not the most abundant rotation. It's really messy right now. But right here we do have some strong winds going away from the radar. And there's a small pocket where it looks like these have kind of weakened a little bit. And maybe going towards, it's more of a weak echo return than anything else. It'll be interesting to see how things transition from that point. I cannot believe that half this time right here for the last, I don't even know how long, I haven't had the mic on. That's crazy. Unbelievable. Like I said, I'm new to this. All right. Okay, so as of right now, I'm not really seeing a whole lot going on with that one. Not the most impressive look on radar, but still something to be watched closely. Excuse me. Hopefully this radar will load up here. Also, if I haven't mentioned it earlier, hit the like button if you hit the like button for this one. I'm trying to get this out to a few more people, especially across this region. They definitely need it right now, considering what we have going on here. Here's another interesting cell that we'll have to watch here. This is heading over towards Canadian. And this is exactly what I was talking about earlier, too. With this cell right here, where it's positioned, it's going to start to undercut this storm. And this is going to end up becoming more of a wind producer or hailer, because this is going to end up becoming outflow dominant. One thing that we always have to look for with these tornadic storms is the fact that whenever you see this little area of inflow, and I'm going to show it to you really quickly if I can get my marker up. Oops. But like this little sector right here, you can still get warm air in here, but you really want it coming in from this angle. And this storm is starting to get in the way of that as a result. So this is going to limit the amount of inflow that this storm will have to keep it going. As a result, this tornado warning, just as quickly as it's developed, may start to dissipate. So we got a new warning that's popped up here. This one has a tornado possible tag, and this is over towards Kansas. Let's go ahead and jump to that one now. And this is and this one was over towards Garden City. This is most likely going to be one of those storms that has that little kink in the line there. Okay, there it is right there. I can see it clearly. This is the storm that just went through Garden City. Right about here is where we can keep an eye on this area. Right about here is where we're going to be keeping an eye on as far as tornadic potential is concerned. You can see that inflow notch. Warm air gets in this way. The cold air that's rushing out from the storm and causing the damaging winds will come out this way. So let me just clear this up so I can do a better drawing of it. Oops. So again, here's that sector of the line going out this way. And then here is that warm air coming in this way. And in there is where we will find our point of rotation. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning issued here. And then there's a secondary kink that's popped up here. So there could be multiple points of rotation here. So let's go ahead and actually switch this over to the velocity product. See if this is a little bit more pronounced than that last little storm that we were looking at there. Let's cut this off real quick. And I do see a little something here. Do see that red and green touching right about there. Pull the pin back up. Right about here. This might be enough to prompt a tornado warning soon. Probably within the next 10 minutes or less, I would say. We'll see what Dodge City ends up doing with that because that's in their radar zone. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But I do think that they will eventually pull the trigger on that. It would not surprise me in the slightest. New warnings popped up again. Go ahead and see what this one is. And this is a new, I think this is a new cell here. Because the one that we had with the 2.75 inch hail has now diminished, or it's not there anymore. But we have a radar indicated tornado warning in the same area. I think they revised that tornado warning now. We'll jump back to the Amarillo radar and get a look at that. And that scan looked a little bit interesting before it disappeared again. We'll see if it reappears. New warnings popped up again. Waiting to see if this loads. I think this is still the same warning as of right now. Okay. Yeah, that warning dissipated. That warning had already been allowed to expire. See what I was talking about, how that storm was being undercut? It's exactly what I was expecting to have happen there. Watching this storm right here, not the most impressive signature, but there is something there. It's going to be right around here, I would say. Let's look at the radar reflectivity. Go from that point. Okay, waiting for this to load. See what else we have here. Finally got our first tornado warning of the day, and I do anticipate a few more across this area. So if you know anybody across this region, definitely share this stream if you haven't already. The inflow notch is going to end up being right here because this doesn't look like your garden variety supercell or your typical supercell. Normally in this kind of situation, you would be looking for something a little bit more towards this area here. Or actually you would be looking for more of it here. But that inflow notch is a little bit further forward than what you would expect a textbook supercell. But this isn't a textbook storm. This can very well organize into one though. And in fact, we might be seeing it happen here right now. Because this most recent scan just came in a few seconds ago. And as a result, we're starting to see a little bit of curvature going on here, like it's trying to produce a hook. So this is going to be something that we'll be watching real close. Let's go ahead and actually look at the velocity product and see if that scan came in just now or not. Velocity product sometimes takes a little bit longer to load versus the velocity product. Yeah, that's a little bit behind, but not by much. But I do see a little bit more promise with this. Maybe seeing a little bit of that green couplet coming in there. It's going to be mainly based right about where I have the cursor pointing. And you want to cross State Route 70, you have to be watching this really closely, and also State Route 281. So definitely need to keep an eye on this. And then eventually Interstate 83, you are in the path of this storm. So if you are by chance getting any warnings on your radio, if you're driving, now might be the time to either stop and take a look at things, or maybe just get the heck out of there. More warnings are coming in. Most of them severe thunderstorm warnings. No new tornado warnings as of right now. These two storms still have that tornado possible tag. Let's go ahead and look at that storm with the 2-inch hail. We're starting to lose some of that hail return, I think, as well now. So we're going to switch back to the reflectivity here. New warning just came in again. Like I said, we're getting towards another active period. Like I said, kind of here towards the beginning to watch these storms start to pop off here. That's the same storm. Now it has a tornado possible tag with it as well as 70-mile-per-hour winds and hail. Some of these are about to expire in a couple minutes, so we're going to see a little bit of a downtick here, but still something that we'll have to be watching really closely. For some reason, I wasn't able to get over to that 2-inch hailstorm. Oh, wow. This one hasn't. I think this is the same storm that has that tornado possible tag. The hail return is going up higher, though, with this. We're now sitting at 1.5-inch hail. We're just above quarter size. Maybe closing in on $half size. Okay, let's go ahead and look at this storm over here towards Texas. I think this is the same one. Okay, nope, that's not it. Let's see if we can find it. It's just a mess of severe thunderstorms right here. And we're starting to get towards that zone that I was talking about, towards southwestern Oklahoma here. So again, I do think those the number of tornado warnings will start to go up as we progress further and further. Wonder how long we've been streaming for here. I'm going to try to pull that up real quick while I'm at it. Okay, 5 viewers. We've been streaming for almost 2 hours now. Overcoming a few hurdles, but we're going to get better at this as time goes on. Definitely would like to do this more, but still a lot to learn with this as well. All right, we're starting to see some of those warnings expire. New tornado warning just got issued for that same storm with the 1.5-inch hail. This is over towards Gray and Findlay County, Kansas. And we're going to go get a closer look at this storm now. We're just waiting for this to load here. In due time, we're going to upgrade this equipment and get this a lot better. Make the setup a lot bigger and badder, so to speak. Jeez. We're struggling whenever we switch back and forth between these radars. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. This is along a line, this little inflow notch. It looks like a little bit of a merger is developing here. So as a result, this could be a quick spin up. Some towns that could be in the path here, as well as people in the way, could be on state route. Could be on these little state roads like State Road 23, 156, Calavista or Calavasta. I don't know how to pronounce that entirely, so forgive me if I'm wrong there. And Ravenna will be watching you as well for the potential of a radar-indicated tornado as of right now. I don't have anything in the way of reports as of at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the correlation coefficient and go from there. Excuse me. Ooh, this is a good return on radar too. This is a textbook weak echo region right here. You can see the winds going towards the radar in the green here, and the red's going away from the radar. And right where they touch is where the strongest point of rotation is right now. So right along this road here on 156 here, heading towards Calvesta, and probably this will end up heading in between Calvesta and Ravana. You have to watch out for the chance of a tornado. So that's the second tornado warning of the day. Oh, a third one now. Okay, taking a closer look at this, making sure that it's not the same one. Yeah, this looks like a different one entirely. Let's go ahead and switch back again. Like I said, business is starting to pick up. I knew as these storms would be transitioning further and further to the west here, that's when things would start to really unfold here. We're going to go ahead and start out by taking a look at the velocity product and see what this one yields. It'll be interesting to see what the comparison is between the two. This looks pretty interesting, and there's an increasing amount of lightning towards where we're starting to see that area of rotation, or the suspected area of rotation here. So I think there's several points where I think we could be seeing rotation. So we're going to also take a look at where the radar is right now. So it's a nice little mass here of just broad rotation right now, but there's just enough right within, I would say right within this sector here, to where we could be concerned about a tornado. But this looks like a huge mess right now, honestly. Let's go ahead and look back towards the reflectivity here. This does have a good this does have good structure to it. I don't think this will be a long-lasting tornado as of right now, but this can easily change here. This is just to the south of, or south-southwest of Groom here. This has a little bit of an appendage here, trying to maybe progress into a hook echo. We'll see what ends up happening there. And this looks like it's on the south side of a line of storms that's trying to develop. No, this actually looks like a supercell merger. So this is going to be something to watch here as well. Going to go ahead and actually take a look at the CC. If we see a drop here, it'll be developed in the blue here. Right now we're mainly looking at a radar indicated tornado. We'll see what ends up happening with that. So far, well, hang on a minute. See if we can't get a closer look. That area looks a little suspicious, but I'm not really sure if I'm willing to bite on that just yet. So we'll just have to see what happens with that. Another warnings come in. So far, still 3 tornado warnings. Still areas with tornado possible tags on here. We still have that one storm with the 2-inch hail tag here. I'm going to go ahead and look back at that one real quick. We're going to switch that over to reflectivity again. Jeez. Still a work in progress here with the computer here. Might need to do some cleanup work on that just to make sure that everything's running efficiently. Didn't bring me back to that storm. Really think it's this storm that I'm going to be watching from this point then. Oh wow, this storm's really starting to take a really nice shape to it. This is starting to look a little bit more textbook the more we look at this. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the velocity on this one again. There's a lot more lightning being focused around that area where the mesocyclone will probably end up being. I'm interested in seeing what all could be going on there. I think the greatest probability of there being a tornado is going to be somewhere right around here, and it's just to the south of and this rotation looks like it's just to the south of Groom. And then just like all around this region, there's a huge little blob here of winds going away, going towards the radar here, and winds going away from the radar. So it's almost like it's a shear line. So we're going to jump back to reflectivity here. Yeah, it's just, this kind of passes here. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient again. See if the CC has dropped again. Because that is an area that I'm a little bit sus of now. It's not a really focused area where there's a drop, but I do see a little bit of an indicator. Kind of hard to say. Oh, hey. Hi, Slim. Hey, we're from the same area. I'm in Atlanta too. How you doing, man? Good to have you here, by the way. Okay. Switching back to the reflectivity here. We're waiting to see what happens next with this one. But I'm going to say anyone that's across interstate. This looks like I-40 here now. Starting to work towards I-40 now finally. And State Route 70 over towards Jericho. Hope you guys are taking shelter. Anyone on I-40 Service Road, you guys need to be taking shelter as well, as there is increasing potential of there being a tornado. Then another small town, Rockledge, we're going to have to watch you guys really closely too. And then as we look towards State Route 291, we're going to be watching you guys as well as State Route 2477. We're gonna take a wider look at the scope across this area here, because this is an area where I'm expecting a few more storms to develop. I think that one a little further to the south or south and west of Clarendon, that's going to have to be watched. That's taking a nice little shape there. Anywhere to the west of Memphis, I'm watching right now. We're starting to get into that enhanced risk region, and that's where the conditions are going to be increasingly favorable for tornado threat here. Oh, wow. Look at this storm that's a little further to the south here. Now, this is a storm that's definitely going to garner my attention. Look at that. That is really good structure already. I think this one is definitely going to be the new storm that takes over, especially once that one goes on. There's also this little cell right here that has an interesting look to it. Right now, it looks like it's gusted out, but it could easily change over. So I'm going to be watching this area here. And then also there could be an inflow notch that develops if this decides to form into a line. But this storm right here looks a little bit more textbook. Look at the appendage that's developed here. And then look at the eagle claw here. There's multiple points where there's warm air feeding into the storm. And this is a little bit more discreet. And then this one looks really good too. But this one definitely is the one I'm going to be watching next. Oh, hi. Hey, K-Wolf. How are you doing? Watch from the Ozarks of Missouri. Good Hope area. You guys shouldn't be expecting a weather threat until way later tonight from the looks of things. Oh, dang it. I'm really rusty on my Spanish, Jay. I'm sorry, man. I can kind of understand what you're saying, but I wouldn't be able to speak it back, so hopefully you understand English. Really rusty when it comes to my Spanish. I haven't used that since high school, and even then I wasn't. I would never say that I'm fluent. Dang. ¿Dónde está la banda? Uh-oh, new warning just popped up. Oh, here we go. This is over towards Kansas. This one's observed. Oh, there's another one observed. Oh, wow. Things are really starting to pick up now. Okay, let's look. Oh, this is the one that I was talking about towards Ravana. This had a really good signature to it. Oh, yeah. I hate that for you guys, too. I can't stand nocturnal. I can't stand nocturnal severe weather. That makes me super nervous. Like, I always end up staying up watching it just to make sure I don't get caught just to make sure I don't get caught off guard. Because I'll just be like, watch, the second I go to sleep is the second something starts to go off here. And unfortunately, with tornado sirens, you aren't going to hear them while you're sleeping. They're just not designed to do that. Oh, wow, look at the hail with this. Look at the hail with this. Wow. Wow, wow. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into the nitty gritty with this here. So there's a tornado warning for Finney County in southwestern Kansas, Ness County, Hodgman, and Lane counties until 5:45 Central Time. It's a tornado producing storm confirmed northwest of Calvesta, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Tennis ball sized hail also indicated with this storm. This is a radar indicated tornado. What I tell you, and there's that inflow notch right here. So that's just what we were expecting. Let's go ahead and actually see if we can get a good look at the CC drop here. Oh, and there's a little bit more of an inflow notch developing here. So let's go ahead and take a closer look. Oh no, you got me too actually. I have a family in Oklahoma City. My niece and nephew are there. So far, I don't see a CC drop over here with this yet. But that velocity couplet was probably strong enough for them to go with the observed tag. Hi, Joel. Sorry, man. I can't speak Spanish good enough to really accommodate for you, unfortunately. I can kind of understand what you're saying, but it's a little hard to read at the same time. I'm really sorry. I gotta brush up on my Spanish for sure. I can probably ask my coworkers over there because yeah. Uh-oh. I got a friend of mine messaging me too. But I'm gonna try to brush up on my Spanish. I will get better. Don't leave. I'm not ignoring you, man. I promise. But I can't understand every word. I'm just really sorry, and I can't stand it because I used to be so much better at it. I just stopped using it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, K Wolf. Good to have you. Good to have you join in, man. Appreciate it. Feel free to share this to anybody that's in the Oklahoma area, in your area too. I don't know for sure if I'll be live streaming up till 2 a.m. because I actually have to work in the morning. But I'm gonna try to go as long as I can. This is actually the first live stream I've ever done, by the way. So this is a bit of an experiment here. I definitely would love to keep doing it, but yeah, we'll just see how it goes from here. Kind of enjoying it right now. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm also worried for these people that are in the path of these dangerous storms too. I thought I saw another tag here for a radar observed tornado. I haven't seen it yet. Let's go ahead and switch back over to that storm over towards Ochiltree County. So far, I still don't see any sort of signature. We're starting to get outside of the radar here. See if maybe I can get situated with the radar more so towards Oklahoma City. I think we're going to probably be getting into a radar hole here from the looks of it, though. I'm really hoping that isn't the case because that's going to be really frustrating. Ah, okay. So we have the Wichita Falls radar. We're good. It's honestly crazy to me somewhat that even in Tornado Alley you can have these radar holes here. This is the Frederick radar. Hopefully this radar is decent. It looks like it's good. It looks like it's good. Ooh, this is a good radar return right here. Ooh, that's a really strong couplet right there. Oh, wow. It's radar indicated. Hail's definitely gone up on this one for sure. Try to see if I can get that out of the way. There we go. Oh, look at that. Yeah, the green and red definitely touching. Okay. There we go. But yeah, you can definitely see the couplet here. Mark it for you guys so you can see it. A little slow right here. I think the new scan's about to come in. But yeah, that's where I've marked that is exactly where the tornado most likely will end up being. Let's go ahead and check the CC drop here, if there is one. We'll see if this is on the ground or not. I think I may have done a thing here too that I didn't want to do. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh, I clicked the wrong. Yeah, I definitely did a thing that I shouldn't have done. I'm getting text messages on my phone right now. Come on now, work with me, computer. There we go. Let's see if we can get this CC drop to pop up here. Oh, wow, we are having a really hard time with this. Come on, baby, work with me here. Like I said, this is the first time I've done this, so it's quite a learning curve. Yeah, I should know. The name on my channel, Thai Metalhead Weatherman, isn't to sound cute. I'm actually a musician too. I play guitar and I should also do harsh vocals. I did a little bit earlier today, so I guess that's why I sound a little tired and I have a little phlegm in my throat. That, and it's probably getting close to time to eat again. But thank you for subscribing, by the way, bud. Appreciate you so much. Okay, let's get this out of the way real quick. There's a little bit of a drop here, though. There is a little bit of a drop here. It's still I would still say radar indicated, but I'm suspicious of that little spot right here. If I can get this to move out the way. There we go. Yep, it's still doing. Yeah, my computer's still doing things. Okay. Come on now. Behave, why don't you? Uh-oh, it looks like we have a couple of storm chasers heading towards the storm here. So if it's possible, we may even be able to get this on stream. That ought to be interesting. Man, if this thing doesn't freaking... Oh, jeez, my computer's going crazy right now. There's a lot going on here. Like I said, I'm not used to all of this. Sheesh, why is this thing not wanting to act right? Let's move this out of the way again. Oh, this storm chaser's moving away from me. He's probably in a bad spot. Because it might be coming right at him from the looks of it. He's right towards McLean, I think. Come on now. McLean, yeah. Yeah, it was McLean. But yeah, this little return right here, I'm a little bit suspicious of. And I see a secondary return that I'm suspicious of as well. Hey, thanks. Oh, it's Cat, huh? Oh, you used to run the sound for a rock band? Sick. That's awesome. That is freaking awesome, man. Wait. Oh, wow. Joel, you went through the El Reno tornado. Holy. I hope you're okay. I hope things are okay right now. I hope you guys are watching this really closely. But oh yeah, I love Reed Timmer. I grew up watching him actually. I'm trying to get this marker to pop up on my trying to get this marker to pop up on here, but I'm having a really hard time right now. Come on now. Work with me here. And then this happens every time I do it. Just puts it into full screen mode and then I lose the warning cue. Yeah, I watched I grew up on the Weather Channel, Discovery Channel, so I watched Storm Chasers all the time. It broke my heart when I saw what happened to Tim. And it's ironic that Joel had mentioned that because I remember that storm. I was watching that on TV that day after I came home. Actually, it was just a little bit after I graduated. Think it was like maybe a couple of days after, but it was still crazy to be witnessing all of that happening. Come on, computer, work with me here. There we go. Come on, get off my screen. There we go. Wrestling the computer here. I do see a bit of a CC drop here. Mainly towards the left force. And then there was a secondary area that was right there, but it looks like that one's diminished. You too, huh? You're a weather nerd, huh? Awesome. Hope to see you around here more. Definitely love chatting weather with other people. I mean, we're all students of the game anyway, whether you have the meteorologist tag or not. Okay, we're going to take a look at the warning cue because after all that wrestling around that I just did, I'm probably sure that I missed a few warnings here. Still have that radar observed tornado warning right here towards Kansas, towards Lane County, Kansas. We're going to go ahead and switch back over to that. Oh, you have a few favorites? Who are your favorites so far? Alright, so no CC drop around this tornado warning at this time, which I find kind of odd. But that TVS signature was probably the reasoning behind that. Let's go ahead and switch over to the velocity. Oh, yeah, there's still a little bit of there's still a decent TVS here, but it is looking like it's begun to weaken just a little bit. It's a massive shear line, that's for sure. Oh. Hey, live weather. I haven't heard of him yet actually. Some of my favorites are Mitch Westweather, of course, Ryan Hall. He's the one that made me decide that I wanted to do this. I don't know him personally, but seeing him do it and his raw passion for weather, which is what I've had since I was about 4 years old, I was like, why am I not doing this already? And then it's interesting because, you know, the whole metalhead musician dynamic and then weather. You don't hear about that a lot. But instead of just working at a weather station or anything, I figured maybe it would be better to, you know, kind of just do my own thing and have a little bit of personality to it. So looking at this other tornado warning here towards Meade County. I think this is the same storm actually. We're going to switch back to the storm over towards Texas. And then we're going to start looking at a couple more of these severe thunderstorm warnings because I know those have been on the increase. I've yet to watch Palpander. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that TVS right here. Wow, look at that. Now, that's a TVS if I've ever seen one. Look at that. Jeez. That is clear as day right there. Red and green couplet, just about perfect. Pretty tightly put, relatively tightly wound. I don't know if this is producing yet for sure, but it's definitely putting on quite a show for some of these storm chasers that are out here right now. Let's go ahead and see if he's able to give us a little bit of a look here. This is Bred Adair, by the way. One guy I've started actually looking at, by the way, for weather occasionally is this one guy who's looking at Pacific Northwest weather. I forget his name exactly.
Yep, it's starting to tighten up. I see it now.
Oh, look at that. It's Bred Adair right here. He's looking at what almost definitely looks like a wall cloud.
Crazy look.
Power outages in Texas already, huh? Wow.
I don't think I hear that. I've never heard that.
Yeah, Brett ends up on Ryan Hall's stream a lot, but he's also a guy that's pretty active on Radar Omega. Let's go ahead and watch this for a bit and see what ends up coming out of this. Let's go full screen. We're buffering. It could be my computer, or it very well could also just be the area he's in. But business definitely looks like it's starting to pick up now. We're buffering with him. See if we can back out of that for right now. Wish there was somewhere I could put this off to the side here. Alright, so we're going to keep him off to the side here and also keep monitoring these other storms, as I'm sure there's plenty more that are starting to develop here. We expected business to start to pick up as we got closer towards that 5-6 o'clock time frame across this region here. Interesting thing though is the temperature out ahead of that storm, it looks like it's 57. I don't know if he's got to be in front of it because these storms are moving really fast. So if he's behind it, he's going to end up losing it for sure. Okay. So let's zoom out here a bit and go back to reflectivity here. Nope, no power ponder. Oh, power. Oh, okay. So I misread that. Okay, that was on me. I know who you're talking about too. I should have picked up on that. I've watched him maybe like a couple of times actually when I think about it. You ever watch Direct Weather by any chance? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like he's on the move again. He's probably working to stay ahead of it. This is going to be a tall task for a lot of these storm chasers tonight, considering just how fast these storms are moving. Because on all the storm reports that I've seen at least 50 miles an hour relative storm movement or more. See another tornado possible tag. We're down to one tornado warning now, and that's the one for Texas. That's one that's also the most likely to produce at this time. Let's go ahead and look at this one that has a tornado possible tag. I think that was the same one we were looking at a little earlier. And this is the radar. And this is right next to the Dodge City radar. Ugh. So this is going to be kind of hard to get a good read on this one. Let's see if I can find a better radar site if possible. Yeah, he's buffering really bad right now. I'm going to probably get him off of there for the moment. We'll check back with him in a moment. This might be in a radar hole actually. Ugh. Okay, let's see if we can get the Wichita radar to work for us here. I think there's a good chance of it. Let's hope that it does. Come on. Yeah, I hate the buffering though. Oh, yeah, it's 100% in a radar hole. Sheesh. Wait a minute. Let's see if this radar is any good. Maybe it'll give us a little something to work with here. Definitely seeing an increase of lightning among that line of storms now too. So these storms are definitely getting more organized. Yeah, it's in a radar hole. This is towards Vance Air Force Base, and it's not going to look out that far. Yeah, we're in a radar hole with this one. Daggone it. Oh, it just went tornado warned again. Or maybe they just reissued. But, yeah, the problem with this storm right here is that it's so close to the radar that we aren't going to be able to really get clear definition on what's going on. Because these radar beams don't look at the ground level. They practically look a few thousand feet above where the storm is, but that's not where all the damage, that's not where the tornado often occurs. We're looking more so towards the surface. Yeah, that's definitely a good way of going about it, Kat. That's what I was doing before I started looking at my YouTube, before I started doing YouTube myself. Mainly just because I didn't want anyone to get an idea of, oh, this guy's copying this guy. I mean, we do look at the same models, but I just wasn't looking to hear any of that, you know. That's just really all it boils down to. So we're going to look at this next one here that has a tornado tag on there. Just kind of keep things flowing as best as I can. Like I said, this is a work in progress for me. Still not entirely used to doing this completely. But I am enjoying it. I mean, I'm having fun. Hoping that at least one person will come on here and talk. I'm glad you showed up. The only downside to this is I just don't really have the time to do this for every single event, because later in the week, actually, there's a much bigger thing going on. There's a couple other bigger events going on. This is leaning more so towards the southeast too. So, yeah, we'll see how my work schedule ends up turning out as a result, because I actually work outside. Yeah, I'm grateful you did too. You're making this stream a lot more fun, that's for sure. I mean, I would be doing this anyway if only a couple of people were watching, but I'm grateful to actually have an interaction with somebody. Uh-oh. So my phone's about to die. I need to make sure that I switch things over, make sure we're good here. I'm gonna check some metrics real quick. Still at 2. All right. Let me hook up my phone real quick to its charger. Just give me 1 second here. Exactly my point, but watch. If we did that, then somebody would eventually end up still saying something. I promise you. And then sometimes it's the guys that are making the videos themselves. Like if people start using like the exact same if they like use the exact same geez, I can't get my words out, but you know that little picture that you use at the beginning of the videos, or the thumbnail. That's what it is. If somebody uses a thumbnail that has a similar graphic to theirs, like I've heard drama occurring over that, which is pretty crazy. So I'm just trying to stay in my own lane and just kind of do my thing, you know. Because at the end of the day, I'm about trying to help people by doing this more than anything else. So I'm just really not looking for the drama. If anything, it would just irritate me more than anything. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it. That's exactly how I feel about it. Just give me a second here. I'm going to move my phone charger over. Yes, egos can definitely get in the way, and it's one of the most irritating things. Man, sometimes being a musician can be a real pain. Had to adjust a lot of stuff back there just to make sure I could plug in my phone. Just wild. Trying to make sure I can see all of you guys' comments. Uh-oh. Warnings back on the rise. New tornado warnings. Hodgman, Kansas. It's probably going to be a reissue. Yeah, it's a reissue. This is a new one right here. Over towards Clark and Meade counties in Kansas. Make sure you guys are taking cover over there. So far up, okay, so that's where the return is probably right over here, just to the east of Meade on State Highway 140. Is that 140 or is that another number? Hate how that line, it's 160, okay. 160. I hate how that line from the tornado watch was blocking that. But that's where our potential TVS is. We'll go ahead and look at the CC drop, if there's going to be one, if there is one at all. And we'll go back to reflectivity. Okay, make sure my mic's on while I'm at it. Nothing yet in the way of a CC drop. We'll go ahead and also take a look at reflectivity here, get an idea of what we could be dealing with. Yeah, it's definitely a kink in the line here. Not surprising. I think that's where most of our tornado warnings are going to be, are on the kinks of these little line segments here. Eventually this is going to transition into more of a straight line damaging wind threat, but I think still QLCS tornadoes are possible here. Special weather statement for these two storms. We'll have to watch those and see what those end up doing. Move down the line. We're basically going to be just moving down the line here, all the way down to these next couple of warnings. And this is back towards Texas. Good bit of lightning popping up here. This is to the south and east of Pampa here. This is that storm that was over towards McLean here. Let's see if we can maybe try again and look at Red Adair stream here. New warning just came in now too. Trying to make sure I can find my radar site. That was, oh, so there's a There was a wind report right over the radar site in Amarillo here. We'll go ahead and take a closer look at that a little later. Let's see if we can get this switched over. And there's the wind report again. Come on. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the products. Yep, the ego. I wonder if you'll get this. I wonder if you'll get this reference. The egoism. Maybe you'll know which band I'm talking about. Let's see if I can go back to live here. All right. So this is an interesting little feature over here towards Howardwick that has like a little bit of a little bit of an inflow notch trying to develop right around here. So there could be another point where we could see a warning develop as a result of that. And then there's still a couple of other little inflow notches developing along this line here. This kind of setup definitely lends itself towards more of a QLCS type tornado threat more than the discrete cells, but those discrete cells are probably going to be the more dangerous ones because those are the ones that can have the stronger tornadoes. Not to say that a strong tornado couldn't occur within this line here. In fact, there's a few of these that have that embedded supercellular look, like this storm right here that's on State Road 287 here. Or is it I-287? Let's go ahead and look at the new warnings that have popped up here. All of these are the same ones, radar confirmed. This one's about to expire, and these are old warnings for the most part. This is the one towards Clark and Meade. And then, of course, we have we still have that one that's ongoing over towards Gray, Ford, Meade, Hodgman, and Clark counties in Kansas. We have this severe thunderstorm over towards Gray, Carson, Roberts, Wheeler, Donley, Armstrong, and Hempville in Texas. And then, of course, we have this one over here that we've been watching for a little bit over towards Hodgman, Pawnee, Ellis, Rush, Trego, and Ness counties in Kansas. This looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning that I didn't catch. This one was more so towards Kiowa, Edwards, Ford, and some of the same counties. You're going to see a lot of the same counties under different severe thunderstorm warnings just due to the mass size of the event that we have going on here. Multiple storms, especially with these line segments that we end up having right now. These are going to often be refreshed. They're going to be kind of overlapping each other a bit, so you could be under severe thunderstorm warnings or even tornado warnings for an extended period of time. This storm over towards Howardwick looks a little bit more interesting. I still think that we are looking outflow dominant because you see all this little tail right here that's popped up. But what could end up happening, what I'm thinking is going to end up happening is we're going to end up seeing a little bit more inflow. We'll see these two kind of split off here. Or we could see a merger develop here and these two storms end up rotating. So a lot going on here. Either this storm will end up dissipating as a result of this storm, or these two will merge and end up producing maybe a little further down the line. A couple of areas to watch with this storm would be towards Wheeler. I think this is going to go either over Wheeler or in between Mobeetie and Wheeler. I think this is State Road 592 that we'll have to keep an eye on as we continue to watch this storm progress. And then I think we're starting to draw closer into Oklahoma at this point now. I think this is Sweetwater. This isn't the town of Sweetwater. Maybe this is Texas still. I'm not even sure at this point. Like, I can't even see where the state borders are with this one. They aren't really, the opacity isn't really all that great with this right now. No, this is Oklahoma. This is Oklahoma. Could there be a second Sweetwater? I'm a little curious now. I might look that up later when things calm down a little bit. We still have time to stream. So, that being said, let's go ahead and get a look at some of the other warnings we have going here. Down to 2 tornado warnings. A lot of the severe thunderstorm warnings are still holding up, and these are going to be active for a while, at least 43 minutes for most of these, or more. Okay, let me see if I can get a look over here while I'm letting this phone charge. Your phone's buffering me now. Oh, the band I was talking about, by the way, was Flesh God Apocalypse from Italy. They're like a Italian death metal band, or symphonic death metal band, actually. Really interesting. They're actually touring the U.S. right now. Unfortunately, they are not going to make it to Atlanta, which I'm kind of PO'd about, especially considering that they're bringing one of my favorite Finnish bands in, Wolfheart. So, a little frustrated about that. Yeah, a lot of the bands that I listen to, by the way, are pretty underground, but I like the really heavy stuff. I actually have a second YouTube channel if you want to look at that. It's featured in my channel if you actually look through it. But yeah, it's just my regular name, but it has me doing guitar covers and stuff. I'm pretty active on there, but with the weather going on right now, it's been a little bit harder. It'll be interesting to see how things progress over the next couple of weeks. Hopefully I can keep the pace that I'm at right now. I've put up 4 videos this year already on that one. Oh, and down goes my phone. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at the CC drop with this storm really quickly. So far, I don't really see anything still. This area looks a little bit suspicious here. Watch this area right here and see what happens next. We do have a chaser that's near it. He's starting to kind of pull away just to make sure he's not too close. I think this is Bread Adair still. Let's go ahead and take a look at him. No, this is Brandon Kopic, actually.
Yeah, I heard him.
I find it really interesting that
Where you at? I'm in Wheeler now.
he's a little loud. Let's see if I can turn him down a bit. Yeah, because he's coming through a little bit too clearly. Actually, let me try to see if I can get some of my speakers here.
Everybody for tuning in. Make sure you guys are smooshing that like and subscribe.
Oh, by the way, Brandon Kopic has his own YouTube channel, by the way. Feel free to follow that. In fact, I'm going to see if I can drop the link to that in the chat here. So, hey, Kyle, welcome back, bro. So, there has been one observed tornado warning. Business is definitely picking up. Chasers are on them right now. I think I'm looking at Brandon Kopic right now, and I think he's starting to reposition on this next storm here.
East and
The storm
north
has a
stay
pretty good
ahead of
look
this
echo on it.
storm.
I'm going to try to move this to the side here so that way we can get a better look. Having trouble keeping their streams up as it's a lot of buffering. It's pretty much a buffering fest. Okay. But this storm was over here towards Mobeetie right now. Come on, phone. Come on. I feel like my internet connection itself might be a little bit shaky, and that's why we're having problems here. Gonna just have to look into that more and see what we can do about it as we continue to go on in the future. Definitely want to do this more if I can find the time. So right now we're really just waiting for my radar to pop up here. Come on now. I'm probably going to have to close them out and just make sure we can keep the radar going, which really sucks. Oh yeah, I'm watching those too. Especially, I think there's a marginal. I think there should be a marginal risk issued for my area, personally speaking, because I keep on seeing soundings where we have hazard type of tornado. So it's just kind of odd that I haven't seen anything pop up about that yet. And then later into the course of the week, that's when the bigger threat heads our way again. Oh, you got family and friends in Alabama too, huh? Yeah. Looks like things are going to get really active towards the middle of next week or this week, whichever one you want to call it. Usually I don't refer to a week beginning until about Monday, I would say. I haven't even had a chance to read this missile discussion yet. If I can get it to pop up here. Looks like we're starting to see a potential storm merger happening here, so this could cause this tornado warning to expire. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens next with that. And I also see a new storm starting to develop here, and this looks like the town of Morgan. I think this is the one that, or not Morgan, this is still towards McLean, but this is the one that I think Brett Adair is still on right now. Eastern Brand Cherokee. So a lot of family in the North Carolina. Okay. I don't know. My phone's all cracked up. I can't see. I thought there was a Sweetwater, Texas. I was like, there's no way this is Sweetwater, Oklahoma. These storms haven't made it that far yet. I knew there wasn't. Let me see if I can try to pull up Brett Adair's stream, because it looks like he's relatively close to a supercell here.
Oh, yeah.
We can only view it for like so long until it starts to buffer, and we just can't stay on it anymore.
I'm right.
He's definitely in something, that's for
Right
sure.
now. Same thoughts, buddy. Same thoughts.
Yeah, it looks like he's about to reposition as well to stay ahead of the storm.
Oh, it's coming right at us.
Looking in too, boy.
Oh, here's the hook. I see the hook out the window.
You can see the hook out the window. Sheesh.
If you see the live stream, you can see the hook.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at this right here.
See?
Wow, look at that structure.
The hook around.
That is pretty on screen right there.
Wonder if you're watching this, Kyle. What do you think? I know you're working on maybe getting out there someday. Wonder what you're thinking of this structure right here. You thinking what I'm thinking? Do you think this is gonna drop anytime soon? Oh, that's a big lightning flash as it starts to buffer. Ah, man. Let's get towards the good part too. But yeah, there's definitely a really nice wall cloud with it. You can actually see it rotating on stream. Wow, look at that. That thing's a beauty. Will it end up producing a tornado? That is the key question right here. Looks like an HP storm. Because it looks like I could see, I don't know for sure because it looks a little bit blurry, or maybe that's just the way the sunlight's reflecting, but I do see a bit of a rain shaft in there. So this could be a rain-wrapped or high precipitation type storm.
I see the rotating area, though. It looks like it's going just...
We're finally getting some smooth coverage here, though, too, which I really like. Really happy about that. Okay, let's see if we can keep this going here while we look at other storms. There's a lot of adjusting here that I'm dealing with here. Every time I try to put this off to the corner here, that's when we start to hang on a minute. Wait a minute. See if it'll come back. But yeah, this is a nice hook right here too. This is a very nice hook right here. Still have 2 tornado warnings right now. We have Hodgman and Ford involved in those, and then we have Wheeler, Gray, and Hemphill counties in Texas involved with that. Both of them are radar indicated. I think the one towards Hodgman is set to expire shortly. Still a tornado possible tag with a severe thunderstorm warning that's associated with it. And then, of course, a little further north towards Kansas, we have to watch for the potential tornado tag with this. But this severe thunderstorm warning has been ongoing for a minute here. Oh, wow. That's a big one right there. Let's go ahead and look at this one. Yeah, we're having trouble. Yeah, we're starting to lose the stream again. So we'll see a little bit of a radar notch right here. Maybe there is something there with with pop. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't listen to enough pop to really say for sure, but who knows? The egoism. But yeah, Flesh God Apocalypse is who I was referring to. They're really, I really enjoy listening to some of their older stuff, especially. But here's a radar notch here that we'll have to keep an eye on here, or a inflow notch, so to speak. I'm starting to mix up worlds here. Big time. I'm a huge fan of the game DCS World. Why did I click that? I mean, I'm a musician across the board, so I mean, I listen to multiple genres. Not the biggest fan of pop though, so don't worry there. But I mean, I won't say no to anything. I'll at least give almost anything a try when it comes to music, at least. But right here is where I'm a little bit suspicious of there maybe being a little bit of a rotation here. We might have a little bit of spin going on there. Alright, so let's go ahead and actually take a look at the velocity again. Mainly just a shear line, but there is a point over here that I'm a little bit interested in. Let's go ahead and zoom in a bit, get a better look at it. I'm thinking right about there would be my point of interest. We're losing it just as quickly as it develops here. We'll see what happens with that as time goes on. I think this is over towards Memphis, Texas. Amount of warnings are starting to decrease. We might be getting towards a quiet period once again. Mm. 80-mile-per-hour winds. See if this is has any sort of a considerable tag with this. This is with that same storm, actually. Very strong wind indicated right here in the shear line on the backside of this. So even if this doesn't produce a small tornado, this still could be pretty daggone damaging. Let's go ahead and look at this at the reflectivity once again. It's a pretty nice hail return on that too. At least 1 inch hail is expected with this according to radar. I wish DMCA wasn't the thing. I'd love to put on some music right now. Just some stuff that I listen to, but I'm pretty sure I'd scare some people off too at the same time. It's just part of it. think if I were to look around and try to find some copyright-free music or non-DMCA music, I would hope to find mostly instrumentals. If anyone knows about that, definitely plug me in on this. I'm always open to suggestions and tips, honestly. Oh, we're starting to get into a radar hole with this one here now. You can see how it's literally slicing through this part of the storm. That's kind of crazy. See if maybe we can switch over to a better radar site. This is the downside of whenever we get really close to the radar here, or then a specific point in the radar where we start just seeing it get sliced through. Oh, wow. Look at this storm near McLean again. Or McLean. We're going to switch back over to Breaded Bear here. Oh, he's in the core. Oh, he is in the core. Rain and hail is nothing to mess with there, folks. He has very low visibility. Yikes. He's dealing with some torrential rainfall. There's probably some hail in there too. It's at least up to about 1 inch right now. Two new cells right here, over here, just to the north of Wheeler that look really interesting too. Come on now. This could be a splitter. Let's go ahead and go back to this last radar loop here if it'll load for me. Okay. Let's take its time probably loading here. We'll see how things play out with that. See if I can get this out the way while I'm at it. Yeah, this definitely seems like a splitter right now. Which one of these storms will win out on this battle? Who knows? Eastern Hand Cherokee. Okay. My phone's actually pretty cracked up, and that's how I'm reading through the comments right now. I'm still, like I said, I'm still trying to figure out how all of this stuff works. But, yeah. Yeah, like right on the corner of my screen here, because I have my phone kind of in that tilted mode where have it sideways. Okay, Cherokee, North Carolina. Okay. Yeah, my bad. Sorry, cat. Okay, it looks like we have a new tornado, maybe a new tornado warning issued. No? Alright, so as of right now, nothing new. Nothing new's popped up here. We still have these storms with these 80-mile-per-hour tags. I don't see any. Surprisingly, I haven't seen a single considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag with some of these. I do think that's going to change as we progress later on into the night. But we'll see how things progress from there. Ooh. Oh, that's an earlier scan here. Let's go ahead and look at the latest here. Looks like a new storm's popped up here. This looks like it might be trying to get itself organized pretty well, maybe produce a tornado. This is just to the east of McLean. This is right where Brett Adair is. He's probably about to try to get out ahead of this one and see if he can't intercept this and see what's under it, if he isn't already seeing it. It's getting dumped on right now. I'm gonna leave this running for you guys real quick. I gotta use the restroom. I will be right back.
What are you doing?
I'm just trying to figure out why I smell freaking pine and cedar and whatever else I smell. I mean, I smelled it. I know it. I know that smell. I think we got a haboob behind us too. I mean, I think the whole earth out here is spinning. Okay, we're finally getting out front where we can probably stick a fork in our foot and roll.
Yeah.
That's what I was just thinking. Yeah. Somebody just reported golf balls in that storm. Probably somewhere in there. Oh yeah, it's getting there.
I'm curious to know why he's running red and white. Somebody's lunch.
Woo!
And about
Woo! Out in front of this bad boy, son, it's
that's directional wind.
got a surge, buddy.
Yeah, I about relocated it.
Oh, we fixing it. We get to Elk City, we about to have a structure fest, though. All right, I will. If you see anything crazy, let me know. You know where we're at. All right, I'm in.
Tumbleweeds coming from the left, tumbleweeds
Okay,
coming from the
let
right.
me go ahead.
I know, right?
Sorry about that. I had to go ahead. Ah, crap. I just did something stupid. Let me go ahead and look where he is right now. Come on, give me Brett Adair. Don't be stupid now. Okay, so let's go ahead and look for his location here. Should be able to indicate. Should be indicated actually. Let's move him over if I can. Hopefully it doesn't buffer. So it looks like he's just now clearing out of the rain. He's still around that McLean area. He's on. If this will pop up. He's heading towards Shamrock, Texas. Now I know that there's a Shamrock, Texas for a fact. So.
How loud that is. And I'm sure they heard it on audio, but oh my god. You
looks like he's heading away from the storm to try and reposition here. Just give me a second here and I'll hone in on his location a little bit further.
Dude, there's gonna be some power outages. Man, if you look behind us, that is ominous. The coloration and everything.
Yeah, he's over towards Shamrock. He's probably going to be starting to shoot towards Interstate 83 to intercept this a little further. We're still in Texas right now, but we are progressively getting closer towards Oklahoma. Starting to lose this. We're starting to get some bad signal from him now, though. So we'll end up seeing what's going on with that. We also starting to get some hail reports in. I think this one may have came from Brett himself, and we're seeing maybe 1.7-inch hail from the looks of it here. Yep, that's Brett. That's 100% Brett Adair. Because he was right along that path, and I think he did a core punch, possibly. We still haven't even made it to Sweetwater, Texas yet, but we are on the way. And over here is, I think this is towards Elk City. So it's moving along, still moving at a good clip. Gotten a little chilly in here. Sheesh. Might need to put it on a blanket or something. So one quick question while I'm doing this here, somebody let me know in the comments.
Alright.
Oh yeah, 100%, Kyle. But one quick question here.
There we go. Hopefully
When I had to step away to go to the bathroom, I muted the mic. Were you guys still able to hear Brett, like hear his stream while I was away?
We're getting
That's one thing I want to make sure I know that was working properly. Or if I need to change some settings. You guys were good? Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure I had that right. Like I said, there's still so much I'm still trying to figure out about this. I'm really gonna I know it's the first stream, but I was trying to do the best I could to make this as good and as enjoyable as I could of an experience for you guys.
Holy God. It was cool as crap. Yeah, dust storm coming ahead of it. Yep.
Looking through the most recent warnings, nothing's really changed as of yet. We're at a slightly slower point, but it's still pretty daggone active out here right now. I think this storm is eventually going to end up congealing in with the rest of that line, so its window of opportunity to produce is minimizing here. I think Brett Adair and I think this was Brandon Kopik, they're probably going to meet up on this storm here. Trying to take a look at what could be going on with it. It still looks pretty good on radar, but for some reason I'm just not seeing it. It just doesn't seem like it's ready to produce anything, or if it will produce anything. what Brandon Kopic has going on here. We'll try and see if we can maybe load 2 at a time. I highly doubt it, but I'll give it a try.
All right. Look, it's almost 70 degrees where we are now.
Look at the air temperature. He's 100% right. 67.6 degrees.
It's so orange back there.
What's
They
that?
just extended
It's
that
so
tornado
orange
warning
back
for
there,
this
yeah.
cell right here.
I agree, guys. We're about to make a change here.
Oh, there goes Brett for a moment. We'll see if we'll get him back. So let's go back up towards Kansas and see what's going on there. Maybe we'll get Brett back as he starts to head back towards the storm. Seeing a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings up towards that region. The tornado warnings up there have started to expire. Probably a product of us losing some of that daytime heating. And now we have a tornado warning, the first tornado warning in Oklahoma now. Let's go ahead and shift over to that now. I think that's probably an extension of that last one as we're getting closer towards the border. That definitely looks to be the case here. Yep, it is. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we'll get one of these guys back. Let's try and see what Brandon sees as he's starting to charge closer to that storm. Look at that lightning. Dang, we're having a lot of trouble with Brandon's stream more than anyone else right now, out of the 2 that we've looked at. Yeah, that temperature's starting to drop the closer he gets to the storm. A little bit of an indicator that we could be possibly looking at this becoming outflow dominant. And
Yeah, looks like he's got fingers.
Yeah, I've been.
Still plenty of lightning with this. So the storm itself is healthy, but the mesocyclone is not losing its potential to produce a tornado, possibly. There's not a lot of road options towards where Brandon is right now, from the looks of it. I mean, it looks like he's on a north-south road. Let me see if I can zoom in at street level and maybe see what else he could work with here. No, he has an option. He has a State Road 592. From the looks of it. We're looking at the Vance Air Force Base radar. See if we can move around a bit more now. Get back to the Amarillo radar. Well, I think we're still within range of it, but we're starting to get a little bit further out now. We should be actually getting close to being within range of the Wichita Falls radar, possibly. Yeah, I think this is Wichita Falls here, possibly. I know there's a station near Wichita Falls, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. Let's see what this one looks like. Yeah. Well, this is the Frederick radar site. Oh, and we also have the Lubbock site now to look at, too. Let's go ahead and look at Lubbock. But I think this actually brings us a good picture here. It's a nice line of damaging winds starting to develop here as well. Right towards the backside of the storm system too, which is never a good thing. It does kind of mitigate that tornado threat though, just a little bit though. Yeah, we aren't really getting too much out of Brandon Kopic here, unfortunately. So some areas to look at for these next few severe thunderstorm warnings. Esteline, Childress, Memphis, Texas. You're in there as well. See, I've lost my chat right now. Yeah, dew points were definitely going up as he was getting close towards that storm. So that storm still looked like it was pretty healthy. The angle that Brandon Kopic was coming in, the temperature was starting to drop a bit, though. I think he's a little too far to the north as of right now, though. But a lot more further to the north, that energy was being used up a little quicker. At least that's what I was thinking. At least that's what I would think, considering all the other storms that are over towards Kansas. That storm is starting to look a little less impressive on radar now, though, while we're looking at it. Like I said, it's getting closer to that line of storms, and now it's almost like it's being pulled in, so to speak, as that line is starting to outrun, as it's no longer seeming like it's able to outrun that line of storms. I do think this has the potential of being embedded and still producing, but overall, the chance of it dropping a significant tornado decrease is starting to decrease here. All right. Okay. Let's see if I can get an idea of what else we could be looking at here. No new tornado warnings. Is all severe thunderstorm warnings from that point. Nothing new going on. Wait. Hang on a minute. They put a new tornado warning out a little further to the north now, which I find kind of interesting. This one's issued for Collingsworth, Gray, Wheeler, and Donley counties. Also has 1 inch hail with reported, or not reported, but radar indicated with that as well. This is in effect until 7 p.m. Storm is screaming, by the way, moving at 75 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Pretty much in the same ballpark here, so to speak. Wait a minute. This is looking like it's back towards McLean again. But this is a recently issued tornado warning, too. This looks like it's part of that main line here. There's a little inflow notch right here, and I think that's what they might be suspicious of. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity here, so to speak. And just kind of run from there. Not really impressed with that, so to speak. I think this is the same storm that they're talking about here. Just, I guess they just issued multiple warnings around it. I don't really see any other indicators that would lead me to think that maybe right here towards Raiden. I'm not sure about this one as of right now. But let's go ahead and look at the reflectivity here and get maybe we'll see something that the velocity isn't really showing me right now. Also, if you haven't already, of course, hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed already, definitely do so, especially if you're enjoying the content so far. I'm going to go back towards, I think this is still Brett Adair. Looks like he might be in position to do another core punch and kind of get a look at what's under it. Temperature's starting to drop again where he, oh no, this is Brandon Kopic again. Let's hope we have him in a better spot to where he doesn't buffer as much. Temperature spiking again as he gets closer to the storm now, though, too. Yeah, that temperature's really starting to climb there. About to hit 60. We're pretty much at 66 degrees already at this point.
These little metal vortices trying to spin up. So I'm glad we're gonna be on 40 here. So we can see what
the wind speeds are. We're seeing sustained wind gusts of about 84.
Yeah,
Wow,
I see
that's
the
crazy.
continued two tornado warnings in the northwestern Oklahoma.
He's heading southeast right now,
With the storm we were
trying to stay ahead of it.
originally on. Blasting east towards Elk City is going to be our best bet for now. I think it's a little too early to try and jump on anything else.
Yeah, okay, I got you now, Cat. I'm sorry. I was just my brain's been a little bit all over the place today. Most stable that we've seen Brandon Kopic stream. I guess he's just in a better area, but even so,
Max
we're
micro
still struggling with him just a little
something
bit.
like dangling in front of my light at the bottom.
All the way up to 67 now. Dew points hanging around the 60s. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. We keep losing him on the stream part, but all his instruments are definitely still there. So we'll kind of keep him off to the side and just kind of watch him from this point. Okay, so looks like we got a new warning that popped up here. It does not look like it's tornado warning. It looks like a severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, so this is for that same storm that's worked its way in Oklahoma. This is towards Roger Mills and Ellis counties. They're seeing penny-sized hail, or nickel-sized hail, actually. Is it nickel? I think that's nickel-sized hail. No, it was penny. I was right the first time. Penny-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Radar indicated. Storm is moving at 70 miles per hour. Very good indicator right there that there is damaging winds evident with that storm. It'll be interesting to see. How much of that actually will translate into the ground here. Still no considerable severe thunderstorm warning tags yet today. That's very interesting, despite all the indicators being there, that there's high potential for damage. 8 p.m. Central. I would agree with that. I think that's a very good. I think that would be a very accurate projection here. This storm over here that's heading towards Sweetwater, the one we've been watching back from like McLean, it's starting to look a lot less impressive here. Like I said, we're starting to see this storm begin to get overtaken by the main line here. So the tornado potential with this one is going to progressively start to decrease as we go forward. Yeah, we lost his stream, but we still have his instruments up. Brandon Kopic is probably starting to pull away from this storm a bit now as he's working to probably get ahead of it, which is going to be a big task because that storm's screaming at 70 miles an hour right now. Okay. I think we're gonna get him out of here for right now. We'll check back with that later. Take a look and see if there's been any new tornado watches or severe thunderstorm watches. Because I'm anticipating that eventually we'll start to see severe thunderstorm watches become the main thing, especially as we watch this go forward. Especially as we start to work our way towards Wichita and maybe even Salina here. And then eventually, as we head further to the south, Oklahoma City is probably next in line. And then maybe some areas like Wichita Falls is in the tornado watch right now. Tulsa will probably be in there too. Ada and numerous other locations here. Oh, we have an interesting little severe thunderstorm warning there. Let's go ahead and take a look at that one. Looks like a lone severe warning storm that's just outside the marginal risk area, interestingly enough. Okay. Small little line of storms here. This is probably a little bit closer to where that low pressure is. So we could end up seeing a quick little damaging windstorm here. One thing about this whole entire storm system as a whole is the wind field itself is just really impressive. Like, if you actually were to look at all the advisories, and I'm actually going to try to show this real quick, if I could. Like, there's wind advisories that stretch all the way to the East Coast here, even. So we're going to venture around and look through all the other severe thunderstorm warnings right now, too, while we're at it. We pretty much know what's going on over here. This is nickel-size hail over towards Buffalo, Texas. This is more so towards the Oklahoma Panhandle. Yeah, that is the Oklahoma Panhandle. Because here's Woodward right here. Pretty strong thunderstorm, significant weather state or special weather statement right here. Let's get a look at what this could be talking about here. Wind gust of about 55 miles an hour, pea-size hail, radar indicated. Just a heads up for you guys right there. Could uptick, but I think that for the most part, these storms are a lot more stable than what's going on further to the south. We'll be watching these guys as time goes on today. Use the NOS. Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, he's going to definitely need that NOS right now. Because he is going to have a hard time staying ahead of this line. He's probably going to end up getting overtaken by it, in all honesty. With a windbag type setup like this where you get up to about 70 plus knots, that's nuts. All right. So let's scroll a little further to the south, see if there's any activity going on towards southwest Texas or southeastern Texas here. Mainly looking at another severe thunderstorm warning. Wait, what in the world is this hail report right here? This could be some gorilla hail. Oh, this might be the, whoa, that's not gorilla hail. That's a 100-mile-per-hour. Whoa. This has a report of this has a radar indication of 100-mile-per-hour gust. And this is actually from a legit source. It's the West Texas Mesonet. So this is very dangerous. This does the same kind of damage as a small tornado here. So if you are in this region over here, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is what you would call, this is definitely a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag right here. I also saw the tornado possible tag on this as well. Either way, regardless of whether you get tornado or damaging winds, when you have straight line winds like this, it doesn't really matter at this point. So at the end of the day here, you need to make sure you are taking this severe thunderstorm warning seriously. Treat it almost as if it is a tornado warning. Or treat it like it is a tornado warning. Because that's what it's going to be. Because that's what the kind of damage this storm will bring. Textbook example of it right here. You can see that little contrast line between the light green and the orange to red color right here. You can I'll mark it for you if you'd like. But right here between ESTA line here, that's likely where we are seeing that huge surge of damaging winds. Somewhere across here. And again, this isn't radar indicated. This was confirmed on the ground by a weather instrument. Mesonets are instruments that we have on the surface for anyone that's a little bit new to what goes on in weather. Usually these will be on the top of some storm chasing vehicles. So whenever you get reports from those, more often than not, they're pretty daggone accurate. So that being said, very dangerous weather going on over here towards Esteline, and we will have to watch cities like Childress next. You will be in line for this storm. This is moving at 55 miles an hour, so it's going to be on your doorstep within a heartbeat. And we have to watch for anyone that's living across State Highway 287 here. And the next cities that I can see down the line, this isn't a super populated area. There still could be plenty of little houses and small subdivisions in the path here. Other cities could be Cary, you're about to get that right now. Abington, you're in there too. Williams, North Grossbrook. Actually, there's quite a few smaller cities in here. Kirkland, Wheatland, Goodlet. Make sure you are taking your proper precautions, because this is heading your way in a hurry. Some cities further down the line would be El Dorado, Willow View, Talbot Crossing, Kearns, Pumpkin Center, Wheatland, I think I already mentioned you guys. Creta, Marty, Prayer Hill, Lewis. Get ready, because this storm is coming your way, coming in a hurry with 100-mile-per-hour winds possibly. Or it's actually, in all honesty, it's likely. There's no storm chasers on this storm. I don't know if I even want to be bothered with that, to be honest, right now. It's going to be hard to keep up with this one, and it's pretty treacherous to drive in 100-mile-per-hour winds. Also, we have to watch that inflow notch that's right over here, too, in the midst of that gust, because right where that surge is, at some point, you have to think, in the midst of that, there's going to be a point where that surge cuts off, and then we start to see a quick point of rotation here. So that's going to be the tricky part about keeping up with these storms right here. These will all have the tornado possible tag on them, not just because of the damage they can do just from straight line winds, but physically because there's a tornado. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning, and this probably has a considerable tag with it. Okay, so this is the same storm. Has 90-mile-per-hour winds with it. So we've seen a little bit of a downtrend here. Hail getting close to golf ball, baseball size now. Whoa, that's a fast-moving storm. It's moving northeast at 95 miles an hour. The severe thunderstorm warning is up until 7:45 Eastern. So we have close to a whole hour to go with this thing. So these are very destructive storms. We're going to look at some of the towns that are being named here. Eric's, Sayre, Hollis, and Magnum. Golf ball size hail and 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So Texas weather observations have recorded wind speeds over 100 miles an hour for the storm. Definitely treat this like a tornado warning and take shelter. Get away from the windows. Get away from the exterior walls. And just make sure, and probably even put on a helmet to protect yourself from flying debris. So just get yourselves ready. This storm is no joke. All right. Oh, it is 100-mile-per-hour straight line winds. There was a mesonet out there towards West Texas that reported it. Some other areas that we need to watch, of course, is going to be towards Elk City. This is working its way into Oklahoma now. Magnum, Hollis, Eric, Hammond, Carter, Willow, Gold, Texola, Daly, Vinson, Duke, Maji, Brinkman, Berlin, Hester, McQueen, and McKnight. And a mouth guard. Oh, hey, Jordan. Nice of you to stop by, man. Thanks for being here, Kat. I appreciate you. I really do. If you hear me maybe hitting the mic every once in a while, it's me trying to trying to sneak in a bite to eat here and there. I haven't eaten since like, what was it, maybe 1 o'clock or something. But yeah, I was just pretty much scrambling to get ready to do this. Yeah, I sure hope so, Kyle. I hope we really can get things going here. I enjoy doing this, though. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty cool to get to interact with you guys. Feels a little bit more intimate in a sense. There's a new inflow notch that I'm a little leery of, and this is part of that same storm that I was looking. Oh, there's that report. I just found it. Mesonet, 114 miles an hour. Wow. That is insane. But given the way the low-level jet looked, and really just the intensity of this system beforehand, I didn't rule this out to begin with, honestly. Just hate that we're actually seeing it. I'm not into all that now. Hold on a minute, Kyle. I'm not doing that. You'd have to pay me to do that one. And even then, I still might not. Wait. Hold on a minute here. You gotta take me out to dinner first before you do that. Jordan, don't tell. Jordan knows me on a personal level. There's certain people that cannot hear about this. There's a certain lady that cannot hear about this. Okay, so that storm has finally lost its tornado warning now. So it looks like we're left with one more, and this is the one that's over towards Dotson. This one looks like it's about to lose that warning too. I know I can always count on you to be quiet, Jordan. I don't know if that's a good thing or not either, though. Oh, so we do have 2 tornado warnings still, actually. This is the second one. I'm going to have to look at that. Oh, I've lost my cue again. Okay, there we go. This one's over towards Sweetwater, Texas still. Looks like we're starting. I think we're on the way. We are on the way. Yeah, you are right about that, Jordan. You are 100% right on that. But yeah, Kat, we are definitely in the process of this becoming a derecho event. I think we're still there. Still watching the tornado threat right now. Just trying to make sure there aren't any real discrete cells. But I think that window is starting to close. Where now we're starting to look at a lot more widespread damaging winds. Unfortunately, I do think that those tags where we're getting those 100-mile-per-hour gusts could become more common as time goes on. Really hoping that doesn't end up being the case. Yeah, I've been looking at that too really closely. You guys are have been a little bit more in a gray area, grayer area, so to speak, up until late. And really, the moderate risk wasn't expanded out further to the east until later on. So it kind of makes things a little bit difficult. But the enhanced risk does start to stretch into parts of Missouri here, especially towards Ozark and Springfield. So It's going to be late in the night by the time it gets to you guys, so just make sure you have a way to get those warnings to you. That's the best thing I can really tell you at that point. I'll try to stay up as long as I can. I don't know if I'll make it to 2, but I'm going to try. I don't know if how well I'll do at work tomorrow, but I'm going to give it a shot. But yeah, I mean, I've been looking at that area for a little bit when I saw this storm system pop up. I've been watching the chance of this popping up like progressively over the last 10 days. I've only been able to make a couple of videos on it, though, unfortunately, due to other storm systems and snowstorms, because I pretty much cover everything on here. Mainly for right now, I'm just going to keep the live streams to severe events if my schedule allots for me to do so. Phone's still not charging the way I want. Yeah, I should have got those at the store when I went out earlier, but wasn't thinking. Well, I do have body armor. Maybe that'll help. See what happens. It's pretty much going to be a leap of faith, really. If I at least make it to 1, I'll be proud of myself. I mean, I've been streaming for a bit now, honestly. Let me look at the time here. 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. Probably going to switch this over in a minute on the title here towards watching a major windbag, because that's pretty much what this is now. Okay, I don't know what just happened here. I'm trying to pull something up on my screen here, but it's not quite going as expected. Just waiting. Dang, my computer's moving really slow. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments here to see if I can get this updating. Like chain link body armor. Well, I mean, body armor can be kind of expensive, so I'm really not trying to do that if I don't have to. So when am I starting the storm chasing phase of my weather career? When I have enough money to actually go out and do it. And even then, it will probably be a long time. And depending on how other things go, it may not even happen at all. I'd love to give it a shot. Absolutely would love to. But we also got to make sure somebody is not against that. I get the feeling that they would. Not to mention my mother probably would be like, I don't know about that. I mean, she's in her 70s. I'm not trying to bother her. Oops, I just mentioned her age on live stream. I hope she's not watching. Otherwise, you're probably going to hear me get my head popped in a minute. And I know that you wouldn't snitch, Jordy, but Kyle, you better keep quiet, okay? Oh, wow. That storm over here that's over towards the north and west of Hollis here still looks really impressive despite joining in with that line here. In fact, it actually looks more impressive now. Looks a lot more impressive. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the velocity here. Because I don't know, man. This looks like it could be dropping something. Yeah, honestly. And even then, sometimes it's still rough on him. That storm chasing stuff is not all it seems to be, you know? It's a very hard grind. It's a lot like being in a metal band and touring from what I've heard from both sides of things. It's not like you have it's not like you have like gourmet food options, you know? And then it's all made or broken upon being successful, which really there's a chance that you do or really don't. It's kind of scary when you think about it. It's a leap of faith in either aspect, honestly. Oh, wow. Look at that TVS right there. Holy. That is a really strong couplet right there. That is a really strong couplet. Look at that. Right up in here. That is a very, very dangerous couplet right there. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the CC, and if there's a drop, that's 100% a tornado on the ground right there. There's no question about it. I mean, Jordan, you have to kind of be crazy enough to do that if you're a just to go out there and do it, because I mean, you're risking your life. So it makes perfect sense to be that crazy. I mean, I'd be down to do it. I love severe weather. I love looking at storms. It's just you have to be able to manage yourself well, and that's one thing that Reed does very well. He knows how to manage himself in those situations, and as a result, he's been successful. Even then, there's still been scary times even for him, I'm sure. In fact, I remember a few even on Storm Chasers where I think it was Dominator 1 got hit by a tornado that was a little too strong, and it he ended up like having a window blow out on him, and he got cut. But yeah, man, it's yeah, man, that's some crazy stuff. Oh yeah, 100% adrenaline junkie kind of stuff. So no CC drop with this at this time, but we're going to have to watch that area very close, because I think that that's going to be where a tornado could drop. And I am seeing something that does look a little suspicious now, just as of this last radar scan. Right about there where the cursor is. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Right there is where I'm suspicious of things. So we'll go ahead and clear this off and switch back over to traditional reflectivity here. Computer's actually starting to run a little smoother. Oh yeah, I think that is down actually. I think that is definitely down. And this could be a pretty formidable tornado from the looks of it too. Plenty of lightning around it too. I'm going to take a closer look, see if we can get more flashes out of that. So far, I don't see any sponsored storm chasers on here, but I'm sure there's some around it. I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado report pop up with this. If you're in Sandy, by the way, definitely hope you are taking shelter right now, because there is likely a tornado down with this one. The next city that I would be keeping a close eye on would be over towards it looked like Vincent. Right around where Vincent is, and right on State Road 9, maybe. We'll have to watch you guys. But make sure you are in your safe spot regardless. The storm is moving very quickly and will be on you guys in a matter of minutes. Here's the next radar scan already coming in with it. And it only looks like it's gotten more impressive on radar as it's gotten in this line here. So this is probably hitting Sandy right. Oh, it's probably just gone through Sandy. So this is going to go probably right to the east of Vincent, or probably right in between, or it's going to split Vincent and Reed right down the middle. Cat, yeah, that's a good point. I wonder when the car rental place, when they see him to come rent another car to replace the Dominator. Good grief. Sheesh. Guys like him and Sean Casey, man. I bet insurance companies love and hate them, because they can collect big dollars off of them, but sheesh. Just the damage that they end up incurring through countless years of storm chasing, like, it must be unbelievable. Yeah, I'm thinking this storm is going to split between Vincent and Reed here for sure. And then after that, we have to look down the line towards areas like Jester, maybe Bloomington, Plainview. We're watching you as well. I think this is still in Texas, by the way. We'll see if this got switched over to the observed tornado tag. I think it would be pretty warranted at this point. So far, it looks like no. All right. Let's go ahead and switch. See that lightning also increasing across that area here. That definitely indicates that storm is strengthening. It's definitely got that classical supercell look. For sure. Let's go ahead and go back to the velocity product here. Whoa, wait, let's go. Oh my goodness. If that's not down, man, I tell you. Oh yeah, he's got amazing insurance. I hope these guys over here have insurance too. Hey Kyle, do you see this by any chance? Look at this. Look at this couplet right here. That's nuts. I'm actually going to take a little splice out of that. 24 meters per second up against 10 meters per second. Hang on. Let me get this out the way. It's not the strongest gate-to-gate shear that I've ever seen. Or maybe I'm just clicking the wrong spot. But yeah, right over here away from the radar, we're getting up to about 20 meters a second for sure. And then over here in this pocket right here, we're getting towards maybe about 12 meters a second. Storm is moving too, man. It is moving. It's a little less impressive in this last scan here, but I'm suspicious that there was a tornado as to whether or not there was a tornado down with this one. I do think that there was a good possibility of it. We'll try and go ahead and run on the CC scan here. Maybe we'll see a little drop. I was starting to see one, but I don't know if it was, but it was kind of hard to tell. I think there was a chance that it was on the ground. Let's go ahead and run the loop here real quick. Oh shoot, just got out the shower. But yeah, this is a nasty looking sucker right here. I'm not sure if it was down or not. I'm still not sure entirely. Like, the correlation coefficient isn't really picking up on anything. I mean, there's returns all over the place that look kind of weird, but it doesn't really scream to me, okay, this is definitely on the ground. There's a small drop here, but it's not. It just isn't anything concrete to me at this time. Still looking at a number of tornado warnings going on, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Still have that significant one, the considerable severe thunderstorm warning over towards Greer, Oklahoma. We'll go ahead and switch over. I want to go ahead and switch over to that, but I don't want to just drop off on this tornado. Just, oh shoot, I just did it anyway. Dang it. But we're starting to see these storms beginning to work into Oklahoma here, and we're going to go ahead and switch the product again. Uh-oh. Come on now. I wouldn't be either. I really wouldn't be. I still think there could be. If there isn't one on the ground, then that's crazy. Look at that hook. Just look at that hook. I hope that no one's actually out here trying to look at that tornado either, or the potential tornado of this storm in general, because odds are you're not going to see it. This is almost certainly rain wrapped. I can almost guarantee you. Yeah, just like Jim Cantori, cat. Just like Jim Cantori. If you see the Dominator or any Weather Channel truck, it's time to run. I mean, with this storm right under it, dropping the heavy rain that it is, literally you probably might have only a second to see this tornado before it hits you. Like, you're not gonna see that in the rain, especially with it being darker. Especially with us starting to lose light over there now too. There's no way. So it looks like it's gonna miss the town of Vinson right to the east here. It's gonna go on State Road 9 here. Now we're looking more so towards Jester here now. I think we see. I think this is Brett Adair. Yep, it is. Brett Adair is probably on the way to intercept this storm. I have no stream right now. Let's see what he ends up doing. Yeah, he's on the way to intercept this Joker. See what direction he's moving right now currently. I don't see any compass showing which way he's moving currently, which is kind of irritating. But he looks like he's on. I'm pretty sure that he's on the way to that storm. I just don't see how he isn't. Man, look at how intense that storm is. And the thing with this storm is that inflow notch is sufficient enough to where it's able to keep that supercellular shape for now. The one thing to worry about if you're looking at the storm continuing onward or not continuing onward would be the fact that you see that warm air getting sucked in. It's going to get closed off at a point to where this storm will eventually start to choke itself off. So I think that this may be running on borrowed time still. It looks like Jester's definitely in line to get hit by this next. Does this hold up at all and end up producing a tornado by the time it gets there is going to be the question. I'm going to switch back to the velocity product here and go from there. Looks like we've lost Brett Adair's stream here. There's no real, the TBS is starting to diminish here, so I do think this is on a weakening trend. It's becoming a little less impressive on radar as we speak. And then when we look at the CC drop, nothing really there still. So it'll be interesting to see what storm surveyors get if this thing did drop a tornado or not. Between that and the damaging winds, I'm almost certain that it did something over there in that region. But it could have hit just a bunch of nothing too, so I find that hard to believe as the town of Sandy was over there, but again, we'll have to see what happens there. Wouldn't be surprised to see some damage reports possibly from there. So now that we're dealing with that, we still have this area of damaging winds to look at. We'll switch over to that really quickly and go from there. Okay. I think we forgot to switch back to the reflectivity here. Having to put my phone back on the charger. I took it off by mistake. Trying to keep up with everything here. Still have that significant, or we still have that considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag here. These storms over here towards Elk City are starting to weaken a bit. I think this is going to condense itself into a line of severe storms, and eventually we'll start to see the derecho event begin to unfold here. Over towards Cheyenne and Strong City here, we still have a tornado warning, but I think this is about to expire soon. Does not look very impressive on radar, just from reflectivity. We'll go ahead and look at the velocity here. I wouldn't expect too much out of this as of right now. It probably was a lot more impressive earlier. Oh no, there's still a pretty notable couplet right there. Just to the north of Strong City. It might have just went through Strong City, actually. Okay. Set this loop up here real quick. Okay, there we go. Get this out the way. Oh yeah, that was a pretty strong couplet still. It is on a weakening trend, but it was there. Let's actually look at the CC drop. Maybe there was something down here. Oh wow, I haven't seen any comments come up in a minute. I thought that was strange. But yeah, I agree with you on that one, Jordan. Probably someone is standing on their porch. If they are, then, I mean, knucklehead. Oh, I just watched my scan pop up here. Yep, that looks like it's down. I'm almost certain of it, actually. That had to be down, because that definitely is a CC drop that's pretty, that's in pretty good cohesion with that last velocity scan, too. Watch this. Let's watch this real quick. Yep. Yeah, that went through Strong City. That was a tornado that just went through Strong City. This is definitely a confirmed tornado right here. The next areas that need to be on the lookout for this storm here are going to be the towns of Leedy. We're going to take a closer look at the street level here, see who else could be in line here. This looks like a relatively lightly populated area. Looks like Morewood. We'll have to watch you too. Rhea, we're looking at you as well. Can't rule out areas like Aldo as well. Trail and Webb. You guys are the next in line for this dangerous storm that is likely got a tornado on the ground at this very moment. Also, we'll be watching Burma and Putnam. Yeah, that storm definitely dropped something and still probably is actively having a tornado on the ground. Yeah, you can't tell me that's not a tornado. There's no way that's not. All right, so get a swig of body armor real quick. Keep knocking stuff over. Looks like that tornado is starting to diminish now. The CC drop is starting to become less impressive. Based off of that radar scan, it was going to weaken, but that's the situation that we could be dealing with throughout the course of the night across areas of Texas, of the Texas Panhandle and Oklahoma, where as this line of storms comes in, we could get these little inflow notches, and as a result, we could get these quick spin-ups. And just as quickly as they touch down and flare up, they'll fall apart here. But we could be seeing this all night long. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of these other warnings and make sure that we aren't seeing another one of those. So let's make sure we're looking at this one properly. This is the one that's towards Beckham, Greer, and Edmond counties. It looks like this one is the same one I was looking at earlier. It's on a weakening trend. I do think this is going to expire shortly. There was 2 minutes left to that warning. I think this storm is about to lose its tornado potential for the meantime. It could cycle again as this line becomes more and more organized, but there could be an increased surge of wind from this as well, especially towards this sector right here. And then there's a new inflow notch that could develop just to the north of maybe Magnum here, so we'll have to keep an eye on that too. We'll go ahead and take a look at the velocities on this one as well. Try to make sure that we're seeing this right. But that's where my hunch is right now, is this little notch right here. I'm suspicious of it towards Magnum as it hangs north of Magnum here. Big shear line, but nothing in the way of rotation that really stands out to me right now. There are these small little pockets of rotation, but nothing spinning up strongly enough to really keep me concerned. A lot of this is very broad. Hey, I'm on the 55. How about that? Appreciate you, Kyle. Appreciate you, Kyle. Let's have some really strong winds on this in this sector of the storm here. We had a 70 mile per hour wind gust that's popped up here. Whoa, what's this right here? Okay, so this is another Mesonet report, and this is 3 miles west of Gold, Oklahoma. 75 mile per hour wind gust in Harmon County. We're going to be seeing those on the increase over the course of the next few hours for sure. Yeah. Computer's doing pretty good. It could be better, of course, though, too. But that's what we're seeing right now. It's just this one storm over here mainly seems to be the only one with a tornado one. Well, no, let me not say that. There's another one still here. There's still a radar. There's still a TVS signature right here, but it's a little less impressive now. Still have to watch and see if this ends up recycling and becoming a much better storm. And this is the same one that went through Strong City here. Again, we're still keeping an eye on this for producing yet another tornado. This could end up heading either into Leadley or just to the south of it. And then after that, looks like maybe the next towns that could be in line here might be Camargo and Talagolia. We can't rule out Putnam, but it looks like you're going to be this is going to mainly scoot to the north of you guys right now. We'll still keep an eye on you as you're in that tornado warning right now, so do not leave your safe spot. Both of these tornado warnings are now observed here. This is heading into more and more populated areas. And we're starting to get further and further into Oklahoma now. Anyone that's over towards the Panhandle of Texas, your threat isn't over yet, but you're getting close to the end now. Let's go ahead and look at where the new warning might be. Yeah, I'm about to pull that up in just a second. See what the reflectivity looks like with this storm over here in Strong City. Can't get this to load. What the heck? Am I in a radar hole or something? Where's my reflectivity at? Okay, there we go. I was wondering what was going on there. This didn't even pop up here. Storm's getting sheared apart, but there's still a good enough of an inflow notch to keep this thing going for a little bit longer. So again, legally, watch out. Hopefully you guys are in your safe spot because time has just about run out. It's probably going through this area right now. Yep, and look at that scan right there. There still could be something down here, but when I last looked at the CC drop here, not a whole lot going. There wasn't a whole lot going on with it. It could very well have recycled. That's how these embedded storms could be. Yeah, there is indeed a CC drop still right here. Very small one, but it's there. It looks a lot like how it did when it went through Strong City. So this is definitely on the ground here. This is an observed tornado. Definitely make sure you are taking shelter. In the areas further off to the east, like Taogala, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Taogala, definitely make sure that you are in your safe spot. And then we'll have to keep an eye on folks in Selling and maybe in between Selling and Mutual here. Crap. So now that we've looked at that, let's go ahead and switch back to the reflectivity here. Yeah, this is definitely going through Leadley right now, unfortunately. I think this is going to end up passing in between Carmelago and Taloga. It's going to be awfully close, though, for you guys over here in Taloga. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not entirely sure. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, especially if somebody over there might be seeing this by chance. I thought I saw another observed tornado tag right there, too. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at that one. This one also has 2-inch hail with it. Oh, wow. This is a pretty strong. This is that same storm. It's still hanging in there. Is it producing, though, is the question. And this is where Brett Adair is yet again. Right in the middle of that. Let's go ahead and watch him and see what we have going on here. Temperature's starting to drop, so I'm leaning towards this kind of starting to push more towards an outflow dominant storm, but it just refuses to give up that tornado threat just yet.
About to cross the road, see the winds.
And it's nighttime now, so again, like I said before, with these tornadoes, these supercellular storms or embedded storms having tornado potential, odds are you are not going to see it. So if you happen to be in this region watching this stream by chance, do not go out looking for the tornado. You are not going to see it. If he's having trouble seeing it without the help of a flash of lightning, odds are you won't either. See if I can get him in the corner here. Last time I tried, we failed miserably. Looks like we're doing a little better this time around. Humidity's going up over there in that area. We're also starting to get into the moderate risk area here too now. So we'll be watching. We'll be watching these storm reports increasing in coverage and probably intensity as well. Might have to watch for a couple of other little inflow notches a little further south of this line, especially as we look towards this Crowell area here. Right along Interstate 70 here. Looks like you guys are about to be slammed by damaging winds right about now. So all of you guys here in Crowell, you only have a matter of minutes before you end up encountering these damaging winds. Hopefully you are taking shelter now. Then over towards Vivian. I see. Is that 2 Vivians? Huh. But these 2 Vivians right here, whichever one it is, both of you should already be in your safe place. You got to treat these severe thunderstorm warnings tonight as if they are tornado warnings, because they will have wind that can do damage very similar to a small tornado. So you do not need to be near any windows, near any exterior walls. Just kind of hang out in your safe spot, wait the storm out. You should be fine.
All right, we're good. We're behind it now. We got to.
Storms are starting to fire a little bit further south. We're getting warnings further south now too. We still see some warnings ongoing in southern Texas here, in the southern part of the panhandle of Texas here. We're inside what looks to be a little bit of a radar hole here. We might be able to get a look at it from this radar site here.
All right.
In Abilene. If this is the Abilene site, I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, this is Dyess Air Force Base, but it's a good radar site, that's for sure. Look at that. Wow, good coverage. But we do have new severe thunderstorm warnings over here towards Snyder, Texas. We have 20 minutes before this expires, but I do see this being expanded. Storm's moving east at 60 miles an hour, radar indicated. And there's also penny-sized hail possible with this too. So we have the Colorado City Airport in line with this storm, Snyder, Innedale, Dunn, Hermley, Winston, Field, Ura, Cutbirth, and Buford in line with this dangerous storm. And this is still towards Texas, by the way. So it's not like we are completely done with this just yet over here. And this is actually a little bit outside of that marginal risk area. This is an area that wasn't necessarily expecting severe weather. Yet here we are, so just a reminder, just because you aren't in the moderate risk does not mean you are unlikely to see severe weather. Yeah, the thinking for this storm setup for a large part of the time from when it was picked up was kind of leaning towards it forming just about on that dry line. So this was pretty much expected. Storm Prediction Center and a lot of other weather forecasters were pretty spot on with this one. And so pretty much right after you see this squall line, it's gonna be your threat's pretty much over at this point. So once the worst of this clears through, like for example Paducah, Texas, your threat's over. You guys can go to sleep already. Anyone that's to the east of this line, that's a different story. So we're gonna have to switch back to the which radar site are we at now, even honestly. Let's go ahead and go to the Norman site. See if we're within range. I think we're just about there, if not just a little bit outside of it. Yeah, we're in range now. Look at this forward flank starting to bow out here. This could be some really strong winds starting to develop here, especially towards the southern sector here. So I'm definitely watching towards Hobart. There's still a threat of a tornado here. There is still a tornado warning in effect with this too. But I'm definitely looking more so towards damaging wind threat now. And then over towards Roosevelt here, there is a little bit of an inflow notch that looks pretty interesting. We'll have to watch you guys as well as Cooperton, a couple other smaller towns in the path here. You guys should still be in your safe place regardless, because this storm has had a history of producing high winds. So you guys should already be doing as you need to. Also have to watch over towards Babs. And I am not familiar with this airport. This looks like a regional airport. I think this is probably Hobart. Probably the Hobart airport, I'm going to guess. If I'm wrong, feel free to correct me. But that's what we have going on there with those tornado warnings. But the tornado threat itself is starting to diminish. But the severe thunderstorm warnings, I'm sure, are now on the increase. Still a tornado warning with this storm here. It's not the most impressive looking on radar, but this one seems to be the most active for sure. Let's go ahead and look at this one then, over towards Roger Mills County. Still has that reported tag on there. Oh wait, I think, yep. The observed tag on there, but I think we're starting to get towards the tail end of this now. By the way, anyone that's over here towards Strong City, Leadley, there's damage here, but if you're undamaged, now's the best time to go to bed. Don't go down to any areas that are damaged, as these guys will need the areas clear for first responders to come in. So let's go ahead and take a look at what the velocity product looks like for this storm here. Not too much in the way of velocity products here. So I'm thinking, actually, I think that tornado warning just expired for this area, or they canceled it. Sounds about right, honestly. We'll see if they end up reissuing it or not. I would kind of lean towards no. Yeah, I think they're done with that one. I think that one's canceled now. So now the only tornado warnings we're looking at is more so towards Oklahoma. Still have a couple of storms with 80 mile per hour tags on them, and quite a few 70 mile per hour tags. This is going to only persist as we get later into the night. Let's go see what Bread Adair is doing right now. Let's go back to the reflectivity real quick before we do that. I think this is Brandon Kopic right here. I think he's still trying to see what's going on over here further to the north. It's a little bit warm over here too, so be something to look at here. You can see the wind starting to push around his car just a tiny bit here. Yeah, because like he's trying to hold that thing straight, but that wind is definitely pushing him right now. No question about it. Sustained gusts of 97.9 or sustained at 97.9 miles per hour winds, gust up to 100.
I'm not seeing anything right now, at least indicating there's a tornado on the ground, but we still are dealing with 100+ mile an hour winds.
Jeez. fighting that wind 100%. Good grief. Also, a quick question, are speakers too loud by chance? Do I need to turn them down anyway? Just let me know in the comments, of course. In the chat.
There's a lot of incredibly strong influence into these storms right now.
We'll take the full screen here since we're getting good connection now. Oh man, he is fighting. Wow, look at that lightning. Starting to lose him a little bit.
These winds are coming down hard and fast.
They are.
And they are all inflow winds going into the storm.
Brandon saying very strong inflow heading into the storm here. I guess this is a perfect indicator letting us know that the tornado threat still isn't over, even as these storms become more and more linear over the course of the week.
Beautiful lightning.
Yeah, I agree with him there. It's a beautiful plot, the cloud strikes that we've seen so far on the stream. What you're probably going to start to experience over there, Kat, is you're going to start to
So I
see...
think out of this town I could drop south, but I do not have nearly enough time. This whole line's going to continue to move north and east. So I'm going to blast east here out of North Cordell, or New Cordell, and continue with the storm and try and get further out ahead of it.
But what's probably going to happen over there, Kat, is over the course of the evening... Okay, yeah, I figured that's what it was. Yeah, my speakers are up right now. That's the main thing. I have this computer connected to my speakers. You know which one's not. But, Kat, what's going to happen over there in your area is probably going to be over the course of the next few hours. You're going to probably start to feel the outflow from the system.
So we're starting to get out of like the heaviest precip. Alright, this is the interchange with 183.
I'm going to try to stay up as long as I can. Power through it as best as I can. I've already been streaming about 4 hours here.
Yeah, Corey, you guys got a copy.
Feel pretty good considering this is my first stream. I'm definitely far out to it, but what's going to end up happening over in your area, Kat, is probably, like I said, you're going to start to feel the outflow from that storm system. You're going to definitely see the winds increase. The temperature's going to drop as that storm starts to get closer, and then as that line gets closer, you're going to feel the temperatures rise.
It's kind of lightening up too. I like that guy's light.
Sign that storm
I wonder if that's a cop. It's pretty cool.
Like it can drop literally all the way down to the 50s before that storm gets there. By the time it starts, you're going to feel that change in temperature. You're definitely going to feel that windbag energy. The strongest ones typically tend to be out ahead of the precipitation. But there are times that you will get downbursts with that precipitation. So that's often why you end up being told to stay away from the window, so to speak. But that's pretty much what we have going on there.
If I had to guess, it would probably be for that storm. I will let you know as soon as I see that light up.
Yeah, I just came over the scanner on Oklahoma Weather Patrol, and it sounded like somebody identified some Oklahoma weather. Someone was the Weather Service saying it, or somebody was reading it. But yeah, let us know what you see. We're pretty blind here with the rain. Thank you for all the info down there.
Oh no, not even close. Yeah. I mean, you get your monsoons there, and you can get like a couple of most severe setups over there. But in comparison to what you see outwards where you're from, where I live, it really doesn't compare.
Yeah, I mean, I got east on 152 up here. Yeah, I'm assuming it was, they must have misread the text or something. I don't know what the deal is.
Oh wow, look at that lightning. Like this incredible watch.
Yeah, I'm currently continuing east on 152 right now, just out of that Newport Elkhorn, I believe is what it's called. Very strong inflow winds into this line as a whole. It's absolutely incredible.
Brandon, you got your radio on?
Yeah, I got it.
Is Hobart getting hit, or is it going around Hobart? I'm having a hard time looking at this.
It looks like if it's happening, it's north of Hobart. At least that's what I'm seeing. We're there west. I think it's going between Rocky and Hobart is where it's crossing. I'm east on 152 right now. Trying to get a position for interceptors.
Not using that as a job to get some.
I can't see that. No, I got
Still worry about it every once in a while.
I'm continuing east on 152. It looked like it was northwest of Hobart going to cross between Rocky and Hobart. I don't think it was way exactly now. Once again, thank you guys all for tuning in.
Uh-oh, did the exact opposite and put them full screen. Get off my screen. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, new observed tornado warning here. This one's issued for Kiowa, Greer, Beckham, and Washita counties. Oh, Washita County, that's... Anyone watch the movie Twister? Oh, no, that's Wakita, never mind. Brains all over the place already. It's turning into mush. Oh, it 100% is a radar confirmed tornado. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and get a look at this then. Yep, this is exactly the one we were looking at earlier here. Is this the same one that we were looking at earlier towards Magnum? Yep, it was. All right, so let's go ahead and get a look at the reflectivity here. It looked pretty good from what I saw just a second ago. A lot of lightning with this one. And this looks like the one that maybe Copic was heading towards. Oh man, now my computer's acting funny. Come on, Radar Maker, work with me here. Work with me here, buddy. There we go. It's a couple of different inflow notches here. We have one over here towards Sentinel and Rocky. Then we have one that's further to the south here. Looks like Brandon's trying to race more so to stay ahead of it now, because if he gets too close, he's going to end up behind it, and then his chase is done after that. But between these two spots here, we have a couple of areas to watch here. This one that's to the south of Dill City here that's heading towards, looks like New Cordell. Yeah, it's New Cordell. I hope you guys are taking shelter there, because this is going to be on you within a heartbeat. Then we have to look towards between Corn and Colony. One of these two areas could very well be seeing a tornado from this. And then over here towards Garibo, I guess that's how you pronounce it, Garibo. We'll have to watch you guys, Mountain View and Carnegie, for the chance of a tornado here. I'm trying to figure out which one it is that has the return here, radar return. Go ahead and look at the CC here real quick, and then we'll look at the velocity. All right, Kyle. Catch you later, man. Good luck. I'll hear from you. I'll hit you up soon, though. Appreciate you being here, man. Thank you. Okay. I'm not sure if this is exactly what we're looking for here, but I am a little bit suspicious of it towards Garibo. I think that's how you pronounce it. Again, I'm open to being corrected in the chat. Just be respectful about it, of course, but yeah. So if this is the area of concern here, which I think it could be, we have to watch Garibo, then Mountain View, then Carnegie, and then from beyond that point, this is in the short term, towards the long terms, we're looking towards Nowhere, the town called Nowhere. Alfala will be watching you too, as you might be caught in between these two systems here. Lake Valley will be watching you for this northern storm. Cloud Chief, Cowden, Swan Lake, Albert, all of you guys should be in your safe spot already, as that considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag is already there. And then, of course, Washita. It's the city, the town of Washita itself. Okay. So I gotta use the restroom real quick again. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I think I'm gonna pull Brandon Kopic back up in the meantime.
Sorry guys, wish I could interact with chat more, but with these road conditions and how heavy the rain's coming, trying to stay ahead of it right now is the primary focus.
WRGH 378, lead. Go ahead, Kurt. Colony, it hadn't got here yet, but the rain has picked up a little in the wind system. Getting lightning and thunder. Colony's catching the very start of the northern edge of that storm that's by Hobart that has the tornado. Yeah, I've seen that a tornado on the ground, but the wind has picked up, gusts to maybe 28 mile an hour here, and at best the rain is light still. Yeah, if there's one more surge behind this, it may be a little heavier for you. Looks like Weatherford might catch the edge of it, but after that, this thing's out of here. The backside of this is just passing Birds Flat now. In a few minutes, it'll be past 183. We've already passed our peak wind here. The wind was in the middle 20s, and we had a 33 mile an hour wind gust is the highest we've seen. But the wind's back down to 16 miles an hour, less than 20 here.
Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Also had to get my laundry. Had to go and put some of that in the dryer now. Both are washing this call. See what's going on here. It looks like the temperature's going back up towards where Brandon Copley is right now.
WRDH 378 still there.
Go ahead and see just where he's located and just what the heck is going on over here. So let's go ahead and look at the observed tornado warnings. Still ongoing right now. See what time that expires, as well as our latest radar image here. Oh, here's a new signature right here. This is just to the north of Rocky. This looks like a CC drop. Try to get a better look at that. So it's crazy to think that you actually zoom out to get a better look at that and see if it's more organized. Definitely looks like there's something down for sure in that area. If we go to the reflectivity, it'll be interesting to see what we end up finding. Oh, wow. There's nothing there, but I'm thinking that this might be the culprit right here where we see this little hook. Those little segments, sometimes you get these sneaky little spin-ups on the back side of this whenever these little bow echoes will start to develop here. Because I think that's slowly what we're starting to transition to now. So we'll have to see what ends up happening here. But we'll have to watch this little pocket too, as there's still a little bit of an inflow notch there. It's not the most impressive look on radar, but it doesn't mean that nothing is there at all. I didn't see a CC drop with that, but we'll go ahead and look at the velocity scans and see what's next with it. There's plenty of lightning with these storms, so it's not like these storms are dwindling down. There are a couple of points that are a little bit sus over here, especially towards Cooperton, that I would be watching a little bit closer. But even then, the rotation's relatively weak. I think that storm that we were looking at that was over towards Rocky was a little bit more impressive. But it could be on a weakening trend as well. Like I said before, earlier in the stream, I think we're going to be in a situation where we're going to see these storms cycling a lot. And as these little inflow notches pop up, we could end up seeing a quick spin up of tornadoes, and then just as quickly as they spin up, they will die out, and we'll go from that point. But this could be a thing as we carry on late into the night here. So let's start taking a look more so towards Oklahoma City, because this is around the time frame we were discussing the potential of storms starting to be knocking on their doorstep here. Start to take a wide scan here. Get out of the velocity scan here. Let's go ahead and look at reflectivity, and so far, no severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado watch did eventually get issued across that area, though. Storms are not far away. I'd say probably about 20 to 30 minutes out from Oklahoma City. See what Brandon Kopic is doing. It looks like he's still blasting east to try to stay out ahead of this. Let's look a little further to the south here, where we see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. No additional tornado warnings as of right now, which is good news. There is widespread severe thunderstorm warnings, and we still have one that's hanging out over here towards Colorado City. This, like I said, well outside of the marginal risk. So, again, just a clear reminder, just because you aren't in that marginal risk or that moderate risk or wherever, you still have a chance for severe weather if the conditions are right, and it definitely seems like it's the case over here. Perhaps it may not end up being as significant as what we're seeing further to the north, but there is still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the next 4 minutes for the counties of Mitchell County, excuse me. It's radar indicated, but Colorado City, Lake Colorado City, Champion Creek Reservoir, Lorain, and Lake Colorado City State Park could be some of the locations impacted here. So it looks like the tornado watch that's over towards Wichita Falls will be expiring shortly over there. Like I said, once this line of storms comes through, the severe threat is over, thankfully. It's not going to be a multi-round event for you guys. You just have to get through what's ahead right now. In Wichita Falls, you guys are not far away from feeling the impacts of this storm here. We probably could look at you guys being involved in this within the next 30 minutes or less, I would say. Also, some other cities that we have to keep an eye on now. Lawton, we're watching you guys. It's the Frederick radar site that I'm looking at. We're probably going to anticipate seeing some interference here, but we can also anticipate seeing some very strong winds as we look at this little contrast here on radar. We can see very clearly that contrast between the green and transition between the oranges and reds here. So there could be some really intense winds ahead here. You're probably going to start to experience those right now, honestly. And just as quickly as this is going to move in, it's going to be out of here, and the threat's going to be done for you guys. Some areas that we have to keep a closer eye on as we are looking further out would be Faxon, Geronimo, Walters, City of Lawton, Indiahoma, Catch, or Cache, or Medicine Park, Central High. And this is when we start getting into these more populated areas as we're getting closer to Oklahoma City. Duncan, Empire City, Comanche, Marlow, and Bray. All of you guys need to gear up and probably take shelter within the next couple of minutes, as these storms are on the way and they are packing a punch. There's no tornado warnings with these right now, just damaging wind severe thunderstorm warnings with damaging wind reports. But these damaging winds will do the same kind of damage as a small tornado can. It could still be very dangerous, if not even fatal. So definitely make sure that you are taking your precautions. Yeah, Cat, Reed is something else, to say the least. He is definitely a different breed. Jim gets pumped during thunder snow. Reed's just, yeah. Reed's just Reed. And everybody, and pretty much anyone who's worked around him has probably said that too. So, yeah. And so, next areas that we need to be keeping a lookout for, and this is how you know we're getting close to Oklahoma City now, is some areas that are looking to be next in line for some severe thunderstorm warnings would be probably Chickasha, Norge, Neneka, Bridge Creek, Newcastle, Tuttle, Mustang, Moore, Valley Brook. Is that Norman I see right there? I think that is Norman. Yep, that's Norman. Dibble, Cole. I saw Catesby in there. Noble. And then, of course, Oklahoma City itself. You guys are right on the fringe of this last one, and it's coming, and this is definitely coming your way. Midwest City, too. Valley Brook, Bethany, the Village. All of you guys need to be in line. Need to be in line heading to your safe spot. Let's go ahead and switch radar sites here since we're close to Norman now. Or is this Norman? We're actually just outside of... Oh, that's Oklahoma City radar. Yeah, this isn't Norman. I think this one is Norman. I said thunder snow, but that doesn't mean that's exactly what's going on. We were talking about Jim Cantori, Jordan. We know how he reacts to thunder snow whenever he gets it in a live shot. Okay, I think we got the Norman site up now. Yeah, we're looking good now. We are looking really good. So here's an interesting look on a few of these storms over here, like towards Canton, Oklahoma, and Thomas. Seeing these little line segments here, there could be some embedded supercells in here that we need to be watching. Almost in a semi-discrete type of mode. Will these end up getting tornado warned? We'll have to see. I'm leaning a little bit towards no right now, but we'll see what happens. I do think this is slowly converging more and more into that line of storms that we've been anticipating. You're always AFK, Jordy. Just kidding. Much love, bro. Anyway. Let's switch over to Wichita here and take a look at what's going on a little further north, where they did issue yet another severe thunderstorm watch. But so far, no warnings a little further to the north. Maybe a sign that things are starting to slow down here. You got a nice little line of storms that went through Wichita here. None of these are warned, though. I do expect maybe some of these will have about 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts. Right on the fringe of severe criteria, but not quite reaching. So let's go ahead and slide back down this way and take a look at Oklahoma City. That's where the most action seems to be right now. Switch back to the Norman radar. Still have our tornado warning storm here. Still has a little bit of an inflow notch here, but we're still looking at most likely what will be a radar indicated tornado warning. Not much in the way of actual, not much in the way I would expect of an actual circulation being down at the moment. Of course, these line segments right here, it's always hard to tell. We'll go ahead and look at the velocity scan, and like I said, we don't really see too much. This is like I said, we're mainly transitioning towards a damaging wind event at this point now. I think the window for most of the tornadic activity is pretty much come and gone here. Let me not say that too prematurely though, because watch us get surprised by something massive as a result of that. And you'll be probably wanting to throw stuff at me through the computer screen. Oh boy. Teague's starting to hit now. Just a little bit. How long have we been streaming now? Oops. Let's go ahead and look at I'm gonna go ahead and look at the timer real quick, see how long we've been streaming. Wish I could put that up now. So almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. Did good. Did good. Let me actually go ahead and take a look at the sub count because it didn't pop up on the screen while I was doing this. So, like I said, still a lot that I'm trying to learn here. So I saw at least 2 people pop up in the subs here. I think I see Cynthia Louise Shaw. Thank you for subbing. Explorers, thank you for subbing. And Alvin, thank you for subbing, man. Appreciate you as well. So at least 3 subs out of that. That's pretty cool. That was pretty cool of you guys. Thank you. Oh, man. Let me see if we can get desktop audio in here too. Not entirely sure. Still trying to figure out how all of this works, actually, to be honest. Still, it's the first time I've ever done this. Always appreciative, though. Okay. Guess we're going to go back and see if there's anyone near any storms right now. I think a lot of these storm chasers are probably going to start to head home as the worst of the tornado threat's going to be gone. Maybe a few of the hardcore guys are going to be following this for a while, but this is going to be a tall task for them considering just how fast this storm system is moving. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these warnings as well so we can get an idea of just how fast these are moving. When I was last looking, I was seeing them going at about 60 plus miles an hour for sure. Yep, these are slowing down just a tiny bit. And that's that forward speed also that's allotting for these damaging winds to be as strong as they are. Okay, this part of the line here towards Texas is moving east at about 70 miles an hour, and ironically, guess what the hazard is? 70 mile per hour wind gust. These winds toward the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere are definitely influencing these storms for sure. Ouch. All right. So to anyone that was watching earlier, or anyone that's coming in from, cannot speak right now, but anyone that's just joining in, we are tracking a line of dangerous severe thunderstorms as they work their way through Oklahoma and Texas, and will continue to progress through the Southern Plains and into the Ozarks from the evening. Thank you for jumping in and watching. I'm going to try to stay up and cover this for as long as I can, and it looks like we just had that tornado warning expire finally. So now we are dealing with only severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. We still have a couple of them with the tornado possible tag in there as well. For the most part, we're dealing with hail and damaging winds as of right now. Still have to watch the line for the potential of a quick spin up. But for the most part, I think the discrete supercell threat with the strong tornadoes, I think we're about done with that now. This is a pretty interesting storm here where we're looking at potentially 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this. We're going to go ahead and get a closer look at that. This is probably the one that we're looking at right now. So right through here, there are these small little fingers right here that we still have to look out for with the potential of maybe producing a quick spin up, especially this one that I see near Apache. So we'll watch you guys there, and then we'll be watching that head towards Cyril, Cement, and areas really close to Chickasha, Norge, Ninica, if I'm pronouncing that right, Amber, Pocasset, we're watching you too. Anadarko, Verdun, Gracemont, Minico, Union City, Mustang. Mentioned you guys earlier. But this is a very dangerous line of storms heading your way here. Still wants a lot of attention, even though there is not a tornado warning with these storms at this point now. So let's see. I think this one is still Brandon Kopic. Yep. Let's go ahead and have a look at him. Temperatures up just ahead of that line of storms here. Wow, look at that flash of lightning. Dew point still in the 60s. We'll still have to be watching red. Wow.
National Weather Service.
Probably starting to get some interference from those storms with those high winds now. Oh, wait. Looks like we got a new tornado warning now. Try to move this off to the left here, if I can. Yep, new tornado warning. Just to the north of Fort Cobb here. This little kink in that line here, right where we saw those little fingers. I was suspicious of that. Makes sense that they call it that one. Plenty of inflow notches along that line here. It looks like Kopic is heading right for it. Yeah, it looks like he's starting to get some pretty bad interference from these storms here. We'll have to just cut that off for right now just to go from there. Maybe see if this will help us load the the reflectivity a little quicker, if at all possible, or the velocity, I should say. Come on now. Okay, so we got that up now. There is a small velocity couplet right over here. It's just to the south of Eakly here, and it looks like within the next couple of minutes it's going to be heading towards Lukiba and Binger next. And then from there, the next towns that are in line could be El Reno, Calumet. And there's plenty of areas across Interstate 40 that have to be watched over in the next few minutes here, as this storm looks to be heading their way. Bingor, we're also watching you. And this is actually in the direction that Brandon Kopic is heading. Next spot to see in line here would be a three-way corner. And then a little further out we have Scott, Niles. You guys are not in this tornado warning right now, but most likely you will be within the next few minutes or so. And of course we have El Reno. I'm trying to remember what airport this is. I can't say for sure. I'm not super familiar with the landmarks here in Oklahoma. I've only been there once or twice, actually. But Powers, El Reno, Banner, and Yukon will have to watch you guys real close too. New warning has popped up here. And this looks like another severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like it's this one over here for Dewey, Major, Bain, Woodward, and Woods counties in Oklahoma. It does have the tornado possible tag on there as well. Winds up to 70 miles an hour and say nickel-sized hail. Let's go ahead. Oh, this tornado has now been labeled with the observed tag on there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the CC. And then this is an interesting little signature right here. I think this is mainly along a shear line, but if not, that could be something to look at. In fact, I don't think that is on a shear line. I think that could be down. But yeah, this is an impressive signature in its own right too. It's not a huge signature, but it's notable enough. And we're already starting to see it dwindling just a little bit, but then there's a new one right along the shear line that we have to watch. Let's go ahead and put the CC on here, see if we can't find a drop here. It looks like there's one right here. It's not a super strong return, but it's strong enough to warrant the possibility of there being a tornado down here. Only way we'll probably really know for sure, honestly, is if the when the National Weather Service comes through here. And that'll probably be on the following day. Oh, there's a new tornado warning that's just been issued now too. This one is for Gant and Alfala counties. It's a radar indicated tornado, and there's also 3/4 inch hail heading towards, which is about penny size, I would say, or close to penny size. I'd say dime size hail possibly. Let's go ahead and take a look at this cell right here. Oh wow, my computer did a weird thing. Just waiting for this to load here. Don't want to zoom in super duper close. Alright, and the areas that we could be seeing affected by this storm right now, if we can get this radar to load, I guess we can just take a look at the areas that are already outside of it. We'll be looking more so towards Caldwell, South Haven, Honeywell, Renfro, Arkansas City, and Silverdale. We'll be watching you guys down the line as this storm continues to race off to the north-northeast here. And we cannot get our radar to load right now. See if maybe there's something I could close out here to kind of help things along. Oh, wait, there it is. Never mind. This is the Vance Air Force Base radar. Let's go ahead and switch some things over here. We'll start out by looking at the velocity product here. Uh-oh. Can't get any velocity product with this one. We're going to have to switch radars then real quick. Got to figure out where exactly we are. This is towards northern Oklahoma now. This is right on the Kansas-Oklahoma line, actually. Oh, we're near the Tulsa radar. Let's see if we can get that going here. Ah, great. We might be in a radar hole here. This isn't good. See if we can't get this to work here. Maybe this will help. Yeah, looks like we're in a radar hole here. Daggone it. See if maybe I can get the Wichita radar to work for us here. I think this might be a good one here. Just have to wait for it to load. Okay, there we go. So here we are looking at the Wichita radar. It's a little bit of a kink in the line here. A little messy looking. We'll see what happens with this one, but I don't, as of right now, I wouldn't really expect this one to produce a tornado at the current time. Oh, there's Wakita. How ironic. Just like the movie Twister. But not the most impressive velocity here. But there is one that is present right here. It's just to the north of Amarita here. Looks like it's heading towards Walden here. It's going to straddle this state line here between Kansas and Oklahoma here. So between Waldron and Manchester here, we'll be watching you. And then next in line would probably be somewhere along the lines of maybe Bluff City. Between there and Anthony, we'll be watching you guys. State Road 44 could be affected by this. And then we also have to watch Interstate 81 as well as time goes on. I don't think they really expect this to last for too long. I think this is going to be a quick flare-up, and it's going to be in and out of here before we know it. So that being said, we're going to probably be putting our attention towards the other tornado warning storm with the observed tag over towards Caddo, Oklahoma. Let's go back over there. Oh, wow, there's no data found for this product. I think we got put back towards Vance. Switch this back over to the Norman site. There's a new tornado warning that's popped up here. I think this is a continuation of the last one. Creeped a little further to the east. Oh, hold on a minute. And this is actually getting awfully close to the Oklahoma Metro here. We're starting to see Yukon involved in that one as well. Mustang, we're watching you too. And then, of course, right outside the warning is Bethany and the OKC Metro area. So we're going to be watching this extremely close. And I am not getting any sort of radar imagery out of there. What's going on here? Okay, let's try it again. I don't know why it just did that. It's kind of odd. I can't believe I've had this many problems with Radar Omega tonight. Normally it works really well. Maybe it's camera shy. So there is a little couplet that that has gotten my attention over here. It's right in here between Minko and Mustang. This is one that we'll have to watch as time goes on for the potential of a quick spin up here. And this has a beeline of heading straight towards like the south side of Oklahoma City here. Mustang, we're going to be watching you really close because this storm will be on you within a matter of minutes. And then we'll have to watch, of course, downtown Oklahoma, especially towards Valley Brook, maybe Midwest City too. We're going to be watching you guys. It's a pretty dangerous couplet right there. Pretty impressive if you ask me. We'll go ahead and circle it for you guys, make sure you can see it. But right about here is what I'm watching right now, really closely. And this is going to be heading off, This is going to be heading off this way. Yeah, I think this might go through the south side of Oklahoma City here. I'm almost certain of it, actually, if this holds together. Question is whether it will or won't, more or less. And we do see a little bit of a weakening trend with that, so there is some optimism to be had there. But there's still a decent enough couplet to keep a close eye on this as this continues to move forward, even as it starts to weaken. Trying not to yawn here. It's getting tough. New tornado warning. This one's towards Kansas. They went ahead and continued that tornado warning that was up north towards Great and Alfalfa counties now. Let's go ahead and jump back over there. Yep. And that pretty much confirms it right there. It's a nice little shear line here that's developed finally after this thing loaded. Check this computer, see if there's something wrong here. But for the most part, not super impressive rotation. There's a couple of points that look kind of interesting here. But they were just doing that to make sure that this area gets covered in case this starts to strengthen back up a bit more and become more pronounced. But for the most part, I'm not really thinking that this is going to drop anything imminently. So let's move this over to the reflectivity, get a better idea of what we could be looking at here. Maybe there's something that we're seeing there that we aren't seeing on the velocity couplet. Does look like there's something over there towards Waldron. And if this does end up forming anything, this will probably be heading more so towards the Hawk area, right between State Road 179 and heading in between Hawk and Bluff City here. There's definitely an increasing damaging wind threat with this storm as well, as this moves in between Waldron and Manchester here too. So dangerous storm still heading your way, regardless of whether or not it produces a tornado. This will be a very strong storm with very high damaging straight line winds as well. Expect a lot of widespread reports here with damaging winds tonight, at least ranging in the hundreds, if not more. Some 100-mile wind reports could be possible, even likely in some spots, mainly favoring that towards Oklahoma. As we move further and further to the east, the wind threat should start to diminish just a little bit. We probably got a couple more hours to go before that happens. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the new warnings that have gotten issued here. That tornado warning towards Caddo County is still there. Expires in 2 minutes. And this has now been extended as it goes towards Grady and Canadian County. So we're getting close to Oklahoma City now. Let's go ahead and switch back over to that region here. Come on. Switch back over to the Norman site if at all possible. They have not yet issued a tornado warning for the Oklahoma City Metro just yet. Switch it over to the Norman site so we can get a better look at this storm. See what looks like a little embedded storm merger going on here. So there still could be heightened probability of a tornado being produced here. Let's go ahead and look at the velocity and the CC for this. We're gonna try a thing actually. I don't know why I haven't thought of doing this yet in the stream, but we're gonna go ahead and do it now. So we're starting out with the reflectivity here, and we're going to see if we can't get the CC drop on the other side of the screen here. Just give me a second here. Hopefully this doesn't slow my computer up too much. Switch this over. Oh shoot, I clicked the wrong one. Okay, so there's the velocity there. Now let's go ahead and switch that over to, let's switch this over to the correlation here, if I can. There we go. And we're starting to get close to that radar site, so this is going to get to a point here where we're going to have a hard time looking at this storm here. We may start to find ourselves in a little bit of a radar hole as we get closer to the city. I do see something though, actually. This is over towards Tuttle, but there is a drop here. Right here. So there could be a tornado down with this still, as we're heading towards Tuttle and then eventually heading maybe into the OKC metro area. Here's the airport right here. It does look like it's in the path of this storm too, so we'll have to keep a close eye on this area. So anyone from Mustang all the way towards, try to get this line to be drawn properly, but anywhere from in between Mustang, Oklahoma City, Del City, Valley Brook, we're going to be watching you guys very closely. Any of you guys could be in the path of this part of the oncoming storm. Ryan Hall, y'all. Yeah, I like him too. He's really good. I know he's on streaming right now too. Okay, let's get this off of here. Go back to single screen. Uh-oh. I might have done something here that I shouldn't have done. Okay, wait, there we go. Oh, no. I think Little Rock should be okay. We'll go out and scan the area see if they have you under any sort of outlook, but I don't think you guys are in the picture. I think it's going to be mainly to the north of you guys. If you have something, it's probably going to be along the lines of maybe a marginal risk, to which we wouldn't be worried about it too much. Thank you, Kat. Appreciate you. Yeah, Little Rocks seems like they're going to be in the clear. You might get some rain out of this system, but as far as severe is concerned, I think you're going to be fine. I think the worst of the threat is going to be well to the north of you. Still waiting to see whether or not they finally call that tornado warning towards Oklahoma City. Because if that CC drop holds up across that area, that is going to be a notable problem for the city. And we see another notable drop here just outside of this tornado warning, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see what they do with this. Will they just continue on this tornado warning, or will they create a secondary area that's going to end up covering Union City and some of the areas a little further north? And just as quickly as I see that CC drop, it's starting to look a little less impressive here too. In fact, I can't even find the other CC drop, which is good news. It still looks like it's over here towards Tuttle, but as it seems like it passed through that part of the city, it doesn't look anywhere near as tight, which is good news. Oh, no problem, Soul Seeker. Anytime. Anytime. See if there's any other new warnings that'll pop up here. All these tornado warnings are now radar indicated now, which is always good news. Still have to watch for additional storms here to maybe produce pulse spin-ups here. Some additional severe thunderstorm warnings would be for the counties of Major, Garfield, Kingfisher, Blaine, Alfalfa, and Grant in Oklahoma here. These do have a tornado possible tag with them as well, mainly tagged for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and nickel-sized hail. The big storm that we're looking at over here is going to be over towards Grady, Caddo, Canadian, and Comanche counties, where we have a tornado possible tag with that. Wind getting hail getting close to golf ball size and 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's right in the same areas where we have that tornado warning. This is moving east at 70 miles an hour, by the way. This is 5 miles to the east of Geary, or 4 miles west of Lake Ellsworth. So if you happen to be over in those regions, definitely take shelter. And this warning also does include the Oklahoma City area, by the way. So Chickasha looks like they're about to get the next big piece of this line here. And right in between Pocasset and Amber is probably where that hail is going to end up being located. I expect probably within the next 5 minutes or less, it's going to roll through that area, and then Bridge Creek will be next in line. Then Newcastle, and then Moore. And then Valley Brook. I'm going to be watching these little parts of the line here really close here, a little further to the south. towards areas like Rush Springs, Central High, Marlow, Sterling. I think Sterling, you're just about to be in the clear here. But Central High here, we're watching these little fingers in the line here. There could be some inflow notches here. And a couple of quick spin-ups can't be ruled out in this region. And as we head further to the south here, there's a couple other fingers right here between Walters, Randall, and Birkenhead that we'll be watching for the increased threat of maybe a quick spin-up too. And then as we look further to the south towards areas like Wichita Falls, these storms are looking a little less impressive. But given the way the wind field looks with this, damaging winds are still very much a possibility as well. Okay, let's see if we can switch over to a different radar here. It looks like we're getting close to Dallas now. Dallas, you aren't really under any threat. You're under maybe a marginal risk at best. There's nothing I would really be concerned about to this point. You may see some strong thunderstorms. You may see some wind gusts up to about 50 miles an hour. Some penny-sized hail can't be ruled out, but the worst of the weather is going to be well north of you, I think. Trying to get this radar to load. There we go. Have to click it twice now. It's a pretty strong storm right here with pretty good hail potential, I would say. This could very well get a severe thunderstorm warning tagged with it. So far, it's just a special weather statement. Wind gusts up to about 50 to 55 miles an hour. Penny-sized hail. But we'll see if this may increase to may be upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning down here. Let's go ahead a little bit further north over towards this area between Walters, Temple, and Comanche here, where we could see some potential for maybe a quick spin up here. We're going to go ahead and look at the velocity signatures here with this. It's a decent little signature right here that we have to keep an eye on here. Gonna mark that really quick so you guys can see it. It's right where this red and green are touching, right here. That's a little bit of a suspicious area, so we'll keep an eye on that as we go forward. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning maybe get issued for this little cell right here. And then as we go forward, we're going to shift our attention back towards Oklahoma, towards the city, towards the metro, I mean. And we'll keep an eye on these other storms as we draw closer to them impacting Oklahoma City directly now. Have not let that tornado warning expire just yet. It's a nice little shear line here, but I don't really see any potential for anything to develop as of right now. Any rotation that is here right now looks very broad in nature. So we'll send this back to reflectivity here, and we'll watch these storms that are a little bit further to the south now, as those seem like they're the more active ones at the moment here. Still have to keep an eye on Oklahoma City here as we're watching these storms roll in, and the threat for damaging winds exist with these. Okay, so now we're heading more so towards Central High here. Like I said, these little inflow notches are going to be the most important areas to watch here for the development of a quick spin-up tornado. These tornadoes are not going to last long whenever they do pop up. Just as quickly as they develop, they're going to dissipate. They don't seem to be in an environment where they will last long. Like, it's not impossible for that to be the case, but the likelihood of it's pretty minimal. Okay, watching this little inflow notch towards Temple. None of these are super pronounced at the moment, too, and I think that's why most of these aren't getting tornado warnings yet. One of these looked really good, though. I'm going to see if I can find which one that was again. I think it actually was this one here. Go ahead and switch this to reflectivity, or not reflectivity, but velocity if I could. So far, nothing here. Let's see what we have. Let's see what we have here with the Copic here. Let's see what he's doing. It looks like he's heading directly towards the metro area here. Not only to stay ahead of it, but also to see if there's any potential with that tornado warning having something in it. Looks like Brett Adair is probably done for the night. He's gotten behind this line of storms now. And odds are he's probably not going to be able to catch up.
You're good. Appreciate it.
Once again, thank you all so much for pushing that like subscribe button. We are just over 200 subscribers away from hitting our 35,000.
Go ahead and take a look at any additional warnings while we're waiting for these storms to go through OKC. I'm going to try to hang in there and see if I can keep this going for a little longer, if I could. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit drowsy, but I'm going to see how long I can keep this going for. Probably would say maybe about 11 or 12 will be about where my limit is. Hopefully, I can find a little bit more of me to keep going. Even then, thanks for making this first live stream. I guess I would call it a success. I mean, I didn't expect to have a crazy amount of viewers, but even then, for those of you that have showed up today, thank you for being here. Appreciate you a lot. So, what we can expect over the next couple of hours, I'm going to actually go ahead and switch over to the model runs now after I do a little bit of moving around here real quick. I'm going to take some of these watches and warnings off real quick. And we'll switch over to models. So we'll get an idea of what exactly we can expect tonight. I think the HRRR should have a full 48-hour run up now by this point. Yep. I think we're good there. So here's our line of storms here. Still some potential for tornadoes most of them are going to be quick spin ups throughout the night. This is a little bit behind for where we are right now. But as we move things forward here, I'm going to try to see if I can get this scan to push onward a little bit. I'm just going to have to wait for this to load, unfortunately, because my computer is not in the best of shape right now, it seems. Okay, so it finally started working when I looked away. My phone is about to die. Okay, this got a little bit too far ahead of me now. Let's go ahead and go back. Start over here. Alright. I think I'm going to try something else. I don't know if it's going to work on Radar Omega in particular, but maybe I can try it another way. Just give me just a moment here. Do a little bit of moving around real quick. I'm having trouble trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Why is this acting out like it is? Give me just a moment here. Might have to mute real quick. Okay, now it's working. That's odd. Okay. Let's go ahead and move this over really quick. Yeah, my computer was being tricky. Sorry about that. I think I'm good now. Just give me a moment. Yeah, not to mention, one thing I'm noticing about my computer when it comes to Radar Omega is the fact that I have a hard time really trying to keep things rolling here properly. Or at least when it does to live streaming. It's a work in progress. But we're going to take a look at the models here real quick, as things seem like they're a tad bit on the slow side. In fact, actually, let me go ahead and bring the warnings back up real quick. Make sure we haven't missed anything. I think I'm trying to do too much at once. Come on now. It's a new tornado warning, it looks like now. Switch this back to the radar sites that we need. If this will behave. There we go. Let's get this, let's get back to this look that we have over here towards Enid. And that's where it looks like the new tornado warnings are. Come on. Still have 7 people watching. You guys really, I appreciate you guys being here still. Pretty much can call myself an amateur still at this point, but we will get better. Best believe that. First things first, though, we got to get this part under control with the computer too. Probably help me transition through things a little better, but reflectivity's up now, and of course, as we've mentioned before, these kinks in the line were going to be a trouble spot. Here we are seeing those right now. So the cities of Medford look like they're next in line for maybe a possible tornado, along with damaging straight line winds. Kremlin, we're watching you. Pond Creek, you're not in a tornado warning yet, but you guys may want to start working your way towards towards your safe spot. Pond Creek, Hunter as well, Lamont, Deer Creek. I would do the same thing. Start working out your plan of action now. All of these tornado warnings as of right now, radar indicated still. We do have that one severe thunderstorm warning towards Texas that's still ongoing, set to expire in 3 minutes. We'll see if those end up being reissued. Then towards Harper, we have that tornado possible tag with that one storm that had a warning on there earlier. Maybe trying to recycle. Then, of course, towards Oklahoma City, we have multitude of... we have one giant severe thunderstorm warning with a 70-mile-per-hour wind tag and tornado possible. 1-inch hail possible with this as well. Then towards Garfield, Noble, Logan, Grant, Kingfisher, Kay, Alfala, Major, and Blaine counties. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys as well. Tornado possible with it. But that's pretty much what we have going. That's pretty much all we have going on right now. We just have that one. We just have this handful of tornado warnings. Wait, hang on. Looks like a new one just got issued over here to the south of Enid. And this is a pretty pronounced little inflow notch here that I'm seeing here too. So we'll go ahead and shift over to the velocity and get a good look at that. Not the most impressive on the velocity returns, but there is something there. And then we do have shear lines up here that we'll be watching really closely through the evening. The best signature I've seen is the one that's to the south and west of Medford. So, and by this time, it probably honestly would be already going through there, given the pace of which these storms are moving. So that being said, we're not done. Uh-oh. Am I having problems with the sound right now? There have been a couple of times where I've been trying to figure out what's going on with the computer. And I'm hoping my cable doesn't have a short in it by chance. Uh-oh, new warnings. Oh, wow. There's a new tornado warning. This is for Oklahoma and Canadian counties. This is towards Oklahoma City. This is an observed tornado. See if I can adjust the audio real quick while I'm at it here. Need to make a little adjustment here too, because it looks like we're starting to get into yet another radar hole. Yeah, this is definitely including the city itself. It's an observed tornado. Observed tornado for Oklahoma City. For the Oklahoma City Metro here. We're going to take a look at Brandon Kopic real quick. See what he's got going on here while I try to fix this. Oh,
Whoa,
power
whoa,
flashes.
Power
Flashes. There's definitely something down There's definitely something down over there. Oh, come on. You got to be kidding me. Wait, it's coming back. Expected that, cat. I expected that. Ah, yeah, we lost it. Dang. All right, let's try it again. All right, let's see if we'll get it back here. All right, looks like we do have Brandon. Looks like we do have Brandon trying to chase that storm down right now. We saw power flashes, so there is indeed something there right now. Let's go ahead and see if he can maybe find it once again here. Oh, yeah, he's gunning that car too. He's looking. Oh, don't go out on me. A little more stable right now. Yeah, we're still losing. Yep, and that's going to persistently get stronger as time goes on, Cat. That's exactly what we can expect for your area as time goes on. We have a new tornado warning that's south of the Oklahoma City area. This is just around the Moore region. Oh, the stream isn't going to work right there. Dang. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that velocity couplet right here. It's just to the south and west of the city here. So if you are in the Oklahoma Metro, you should already be in your safe spot, but make sure you are running there right now because this is definitely on the ground. Let's go ahead and scroll down and see what this other storm is looking like here. And that actually has a really good, really strong couplet right here to the south and to the southwest of Norman. Let's go ahead and look at some correlation coefficients here because there's going to be some drops here for sure, especially towards OKC. I'm expecting to see something just to the north and east of Mustang for sure. Oh, yeah. Well, it's more so along like a shear line, which is interesting, but nonetheless, there's definitely something down in the metro area. Those are going to progressively increase regardless. So you checking them, it's going to show something different each time. That I can almost guarantee you at this point. So let's go ahead and look at the reflectivity once again. These storms are moving through the metro area. I want to try one more time with Copic, but I don't think it's going to work that well. Yeah, we're still struggling to get any sort of signal with his stream, unfortunately. Dang. It's a little frustrating, I'm not going to lie. Wait, okay, here we are again. Dang. Yeah. The interference here being caused by that storm is probably causing a lot of that issue. That and my internet probably not being that strong either. Can't really see anything else now at the moment. But see, just like I've been saying all stream long, this was going to be a situation in which these storms will end up cycling, because these are all embedded supercells within this line here, especially around the Oklahoma City region, where we would see these storms start to do a pulse spin up here, and then just as quickly as they develop, they fall apart here. To go to the travel. Into the garage you're in for your safe space, huh? Might be the safest place. Anything's better than being in a trailer. That could probably go. Garage isn't a great place either. If there's anyone that you are close to, or a friend or something that would allow you to stay somewhere with a little bit better interior walls, I would definitely recommend doing that, especially since you still have the time to do so.
You got a mile marker or
hopefully this isn't too bad for you guys over there.
On I-40 we're across. I think Brandon's having to jump out ahead of that main line of the storms now. So it's going to be hard to see anything at this point. But we did definitely see power flashes out there. I couldn't make out any sort of shape because the stream kept going in and out. But we definitely could say for sure that something was going on towards... Oh, wow.
Semi-truck flip.
Semi-truck flip, yeah, there's definitely damage.
Is he good? Does he need medical? Is he good?
We got firemen.
Oh, wow. Flipped 18, blown over 18-wheeler. Those are very susceptible in those high wind events. You never want to be out in a severe event with one of these vehicles. These are easily blown
I have
over.
a semi...
Sorry about that. Onward, he's moving. He might end up being done after that chase, after what happened over there in the city, just to kind of help out with the damage. That's what you'll find a lot of storm chasers doing. Over the years, we've noticed a lot of these guys.
Modify what we're doing. Corey's ways behind me. If you come across something, just let me know. I'll try to avoid 40.
No problem. No problem. And thank you for being one of the first to watch the first ever to watch the live streams. I'm hoping to make these a lot better and a lot more fun to watch over time. It's a little tricky right now, especially considering the situation that I have with the internet, it seems. But nonetheless, we'll get better at this and go on from there. Hopefully we can kind of not hopefully, because if I'm normally live streaming, usually some bad weather's going on and it's affecting people negatively. So hopefully, and also not hopefully, we'll do this again soon. like we'll be doing it again pretty soon from the looks of it. Because looks like later down the line, we may have more severe weather towards the latter half of this upcoming week. But yeah, it does look like there's been some damage done in the Oklahoma metro area as of right now. So I'm looking to see any new tornado warnings. We still do have a couple of observed tornadoes. There's no hail with this one. These are both for Oklahoma and Canadian counties. Set to expire 36 minutes from now. Still have an ongoing tornado warning in Kay and Grant counties. And then we also have a tornado warning issued for Garfield and Kingfisher counties in Oklahoma. And then there's also the tornado warning issued for Grant, Garfield, and Kay counties. So it looks like all the tornadic activity is mainly going to be based around Oklahoma right now, and areas mainly around Oklahoma City, unfortunately. This is not what we were wanting to see, that's for sure. Hopefully everybody has gotten through this okay. It's a pretty strong storm here to the south of the Enid Airport. I'm going to take a closer look at that one, actually, and get a look at the velocities with this one. Because this one looks a little bit more impressive on radar than some of the other ones. We'll see if this ends up being down or not. It doesn't really look like it based off what I'm seeing here. In fact, the rotation seems to be a little stronger to the north of where the warning is right now. It's a pretty impressive inflow notch, so I do see this kind of shifting a little bit north. This could also be primed to go directly through the heart of Enid if this ends up being down here. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at the CC, see if we can find what we're looking for here. And that scan still looks pretty impressive as this latest one has come in. So let's go ahead and look at the high-res velocity here, if it'll load. Oh, I hit high-res velocity. I was trying to hit CC drop. Made a little mistake there. Alright, let's try this again. Looks like we're responding a little better now. So far, I don't see any sort of CC drop with this. I'm gonna look really closely just to make sure. No CC drop with this. So this isn't confirmed to be on the ground, but there's a little interesting point right there where I was mentioning towards the Enid Airport, where there's a little bit of a drop there. I'm suspicious of that. Does seem a little broad, but there could be something there. It could just be a really negative return, and it'll just be rainfall. We'll have to see what ends up happening with that. But the darker the color as we get towards the green and the blues, those are usually indicative of non-meteorological objects here. As we get towards the red color, this is leaning more and more towards rain or meteorological objects, rain, hail, etc. So it's interesting that we have that set up here. We'll have to see what's going on here. We'll have to see what's going on there, because I mean, this looks a little suspicious, but it's kind of hard to nail it down right now. Kind of hard to tell. So some areas that could be next in line for this storm here with the potential to produce a tornado would be areas like Garmer. Anyone across Interstates 412 and 64 here. Breckenridge, Cropper, we're watching you guys. Fairmont, we can't disinclude you guys either. And then there's another inflow notch here towards Wakumas. I think that's how you pronounce it, Wakumas. And this includes the areas of Douglas, Covington, Callahan, and Hayward. You guys are under a tornado warning right now, and there is this rotating part of the storm could be near you guys within the next 10 to 20 minutes for sure. Some areas that are a little further out ahead of this northernmost rotation could be areas like Hunter, Billings, anyone on State Road 15, it looks like. And then also we have to look at Polk, Alcorn, and some areas across the I-35 corridor here. Salt Fork and Hunter, we haven't forgotten about you too. You're in there as well. And then Tonawaka, we'll have to watch you guys. So just make sure you guys are in your safe spots. And we'll just wait to see what ends up happening with this one. Hopefully this stays off the ground and nobody else will be affected. So we're going to take a look at any additional tornado warnings here. Still have a couple of observed tags here towards Oklahoma City. Let's go back and check those out again. I think now is when we're starting to get towards Stillwater, Oklahoma. I knew that we had a Stillwater, Texas. Now we're in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Uh-oh. So our storms have now started to clear the Oklahoma City area. We do have one cell over here that looks really interesting that just passed through Norman and is over the radar site right now, which is going to make things hard to scan here. I'm going to see if maybe there's a better radar site I could look at for this one. This one has an interesting look to it, but if I click on that radar site, we're going to basically see nothing. And there's just really not much I can do about that one in particular, simply due to the fact that when these storms are directly over the radar, we can't see necessarily what's going on towards the surface. See if this radar site will help out any. I don't know if it'll have the legs to reach out that far. Nope, it didn't. Let's take a chance and maybe go with this radar site here. Like I said, not super optimistic with this one. Yeah, it's not really giving me a good look at what's going on towards the surface. And this surely isn't either, because it's directly over the radar site. I mean, it's not awful, but I guess it'll do. Circulation's a little bit to the south of that. But it's when we start looking at those velocities when things really start to get kind of sloppy, when we have this kind of situation occurring. But there is a notable hook with this. It's a very strong inflow notch here. This is an embedded supercell with the potential of maybe producing a tornado over areas like Franklin, Stella, and then eventually, if this persists, heading towards areas like Dale, Clarks Heights, Hazel Dell, and Adelot. Yeah, there is a pretty good couplet here. Just hate that we can't see what's going on towards the lower levels where it's most critical to be able to read what's going on there as we're looking into this radar hole. Because you can even see it right around where that radar is. You can't see what's going on unless you're looking high up into the atmosphere, because that's where the radar beam's going to have the best returns, thanks to the Earth's curvature. So we're in a bit of a frustrating situation here trying to read what's going on next here. Oh, looks like my phone died finally. Let's see if I can maybe adjust that really quick. Just give me a second. plugged in. That's what that was. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at what we have going on with this cell again. Maybe we're hoping for that next radar scan to look a little bit better, seeing this rotation weaken. Because, of course, towards the high levels, this is going to look a little stronger. It's towards the low levels where things are a little more critical. And with us not being able to see it, it's a little bit frustrating. It's basically like right now, we're essentially blind. See if we'll switch over to this site and see if there's anything better going with that. It'll be slightly better, but not by much. Yeah, short range reflectivity. We can't even look at the can't really even look at the velocities with this setup, unfortunately. Big time severe thunderstorm warnings further to the south of that. Let's hope this storm doesn't end up producing anything, because it probably would hit pretty close to that radar site too. See a lot of little surges over here towards the southern end of this line here. So pretty much from Paul's Valley all the way down towards Heedleton and areas in between. We also not only have to look for the threat of damaging windstorms here, but also the threat of tornadoes. So Foster, Elmore City, we're watching you guys as these storms are probably rolling through right now. Chickasaw Nation, Doherty, Springer, Sulphur. Nasty weather coming your way. Roth, Ada, being Konawa, I guess you would call that one. Konawa. Again, I'm open to being corrected if I'm wrong. Springer, Gene Autry, and Heedleton will we'll be watching you guys for an upcoming round of storms. Yeah, I'm getting a little tired. Maybe I need some more water. Let's check back up north. See what's going on with that storm that's tornado warned over towards Enid. It looks like, no, it's still got a tornado warning on it. Looking a tad bit less impressive though, thankfully. So maybe we may come out of this with little to no damage, hopefully. We'll see what happens with that. We'll check the radar scans to see if anything was down over in this region, though. Okay. So we'll look at the velocity here. We won't look at the my brain is not working. Won't look at the CC with this one. We'll just kind of go back in time and see what we have going with this. Looks like we have new warnings coming in right now as well. Go ahead and take a look at that. Wow, we even have the 80 mile per hour tag on these storms here. So, like I said, just we were anticipating before, wind threat is definitely on the rise here, and this will continue to be the case as we head into the evening and overnight hours. As that low level jet will continue to strengthen. Nothing new in the way of tornado warnings as of right now, from the looks of it. I don't see any really concrete areas of rotation. I just see a big shear line and small little mini couplets here. At no point was there really anything that I could say that was definitively down. I do see a little bit of a CC drop here though, which I'm going to run this back and see if this was consistent with a tornado that was on the ground. I don't know for sure though. I mean, you keep seeing that little drop just all amongst the area here, and then, well, hold on a minute, towards Fairmont. Looks a little interesting. I think that's going to be an area that has to be investigated a bit by the storm surveyors in the National Weather Service here. Because it does look like it gets pretty well defined as it goes through Fairmont here. So that could have been a tornado down. That's a question mark, but I'm a little bit suspicious of that. Of course, we aren't going to know until damage teams go in and survey things. Because in a lot of cases here, these are going to be next to impossible to see with all the rain that we have going with them, unless you get them illuminated by a flash of lightning, and also the fact that we're pretty well into the nighttime hours at this point. But be on the lookout for a potential tornado over here as we're looking towards areas like Garber, Billings, Tonkawa, Marland, Ponca City, Call City, Webb City, and Kadir, as there is a rotating storm heading your way and possibly even a tornado on the ground. And then this looks like a new tornado. This looks like that same tornado warning. Going to get a closer look at that. Still not really reasonable to use anything like the correlation coefficient. High res velocity is going to be the best thing we have to work with here, and even then it's not going to be great. But we're just kind of working more or less with what we have here. Still have that tornado warning ongoing just as this thing continues to move outside of Oklahoma City at this point. Still have a couple of storm chasers on here though. So far I don't see any velocity couplets here, which is a good sign. Maybe this storm will start the weekend and we'll see that warning expire over there. But this storm that's further off to the south and east a bit here, I'm actually seeing a lot less impressive of a look here. Of course, this is towards the higher level of the atmosphere, given the fact we have that we're practically right on top of the radar. We need this to move a little further out so we can get a better look at things. I mean, we see shear lines. That's to be expected with the nature of this storm here. But that being said, we'll have to see what happens next. Hopefully, nothing is touched down here, as it will be pretty hard to tell. You got the cats into the kennels. Well, that's good to hear. Hopefully you and your furry friends stay safe for the night. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on a little further to the south here. Still have the severe thunderstorm, the widespread severe thunderstorm warning here with the 70 mile per hour tag on it. Considerable as of right now. And then we'll be watching some of these areas a little further to the south still, as we can definitely see indicators of damaging winds out ahead of these storms here. Especially these radar returns where we're getting up to about probably 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's 11 meters a second heading away from the radar, though. These gate-to-gate shear values with these storms are not going to be super impressive for the most part, especially for the ones that end up tornado warned, because simply put, the parameters at the low levels are great, but the winds are mainly going to be steering more so in just one direction more than just many. It looks like for the most part, these storms that are further to the south are becoming a little bit more tame. So areas like Dallas and Fort Worth, we have one storm over here that we need to be watching a little closer. We're going to switch over to the Abilene radar. For the most part, I don't expect a whole lot to come out of this. The storm looks like mainly a hailer, and this is towards Dyess Air Force Base, actually. This is not the Abilene site. I guess you can call it that. It's rolling off to the east, moving at 55 miles an hour. Some hail damage to vehicles is possible, and maybe some wind damage to the roofs. But as far as anything confirmed, there's nothing right now, thankfully. Let's hope it stays that way. We're starting to watch these storms start to clear the Oklahoma City metro area. Now we're looking more so towards Tulsa, and soon we'll start to see these storms working their way into Missouri here. I still think we have about a couple hours to go here. Storms are racing off pretty fast though too. So we'll see if that time frame or time slot is open to adjustment, which I think honestly it could be. These storms are progressing really quickly. All right, so to anyone that is still watching, we are watching an ongoing windbag event taking place here with embedded supercells that have been producing tornadoes. We had a tornado that went through Oklahoma City earlier. We were watching on stream as one of the storm chasers were catching power flashes on their stream. We were watching as Brian Kopic was going through Oklahoma City looking for a tornado, and I think he ended up finding it. If that wasn't a tornado, then it was definitely damaging straight line winds, because we are dealing with winds that are more than strong enough to cause the same kind of damage a small tornado does. It'll be interesting to see what the storm surveyors will find throughout the day tomorrow to indicate whether or not that was indeed a tornado that went through Oklahoma City or just damaging winds. But we do have multiple tornado warnings still in effect here. We have this one over here towards Kansas, and it's in effect for Sumner County until 10 p.m. So another 14 or 15 minutes for these guys here. Then we have, I'm trying to get this to disappear. We have this tornado warning here. And there's another 12 minutes for this one to expire. This is included for the counties of Kay and Grant in northern Oklahoma. We still have this one tornado warning that's hanging out around Canadian and Oklahoma counties, Lincoln County and Cleveland County as well. Oh wait, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh boy. We cannot get that warning to pop up here. Try and do it this way, and then of course this is the storm that ended up producing damage over here in Oklahoma. Hard to say whether or not it was a tornado. I do think I'm kind of leaning more so towards tornado because we did see a CC drop. But this is moving off to the northeast. Still has a tornado warning with it. Still has an observed tag with it as well. And this is for Seminole, Oklahoma, Lincoln, Cleveland, and Pottawatomie counties in Oklahoma until 10:15. This is located over Stella, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So this dangerous storm needs to be watched extra close for these areas as we're starting to look towards areas like Okmulgee. I think that's how you spell it. Okmulgee. Yeah, I think that's right. So Okmulgee, we're watching you guys. And then I'm probably going to have to switch this radar site over here. Come on, computer, work with me here. So we're looking at the Wichita site, which is way too far to the north to be seeing this. This storm right here has also been in a radar hole for a little bit, so I've been having trouble keeping track of it as it's gotten so close to the radar now where we can't really see what's going on with it at the lower levels where all the damage would be occurring. I do see shear lines here still. I do see a couple of spots where we could have inflow notches, but I'm thinking this storm is starting to bow out more and leaning into a damaging wind more or less. Not saying that the tornado threat is completely at zero, but as of right now, based off of the little bit that I can see, it looks like this storm is starting to lose its tornado potential. There still could be a small spot just to the north of Shawnee here that could be trying to produce, but it's hard to tell given how close we are to this radar. It's really frustrating. So another area that we're going to be keeping an eye on here is, of course, like I said, Okmulgee, Henrietta, watching you too, Schulter, Hoffman, Weelakeeta, Dustin, Wetumpka, or I think that's how it's pronounced, Wetumpka? Hard to say. Jaeger and Hannah will be watching you guys next. You are also under a severe thunderstorm warning. And the thing with the severe thunderstorm warnings tonight is the fact that these storms, whether or not you end up having a tornado with these or not, these storms will be packing winds with them more than strong enough to cause damage similar to that of a small tornado. So just because you aren't under a tornado warning, just because you have quote unquote just a severe thunderstorm warning, does not mean you should take it lightly. You have to treat these tonight especially as if they're a tornado warning. But that's what we have going on right now over Oklahoma. Still have what looks to be a couple of tornado warnings over towards Kansas, or right on that northern Oklahoma Kansas line area. These storms are holding together for right now, but it looks like I think they may have that tornado warning is also in effect over here too. And this is just to the south of Wichita here. This is affecting areas like Belle Plaine right now. Udall, you are looking to be next in line to be in this tornado warning. We'll go ahead and check and see if this one ended up having a observed tag. It does not at the moment. The only ones that still do have the tag are the ones that are near Oklahoma right now. As far as significant storm tags, we do have a few that are out in Kansas towards southern Kansas right now for 70-mile-per-hour winds and I'd say penny-size hail probably. We do have a couple of tags for nickel-size hail in Oklahoma as well. And then, of course, we do have a couple of 1-inch hail tags, which would be quarter-size hail across areas around Oklahoma City. Here's a really strong storm here that looks like we're getting up to about 90-mile-per-hour winds. So this has a significant severe thunderstorm tag on it as well. The storm is moving to the east at 85 miles an hour. Destructive storms for Blackwell, Billings, and Perry. 90-mile-per-hour wind gust. Very dangerous. Treat that, if nothing else, treat this like it is a tornado warning, because that is the equivalent of, I would say, EF1, maybe EF1 damage. And there's still a nice little slew of severe thunderstorm warnings, even towards southern Texas here, towards Palo Pinto County, where we're dealing with 1-inch hail still. These storms will continue to have some oomph as we head later and later into the evening here. So just kind of wait these out as best you can, and then after that, wait, what? Thunder snow? Oh, you were looking at the comment from earlier. I was like, wait, what? Why are we talking about thunder snow now? Did I miss something? I know I'm a little tired, but did I miss something? All right. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the models real quick if I can. Just give me a second here to see if I can get this right this time. Oops, I completely had an issue with my mic there. So we'll rewind that back. We'll talk about it again. So basically what we were seeing there is these storms are still expected to move in around 1 or 2 a.m. Then as time goes on, we'll deal with some strong winds that'll be lingering after these storms go through as we head into mid Monday morning and later. And they'll probably be lingering as we look towards Tuesday. Then the cold front will come through, and that will be that. So now let's switch back over to Radar Omega here. And back out here we go. Let's take a look at the latest warnings just to make sure we're good here. Still looks like we have that observed tornado tag with the storm towards Seminole County and Potawatomi and Lincoln. Go ahead and still looks like it's a confirmed tornado here as of 5 minutes ago. Quarter-size hail also reported with this. Say radar confirmed tornado. We're going to go ahead and try and take a look at this here. I think that's the storm that's still near that radar here. And it's super frustrating trying to point that storm out. Oh no, it looks like we're finally getting pretty clear of the radar now. So now we can get a better look at it. Really, anywhere within the first 50 miles of the radar, that's when you start to lose texture here. When the storm's right on top of it, it's like one of the worst things ever. Trying to figure out what's going on with that storm here. So let's go ahead and switch over to velocity here, get an idea of what's going on there. And I'm waiting for this to load here still. Okay, so when I look at velocity, I don't really see a whole lot with that right now. I think we're still a little too close to the radar for that. I think that's due in large part just because we don't have those low level returns. We can look probably about 5,000 feet above the ground and be okay. But those more critical levels, we need that storm to be just a little bit further out there. So again, really frustrating trying to look at this storm here. They're saying radar confirmed tornado, but I just don't see anything right now. It's literally as if I just can't. And it looks like we do have a storm chaser out here. I'm thinking that's Brandon Kopic. He's still out there. He's managed to stay ahead of the storm, which, if so, that is very impressive. It is really hard to stay ahead of storm systems like this when they're moving at these kinds of speeds. But I think the roads are quiet enough to where he's not having any trouble and he's able to get where he needs to go. Of course, the road network around this part of the country is very good, very conducive for storm chasing. If you were to go a little bit further out to the east towards the Ozarks and beyond, different story. Much harder work has to be done there. So, that being said, next mode of business here will be to go ahead and try and look at the CC drop. I don't know how much value there really is in that, but we'll give it a shot here. I do see something actually here. It's over towards Meeker and Sparks. Let me go ahead and look at this warning again. Yep, this is what they're saying, right between Johnson, moving northeast to 60. Yep, that's it right there. That is definitely the mark right there. So the next areas that we're going to have to be watching is Davenport, Shroud. We'll have to try and scroll in to see what else we got here. This little intersection between State Road 99 and the I-44 corridor, we'll have to watch that. And it looks like that is Brandon Kopic right there that is heading right towards this storm. He is charging this thing. Yep, that's Brandon. Stopping at a gas station. He may not catch this one. I don't know. The fact that he has to stop is not a good sign. He probably might just be done for the night, to be honest. I just don't think the situation really bodes well for him. We'll see what happens there. Some other areas to look at as well, as far as where this could go next, would be Millifay, Depu. This is along the I-44 corridor here, and a few other towns. There's a couple of other smaller towns here, like Shamrock, that we'll have to watch too. It's a little bit further out, so it'll be hard to. So it's gonna be hard to say what ends up happening next with this. But we'll just play it by ear and see what happens. Whew. Okay. Let's go ahead and take another look at the warnings here. Let's go ahead and switch back to this 90-mile-per-hour storm here. Switch back to the velocities here. This also has a tornado warning with it as well over towards Ponca City, Call City, and Red Rock here. Hoping this will load. Seems like we're struggling a little bit still. Dang, I cannot get this to load. Wait, hang on a minute. It's trying. The little computer that could. I don't know how much longer this thing's going to hold out for me. Oh, boy. There she goes. This thing will deserve a nice little rest. Still do have a slight risk for tomorrow too. Doubtful that I'm gonna live stream it, but I am gonna try to put up a video in the morning for that, or maybe I'll try and do it the night before I go to bed. I do see a little TVS right here, or potential TVS right here, right in between Marlin and Tonkawa. It's not a super impressive one, but it's definitely notable. It's pretty broad right now, but it's something that we'll have to watch. And then I see several different areas, honestly. These two are the most impressive ones that I've seen so far. So perhaps one of these might have the potential to drop a tornado real quick if it hasn't already. I'm going to go ahead and look at the CC here. I think this one might have had that observed tag to it. Not entirely sure. Let's go ahead and zoom. Let's go ahead and look at the CC and zoom out just a tiny bit to get some good definition here. So far, no CC drops here, which is good news. But we will be keeping an eye on this little pocket right here. So it looks like there's a small drop, but I think these are still meteorological objects, or at least I would consider them that as such. We'll see what happens there. A little suspicious of this spot, but not too much. I think that's just a bunch of radar noise. That's the one bad thing about the correlation coefficient. It can easily catch a lot of radar noise. You can sometimes see birds and other various objects that are not debris related getting caught up here, and then some people think, oh no, that's a tornado, and it's not quite like that. But that's just part of the game, I suppose. Let's go ahead and look at some other warnings here. So far, not too much going on right now beyond that. Oh, wait. I stand corrected. Another observed tornado tag. This is towards Lincoln County, Oklahoma. This is over towards Stroud. Let's go ahead and look at the CC drop with that, and we'll switch over to the other modes from there just to get an idea of what we have going on. I think this is still the one that's over towards Oklahoma City. It's just moving into a new county. If we can just wait for this CC to load here, go from there. Brandon is still keeping up with this storm. Brandon Kopic is still keeping up with the storm. That is really impressive. It's a 60-mile-per-hour moving storm. He has done a great job of keeping up.
Tornado warning in this area until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time.
South.
Shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you are outdoors, in a tornado warning or in a vehicle, move to the
Go ahead and throw this into a loop if I can to see if there's been any sort of CC drop here. Looks like we are seeing one over here just to the south and west of Stroud here. I do think it probably misses you guys to the south, but Depew, we're going to watch you. Bristow will watch you. Maybe even have to watch Slick here. But that's in the near term. And then maybe a little bit further out, maybe Kellyville, Kefler, and Mounds, we're going to be watching you guys as well. And Copic stream is gone again. See if it'll come back in a minute here. Go ahead and look at the velocity return if we can as well while we're doing this. It's not really behaving for me. A new scan's probably about to come in though, most likely. So we've been streaming for over 6 hours. I just checked that time here. Wow. Dang. Proud of the hustle, though. Just trying to do what we can to keep it going. Oh, wow. That CC drop is really starting to pick up here. It's becoming a pretty notable tornado here. This is heading towards Sparks. You guys look out. Hopefully you guys are out of the way here. Oh, wait. Oh, we got this in the loop. It's just moving really slow. It's kind of freaked me out for a second. Actually, this, from what I've seen here, this scan is starting to look a little less impressive, which is good news. But there still is a CC drop there. Okay, now this is pushing off further and further to the east. We've actually lost the drop now, which is great news. See if that continues to be the case here. This still has a little bit of a ways to go here, which is kind of irritating. I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably only gonna have maybe another hour worth in me. Wait, hang on a minute. Yeah, this is all. I think this storm has started to lift here, if it hasn't completely lifted already. It's definitely still had something on the ground as it was in that radar hole. And that's why I say those suck so much, because those are really hard to catch. Yeah, I'll just let you. I think that little mistake you saw there is just an indicator that I'm getting towards my limit here. I mean, for a good start here in a relatively small channel, 6-hour stream is pretty good. Definitely thankful for everyone who's watched so far. I'm thinking probably another hour here. I'm probably going to be at my limit here. So we're going to scan. We're going to start to take a look a little bit further off to the north and east here. See what's going on here. Because it looks like right around the Tulsa metro area is going to be next. Probably got another 45 minutes to an hour before things pick up over there. We're down to 2. Well, scratch that. 3 tornado warnings. One got relatively close to the Wichita area here, but looks like it didn't hit them directly. No, we have 4 tornado warnings. I spoke too soon. We're going to try to keep things going here as best as we can. So the first tornado warning is over towards Butler County, Kansas. Do have penny-sized hail going with that one as well. This is a radar-indicated tornado moving northeast at 50 miles an hour towards Augusta, Kansas. This dangerous storm will be near Augusta right around 10:15, which is current time right now. So storm isn't. This warning will either be updated or expiring within the next 13 minutes or so. Then the next one we have to look at is the one that's over towards Ponca City. It's radar indicated. This is for Okaloosa County, Seminole, Okmulgee County, and Creek County, all of which are in Oklahoma. And this one expires in 12 minutes. Trying to get a warning to pop up here. So radar indicated location moving, indicated rotation moving east at 65 miles an hour. So a couple of towns that could be in the path here: Okemia, Okfusi, Boley, Payton, Slick, Castle, Welty, and Mason. Take shelter, you guys. And then, of course, the last storm that we're looking, the last couple of storms that we're looking at here. Oh, there's one towards Ada that we need to look at now, too. We'll scroll down and actually look at that one, since we haven't had a great look at that one yet today, or yet this evening, or tonight, really, at this point now. It is definitely nighttime pretty much across the entire U.S. Do see some suspicious areas over here just to the north of the city. Towards Kowena, we see potential for a couple of CC drops here. We're gonna try to see if this correlates with anything on the reflectivity. Okay, looks like those CC drops. Oh, why is it going in a loop now? Okay, there we go. So these CC drops that I'm suspicious of, the most impressive one that I've seen so far is just to the south and west of Kowena here, southwest of the city. Right about there. I'm suspicious of a tornado maybe ongoing in that region. So right around the south side of Kowena, I'll be watching you guys, and then maybe State Highway 377. We'll be watching you guys too. Hopefully no one's on there right now and they're staying inside in their safe spot as this storm looks to be heading through there. Then Sasakwa, maybe you guys, maybe to the north of you guys is where this storm is going to end up going. And we may have to see whether or not this ends up having a tornado on the ground or not. But this definitely has the look of maybe a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm going to see if there's any sort of radar observed tornadoes. This could be it right here. This could be what they're referring to right here. In fact, I have some pretty good confidence that this is it. Just trying to see if it'll pop up here at all. I'm just making new marks. Okay, let's go ahead. Yeah, this is still radar indicated for right now. Let's see if this changes over or not. Be interesting to see, but this is for Potawatomi and Potawatomi counties. I didn't think the tornado threat would push this far to the east. It's pretty impressive, all things considered. Then we'll watch this little cell right here. This is pretty much, I think this is the same tornado warning, essentially for the same storm. I don't really see the indicators leaning towards a tornado for this warning box anymore, though, at the moment. So we'll see what happens with that. Of course, we're only looking at the coefficient right now. We're going to change over to the velocity again. They do intersect a little bit too, so that's something to keep in mind as well. See a little noise going on there. Wonder if the folks are doing anything out there. Might go check real quick. As far as these two storm cells right here are concerned, I see a little something right over here to the north and east now of Konawa. And this looks like it's actually going to end up missing Sasakwa. And now we're going to make sure we're looking more so towards Wewoka now for the potential of maybe a quick spin up. Still small little broad rotations all across this area here that we have to watch. This one looks the most impressive right here. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as time goes on. As far as the potential of these little cells right here, there's still a couple of points that have to be watched, like this one that's to the southwest of Atwood, and then this one that's to the south, the west south or south southwest of Gertie here. These two look moderately impressive, enough to keep the tornado warning going for sure. But we'll have to see if these end up producing anything. So we'll be watching the correlation coefficients and the reflectivity as time goes on. I don't think there's going to be a lot to really be held here as far as the reflectivity is concerned in this situation. Like I said, more of these storms are becoming linear, more so than supercells now. So we're not going to see as impressive a structure. As we can even see here, look at that. It's looking more and more messy. There's these small little kinks right here. Almost as if they're trying to be supercellular, but these storms are competing with each other so much that it's going to be difficult for them to really flourish in that manner. You can see these little fingers, so that tells you that these do have a supercellular type mode to them. But they're predominantly going to remain linear as time goes on. We do have a pretty solid hail core to the south of this one here. And it doesn't look like... okay, it does have a severe thunderstorm warning tag. I was about to say, like, wow, why does this not have a severe thunderstorm warning? I've seen a lot less for this being called, given the fact that we have... little bit of pink and blue here in our reflectivity here, which is a telltale sign of there being pretty impressive hail core and strong winds. It's getting above quarter size hail too, so definitely would warn a severe thunderstorm warning for sure. This warning is also in effect for Johnston, Cole, Seminole, Poltonoc, Atoka, Murray, Potawatomi, and Hughes counties until 11 p.m. Central Time, so about midnight my time. It's moving east, by the way, at 70 miles per hour. Ironically, 70 mile per hour wind gusts are the hazard that we are looking at. Cities involved: Ada, Holdenville, Atoka, Colgate, Konawa, Bing, Allen, Stonewall, Wakapanucha, Stringtown, Lehigh, Tupelo, Mill Creek, Francis, Calvin, Stewart, Bromide, Lamar, Sasakwa, and Gertie. So you guys take shelter, because you really would be best suited to treat this like it as if it was a tornado warning, because not only does the threat for damaging winds exist that can do the same kind of damage as a small tornado, you could still get a sneaky spin up, because these embedded supercells are not going away. They are not intent on going anywhere. Because really, I was thinking the further east we got, the tornado threat would start to diminish. If anything, I've seen more tornado warnings during this time today than I have, well, over the last couple of hours, than I was expecting to see during the early part of the event when conditions were most favorable. Taking a look a little further south, just getting an idea if we have any more severe thunderstorm warnings. It looks like we have calmed down over towards Texas. It looks like Dallas, you are going to be spared for tonight. Let's see if we have any more tornado warnings. We're down. It looks like we have maybe dropped that one that was over towards Kansas now. So we're now down to 3 tornado warnings. It's the one that's in Ponca City that we're watching as well. Go ahead and take a look at this on radar here. So radar indicated rotation on this storm as well. This is Interstate 30. This also is including Interstate 35 between mile markers 298 and 198 and 217. So we'll be watching you. So we will be taking a look at this one really quickly. Starting to see that little inflow notch not look quite as impressive with this one. So this could be on the verge of maybe expiring soon. Definitely damaging winds indicated with this one. And cities like Call City, Webb City, Schilder, Burbank, Fairfax, Pawhuska. We'll be watching you guys as the storm rolls in really quickly. One thing to also watch here, these little small cells that pop up here, is these will get overtaken by the line. Any mergers that develop, any mergers that occur could also allow for brief spin-ups to occur. So even if the tornado warning does expire, we cannot let our guard down across this region. Some other areas to look at as well would be Dexter, Cedarvale, Sedan, Chautauqua, and Elgin. I hope I pronounced that right, by the way. This is over towards Kansas. We can expect conditions to deteriorate pretty quickly over here. I have to use the bathroom really quick. I will be right back. Just give me just a moment here. Don't go anywhere. We're still going to be here for a bit. I'm trying. I am trying. Thank you, Kat. I'm trying, for sure. I'm going to try to see if this, I'm trying to at least wait out these tornado warnings, if nothing else. But, yeah, I mean, for the most part, I'm enjoying it. Appreciate the interaction that you guys have been giving me. It's definitely helping me grind this out a little bit more. But, still have those tornado warnings over towards Cade, Noble, and Osage, and then over towards Hughes, Potomac, Cole, and Seminole. Both of these are now radar indicated tornado warnings. We're down to 2 for now. We'll see if this trend holds up, but it looks like things are starting to quiet down just a little bit. Still plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings here, plenty of tornado tags, tornado possible tags in there as well. Most impressive severe thunderstorm warning is still over towards the city, where we have almost 2-inch hail possible and a 70-mile-per-hour tag with that. But things do look like they're slowly on the downtrend. I'm not seeing as many 80-plus mile-per-hour wind reports, which would be considered significant. So that's nice to see. Things may start to quiet down as we continue to go forward here. We currently have 8 severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings put together. There might be maybe one of those that's actually a special weather statement, and that's actually towards Idaho, and that's more for a winter event that's ongoing over there. Also, Jordan, tell Brennan that or ask Brennan if he's enjoying the snow, by the way. All right, let's check out this storm over here towards Ponca City again. Let's look at the velocity with this one real quick. Going to the bathroom kind of helped me feel a little bit better real quick. Maybe I just needed to move around a little bit more. Like I said, I'm not used to any of this yet, so this is definitely a work in progress for me. I think this warning might expire soon because I'm not really seeing any real impressive velocity returns on this. And then if we look towards that storm a little further to the south, actually, I think they've allowed that one to expire now. If so, that's great news. Yeah, I only see severe thunderstorm warning tags. I mean, I still see the little shear lines develop here, so it's not like this threat is completely gone, but seeing the decrease in the tornado warnings here is definitely an encouraging sign. Along the shear line, it's not very impressive here. There is one pocket here I'd be watching a little closer, and that's towards marker 48 right here. This could be a little area of rotation that's developed there. But beyond that, along the shear line, it looks like most of the rotation is pretty broad. This looks pretty interesting too, over towards Centrahoma and Tupelo. But we'll see what that looks like on reflectivity before we say anything about that just yet. I mean, we do see that red and green couplet developing over there, so that could be a new tornado warning. Yeah, actually, I will watch that. I would watch that a little closer. I wouldn't be surprised to see this become a tornado warning here, but I don't think this is going to last for too long. It isn't a very strong inflow notch. It's in an awkward angle, but that could be just what you need for a quick spin up, and then probably watch this thing get out of here from that point. Wait, looks like we got a new warning issued. We see a new warning with the 80-mile-per-hour tag on there. Looks like that storm started to ramp up a little bit more again, and this is over towards Seminole County like we were mentioning earlier. This is the same one that had near 2-inch hail, getting close to that golf ball size category. And there's one more that has a golf ball sized hail. This is over towards Atoka, Pushmataha. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I don't think I am. Then there's Pittsburgh County and Latimer counties, all of which are in Oklahoma right now. 70-mile-per-hour tag with that, by the way. And then we still have a similar situation. Tulsa's now starting to get into the action here, as we now have a tornado possible tag with that. Also have the 75.75-inch hail. It's about nickel size, I would say. And then 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's still pretty busy. We're not done just yet, but we aren't seeing 5 or 6 tornado warnings like we were a couple hours ago, which is good news. See if there's any storm chasers still out on this. I think Brandon Kopic's probably called it a night as well. I mean, he's covered a lot of distance. He started all the way. I mean, if you really think about it, these storms started all the way from the Texas Panhandle over here. And we got some pretty significant wind gust reports there. Plenty of 60s and 70s over here so far. I'm pretty sure there's bound to be more. And he went from there all the way towards Oklahoma City, which is at least a good couple hundred miles or more at the very least. I don't even want to know what the actual total is. I've experienced golf ball size hail before, Jordan. It's pretty surreal. You definitely will see a lot of dents in your vehicle, that's for sure. And good luck getting them out. Odds are you probably don't. I'm trying to remember how exactly we got the dents out of our van all those years ago when we had that golf ball size hail event. That whole story is pretty interesting. If you want to hear me talk about that while I'm looking at these storms, feel free to let me know. Because, I mean, that was wild. That was one of the scariest memories I had, but also one of the closest calls I've had with a tornado as well. Anyone that's still watching at this point, you guys are troopers, man. I appreciate you guys being here, by the way. Just thought I'd let y'all know that. I think it was. I'd actually have to ask my mom. I don't even know if she even remembers it. And all I remember is we were going home to drop my aunt off at the airport so she could fly back to New York. And as we were coming back, I saw the Mama Modest clouds. I was thinking, okay, this doesn't look right. Lo and behold, as we were getting off the highway, see a funnel cloud right behind us. And I'm the only one in the car that really knew what was going on then. I was about 8 years old, thinking, Dad, go. So eventually they start to become savvy as to what's going on. We stop under a gas station awning as this thing is literally like hot on our heels. It passes over us without touching down, and then a little bit further down the road it does touch down. And my dad and my brother are in the gas station, and they can see it. Say, hey, that dropped. That was a tornado for a minute. Meanwhile, golf ball sized hail was falling the whole way to that awning. And once we got back, we had collected hailstones, and they had just pelted that 2001 Chevy Venture that we had at the time. Oh, new warning. See if it's a tornado warning. Nope. It's damaging wind, or it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Nothing new there so far. Probably going to see one of these severe thunderstorm warnings possibly expire within the next little bit here. Let's go ahead and look at one of these with the tornado possible tag. Oh, they finally dropped that tornado warning, maybe? Let's go ahead and look at it. Yeah, they dropped it. That tornado warning was finally allowed to expire. Let's see if that trend holds up, though. Because this storm to the south here, I'm still a little bit leery of it. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at it. This is the one that's heading close to McAllister now. I do think that for the most part that inflow notch has started to dissipate a bit. We are starting to see a little surge here where we could see some damaging winds as well towards maybe Ashland, Savannah, Kiowa, and maybe Colgate as well. You only have a few minutes before that arrives in your areas, and then we'll start to be looking out more so towards Hartshorn. I think that's how that's pronounced. Hartshorn, Wilburton, Red Oak, Tashahina, Clayton, and Albion, and Oklahoma. Yeah, that was a wild story. I've had several occasions where I've had a funnel cloud in my vicinity. Probably the scariest time was one time we were at a local beach in Georgia. It wasn't like a real beach, but I think like Lake Ackworth. It's like they consider part of that little beach. But I remember one day we were out for like a barbecue or something. There was a chance of thunderstorms. We weren't expecting anything tornadic. I look up at one point and I see this. I see these clouds rotating above my head, and all of us there realize it's a funnel. I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is really about to happen right now. By this point, I was a teenager, so I wasn't quite as scared. If anything, I was kind of used to it now. Because the thing is, Dixie Alley gets a lot of tornadoes here. A lot of people forget that there's multiple tornado alleys. Everyone thinks of traditional tornado alley like what we're seeing this outbreak bring to us. But, yeah, man, out here in Dixie Alley, it can get pretty crazy. I mean, you should know, too, where you live. But, yeah, over here towards Alabama and Georgia, we get our fair share, especially during the springtime, which is what we have coming up here. Does anyone want to possibly see the SPC outlook for the latter half of the week? Because we have already an enhanced risk and a slight risk up. You want to see that? I'll be happy to show you that. It's on days 4 through 8. I'll be probably making videos about that soon throughout the course of the week. I make regular forecasting videos, and if I can, I try to do live streams. Go ahead and take a look at some of the latest severe thunderstorm warnings here. We're going to go ahead and take a look at this 80 mile per hour storm here. We'll go ahead and look at the velocities with this one. This is the same storm that I was kind of eyeing a minute for being having some potential to produce a quick spin up. Looks like it is trying to form a new sort of inflow notch here, but it doesn't quite look that impressive right now. Let's go ahead and switch over to the velocity returns here and see what we got going with that. There's still a little sus spot right here. Dang. Right over here towards Ashland. I don't know. Is it enough to really call tornado warning yet? I'm not entirely sure. Rotation looks pretty broad still. We switch this back to high res here. High res reflectivity here, and this doesn't really give you that look just yet. If anything, I'm looking at this area a little further to the south now. It is moving in a slight, does have a northeasterly component, but we'll have to see. Yeah, it's like that sometimes. I'm not gonna lie, man. I remember. I mean, sometimes these little things will slip under the radar, man. Sometimes the Storm Prediction Center doesn't see it. Sometimes the National Weather Service doesn't. It's not their fault, because I mean they have to cover the whole country, and each of the stations. I mean, yeah. But even then, it kind of freaks you out when you don't have any sort of tornado watch or warning, and then all of a sudden you see that. And that's part of what also made me want to do this, to try to maybe take some of the strain off, maybe. Because, I mean, some rough stuff sometimes, man. Like, there have plenty of times in the past where I called warnings, or I'd called out potential tornado warnings before then. I mean, it's not an uncommon thing. But, you know. Big Paul lost. Oh God, that sounds awful. I remember an instance like that. I forget which year it was. I know I was living a little bit in the suburbs towards downtown Atlanta. And I think it was like 2015 or 16. Where I lived at the time had a great view of the skies to the north. And just as the storm was clearing out, I started to see a detail where it was like starting to rotate a lot. It went down probably about a good 4 or 5 miles down the road towards a high school that I was familiar with. It wasn't one I went to, but I knew where it was. And lo and behold, right after that, you hear the sirens go off and a tornado warning gets issued. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, about that little story with that gas station funnel, by the way. You know what's funny? Is it touched down in the opposite direction of where we lived. So basically it touched down and went in the opposite direction, but right around the corner from that gas station was the apartment complex we lived in, which was nuts to think about. Ooh, this has become quite the windbag right here now. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for it. 1-inch hail, 70 mile per hour gust. Let's take a look and see the counties involved in this one. Cole, Atoka, and Hughes County. Storm was located 5 miles southwest of Ashland, moving east at 55, all of which is radar indicated. Let's look at the velocity product here. Another warning looks like it got issued. This one has the tornado possible tag on here, and this looks like it's going to expire in 5 minutes here. I think this is the reissuing of that warning right here. A little bit of a downtrend on the hail as well. Same counties, K and Osage. Oh no, that sounds crazy. Right around the time the Bowling Green shoot, man. I would have been spooked, I'm not gonna lie. This is before my channel went up, but I remember watching Ryan Hall stream when that happened. I felt such a pit in my stomach because I knew exactly what was going on when it was happening and who was going to get hit by it next. It was awful. Dang. That's wild. That's pretty daggone wild, man. Big outbreak that day. Yeah, I think that sounds like it was. Well, I think there was an outbreak like the week before or something. I have to look back and remember that one. Yeah, I think there. Yeah. There was an outbreak a little bit before that particular event, the Mayfield event. And then I remember another one that happened like maybe 5 days after. Another severe storm warning. A lot of these for the same storms. So in reality, maybe 5 or 6 true severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe 7. Increasing number of special weather statements. A lot of these storms are starting to drop. A lot of the storms further to the south are starting to drop below severe limits. The parameters are getting a little bit more favorable towards the north. We'll see what ends up happening next. See if we can catch any severe thunderstorm watches popping up here, because for whatever reason these do not pop up in my warning queue, which is kind of irritating. It looks like for the most part our tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches have kind of held off from being issued, or we've been holding off on having them issued a little further to the east, towards areas like Ozark. So the enhanced risk still stretches towards areas like Ozark, Osage, and just outside of Osage Beach, Butler, Nevada, Bolivar, Pittsburgh, Joplin, you're in there as well. Slight risk stretches all the way back even towards St. Louis, so you guys are going to have to be really careful as we head into the overnight there. I do think the storm threat starts to decrease at this point, though, thankfully. I think the tornado threat's just about done now. Can't rule out a spin up or two, but I'm thinking the worst of it's going to be over. Areas like Columbia, I'm not saying go to sleep, but I wouldn't say let your guard down either. So I'm going to go ahead and try and see if we can take a look at this area over here. We still see a mesoscale discussion that got issued here. I've had a really hard time clicking mesoscale discussions today, which has really been annoying. Okay, here we go. Finally, we got one to work. Okay, so this is basically just discussing the severe weather threat for severe thunderstorm watch 43 continuing, convective band with embedded severe caliber winds still crossing through Kansas. Storms exit. A new watch will be issued across central Kansas. This was issued a long time ago. Okay, so there's been an update since then. Storms have diminished in intensity. Okay, at least modest downstream instability for damaging wind gusts eastward into central Kansas will warrant new weather watch issuance. Okay, this was way earlier on. This was back when we were looking towards central Kansas. Now we've looked at a new severe thunderstorm watch just to the south of Topeka, Independence, Kansas. Nothing new there. We'll have to see what happens over this area. I do anticipate maybe a meso discussion being issued within the next couple of hours, if not less than that, for this area over here. Starting to see these storms progress a little further to the east now. We're almost clear of these storms in Tupelo or in Tulsa here. Not Tupelo. I don't know why we're saying Tupelo, because Tupelo is all the way down here, all the way out of the screen. But Springfield, need to start preparing because watches are probably on the way for you guys. Springfield, Missouri, Joplin. These storms are actually not that far from you guys. I'd say about maybe another hour and a half or so, maybe less. And we'll be watching you guys on the way. Okay. Looks like we got a new batch of warnings coming in. Still have that tornado possible tag for these for this line of storms over here towards Tulsa. We look at the scans here, though. So far, I haven't seen anything that really makes me think of anything imminent right now. Okay, I'm waiting on this to load now. Yeah, the internet's really struggling with me right now. Just need her to hang in there with me for a little bit longer. Thankfully, the computer itself seems like it's okay. It's not super hot right now. I think I remember that situation for you, Jordan. I think I actually remember talking with you about it because I was like, yo, this looks crazy. And you were telling me the details behind all of it. That was pretty wild. It's pretty scary. I was like kind of scared for you even. I was like, dude, what are you going to do? Let's switch over again. Radar Omega and see what's going on here. Just taking a little look here at the weather threat for tomorrow. I might end up making this video after I get off of here at some point. We're also waiting for this radar to load. Finally did. Not really a whole lot going on there. We do see a chaser nearby. I swear if that's Brandon Kopic, I tell you, this guy is a freaking machine. How do you end up keeping up with this storm system like for this long? Yeah, I think I stayed up that night until like what, maybe 3? It was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Uh-oh, tornado warning. There it is. They did call something right here. Okay, this isn't... Yeah, this is Brandon Kopic still out here chasing at nearly midnight. Wow, man, that's wild. And of course, wherever there's a tornado, you can count on Brandon Kopic for being there. Sheesh. Good grief, man. And then who is this person here? Because I've been seeing... That's Vince Welty. He's still out there too. He's been out here the whole time. I didn't know that was his emblem right there, but yeah, he's right there with Brandon Kopic chasing these storms this late into the night here. Literally, look at the wind. Literally just pushing this rain all around to where it's almost like there's a vapor above the air. That's unbelievable. Never have I seen anything that crazy. Alright, let's go ahead and look at the details of this tornado warning here real quick. While this is just popped up, while this is fresh. So this tornado warning is radar indicated, and then it's for Wagner, Rogers, Okmulgee, and Muskogee counties in Oklahoma. Also has probably penny size hail at the very least, getting closer to quarter size, or not quarter size, but nickel size. So hopefully all of you guys over here take cover as this is heading towards the northeast at 50 miles an hour. Some locations in the path include Wagner, Coweta, Haskell, Enola, Porter, Stone Bluff, Bald Hill, Redbird, Jamesville, and Chosoka. Hopefully I pronounced that right. So hopefully all you guys over here are taking cover. Some other towns that could be involved here that are not in the warning. Chotiu or Chotayu, Locust Grove, Sportsman Acres, Salina, Pryor Creek, Spavinal, it's Spavinal, Strang and Langley, Jay, and numerous other cities in the path of this storm here. Let's go ahead and try and get a look at at whatever storm mode is. I'm trying to get a look at whatever storm mode this is, but clearly I can't see anything right now. Let me see if I can't switch this radar over right now, because for whatever reason, I think I got switched over to the Broken Arrow radar, and it is not working for me right now. Okay, there we go. This is also really close to the radar site, which I don't like. Nobody likes that. Let me see if maybe I can get a good look at it from the radar over towards Missouri here. I highly doubt it, but maybe it might just work. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, this is Springfield. This is going to be a stretch here, but it's worth a try. If this was a little bit further up to the north and east, maybe we might have a better shot here. It's going to be close, I think, but I think we might be just outside of it. Come on, Springfield. Yeah, I don't think it's going to show us. Yeah, I think either we're just outside of range or my computer is not wanting to work right now. It could be either or. Yeah, I figured we would be just outside of it. We do see a little convection that's starting to develop across that region here, so you could see occasional rain showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder as we look towards western Missouri here. Things are starting to pick up there. The worst of the weather is still pretty far off to your southwest, but it is on the way though. See if maybe the Wichita radar gives us a decent look. I think we're going to be just outside of the range of that. It's going to be a nice little radar hole. Okay, maybe we can look at Fort Smith. Maybe this will be a better look if we can't get Wichita to do what we need her to do. Yep, we're just outside of Wichita as well. So let's go ahead and switch over to Fort Smith. Maybe that'll give us a good look. I'm pretty sure it should. I'll be surprised if it doesn't, honestly. It's taking forever. Alright, so Fort Smith has given us a good look at this one. It's pretty well inside the range of it. Finally take a look at what this storm looks like. So this storm doesn't look like it's really that impressive as far as reflectivity is concerned, but that doesn't matter as long as we're looking at the velocities here, and that's going to be the key component to all of this. Looks like a new warning got issued. Tornado warning is remaining in effect. I think a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings are about to expire, and we're getting some renewed warnings there. And then, of course, there's a couple with the tornado possible tag. They're still holding on. So we switched back over to the radar. We switched over to the reflectivity here. Excuse me. And there is a couplet over here just to the north of Haskell here. It's not the most impressive thing I've seen tonight, but it is notable enough to keep a close eye on for sure. Right along this corridor right here, where that red and green touches a little bit more, with a little bit more pronunciation, that's the area that I would be most concerned of. This is to the north of Haskell. And that's where I think the greatest threat for tornadic activity will exist, is right across there. So some towns that could be in the path here. Kawita, you're going to be close, but I think it's going to end up passing you to the south and east. But Chotiel and Locust Grove, we're going to be watching you guys really closely. We can't rule out Wagner either, but I think it's going to pass north of you, most likely. Then here's a secondary area that looks kind of interesting here. Do I think anything is going to come of that? I'm highly doubtful. Very weak rotation from the looks of it right now, but we'll see if anything changes with that. So far, I don't really see anything on the correlation coefficient as of yet, but we'll be watching, of course. There's a lot of noise over in this region here, especially given the radar holes that we have. But we'll be watching right about here. There is an interesting spot here to the south of Haskell, but I think that's mostly going to be radar noise. So we'll have to watch this area and see what happens with the next couple scans. We'll just kind of leave it here and go from that point. It's a good thing that Fort Smith has that radar there, because that definitely helped us get a better look at the storm here. We would have been in a little bit of we would have had a little tougher go of things if we would have looked at the Tulsa radar. That's for sure. Let's go ahead and take these warnings off really quickly. Uh-oh. See something a little interesting there. It's about 5 minutes old, but there's an interesting little scant return right there too. I don't think that's associated with the with any sort of tornado warning right now. I think, like I said before, seeing an increased amount of noise, especially over towards Tulsa. This next scan hasn't come in just yet. It should be coming in within really a matter of seconds, honestly. We could be waiting for up to a couple more minutes, but for the most part here, I'm thinking we should be getting it pretty daggone soon. Okay, while I'm waiting on this next scan to come in, just gonna take a look at a few things as well. If you want, I can quickly show you what the severe weather outlook looks like for tomorrow, because a few things have changed since I've last looked at it. So I had a scan that's now about 4 minutes old, but still I don't really see anything. That's kind of irritating. All that waiting for nothing. So let's go ahead and see if there's any other storms out here that I need to be watching, because I don't know if we're going to get any good scans in time like we're supposed to for whatever reason. See if there's any other severe thunderstorm warnings with tornado tags. In fact, there isn't. I guess that's good news in a way, and the number of severe thunderstorm warnings are starting to decrease in their own right. We'll see how much longer this will go on for, because I might be having to go to bed soon. I feel myself actually starting to doze off a bit. Okay, here's a brand new scan here. This was over towards Haskell. I don't know. I don't really think this is I don't really think there's any CC drops to be had. Well, hang on a minute. Let's look at this right here. This is to the east of Haskell here. We mentioned this area earlier. Let's run this into a little bit of a loop, and we'll go from that point. Right over here. If I can get this to load, I could get this in a loop. We'll see what happens there. Come on. Let's see if it worked this time. Okay, now it is starting to work. That's good, finally. I hate how slow this thing's moving. So there was an interesting return as it went towards Haskell. It didn't really hold up very well, though. So there could have been a tornado down with that. Kind of hard to say right now. Man, I gotta work on this internet connection in due time, man. This is not gonna cut it right here, that's for sure. Oof, hands popping a little bit. So we'll end the loop here real quick. Just kind of go from there. Not really, like I said, not really a lot to look at here. Go ahead and go back to the velocity and the reflectivity here and go from that point. Like I said, not too much going for this storm. I think this was a pulse spin up maybe at the most. Oh no, they reissued. I wonder if they put an observed tag with it. I mean, it wouldn't be unsurprising if it did end up going through Haskell, which I think it very well might have, but for the most part, I think we're mainly going to stick with radar indicated as of right now. Yep. And now they've added Mays County into the mix now in Oklahoma. So this tornado warning is almost set to expire here, and this is going to be the new warning that takes over for that. Notice now that only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings remain here. And then we have the tornado warning threat. Thanks, Kat. I don't know how much longer, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to try to hold out for maybe another half hour at least. But I feel the fatigue. It's definitely there. It is definitely there. Not to mention, it's really crappy whenever this computer is not moving as fast as I'd like for it to. I don't know why it's doing this too. I've never seemed to have this problem beforehand. Maybe I need to do some cleaning up around it. Some system cleaning, so to speak. Hopefully that ends up being the solution that we need. If I did it now, that probably would have interrupted the stream, and that would have been a real downer for the first time. But we'll see what happens here. Dang, it's still not loading. This is really irritating. Is there anything else I could even close out on this thing that would help? Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's zoom in here and see what we got to work with here. Like I said, a lot of stuff formed up along a shear line. It's mainly based on the perspective of winds going towards and from the radar. There is a pretty solid couplet over here to the north of Porter. And it looks better than it did before, so this could still produce, in theory. Let's go ahead and see what could be out ahead of that couplet here, so to speak. This is heading towards State Route 69, or State Highway 69, it looks like. Several mile markers here between, it looks like 281 and 351. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. But some of the cities that could be involved there might be or towns that could be involved might be Neodesha, in between there, and Lilietta, Rocky Point, Yonkers. These are all towns in Oklahoma, by the way, at this point. Maisie could be involved, Cedar Crest, Paradise View, and Pin Oaks. You guys, as of right now, that I just mentioned, are outside of the tornado warning at the moment. But you could be added in if this persists. So be ready to get into your... In fact, no, you are in that tornado warning here. So make sure you are getting into your safe shelter now while you still have time. And then a little further out, again, Sportsman Acres, Locust Grove, Iron Post, Ballyou, Boatman, Paradise View as well. Take shelter now. Let's go ahead and zoom back out and then take a look at the reflectivity here. Perhaps against my better judgment, as this thing takes forever to load right now. Come on now. Work with me, please. Not the most impressive reflectivity. It's finally popped up here now. But not the most impressive reflectivity, that's for sure right now. Number of warnings has really dropped off now. We're sitting at 5 warnings now. One tornado warning, 2 severe thunderstorm warning, and the rest are special weather statements. One of which is looking back towards Idaho here. go ahead and zoom out here, see how close we're getting towards Arkansas and maybe parts of Missouri here. Threat's really starting to diminish now from the looks of it. Wait, hold on a minute. We might have a new warning being issued. Severe thunderstorm warning. No, it's not. It's another special weather statement. This one over towards Texas again. This is towards Dallas, Denton, Collins, and Tarrant counties. Make sure we check this again. Just make sure. Yep. It's the same deal. I do think that the threat is really starting to diminish now for areas around Missouri. We'll keep an eye. I would say keep an eye on it, but for the most part, those storms look like they have weakened actually below severe limits. I think as we go on here, these tornado warnings will run into that rain cold air from this line of storms here, and could very well end up choking these off. There's still a little warm air that kind of advects in from the north. And there's still going to be strong winds with these, but I think these might go below severe limits. We'll see what happens. As since we've lost that daytime heating now, I'm starting to think that these storms are just going to continue to lose their oomph as time goes on. Low-level jet's still going to persist at the end, though, which is going to be a key factor behind a lot of these storms persisting. But really the only area that we can talk about that has any sort of potential is right down here. So we'll watch this for probably about another 30 minutes to an hour, and I'm probably going to get off and go to bed so I can get ready for work in the morning. And just kind of go from there. We'll see what this tornado warning ends up doing, what they end up doing with this tornado warning here. Because, I mean, the threat's there, but I haven't seen anything that's really caught my eye as something that definitely just screams me, okay, this is on the ground, this is causing problems. So the storms themselves are even moving a little bit slower. We were seeing 50, 60, 70, even 80 mile per hour storm motion, but now we're starting to slow down. Definitely an indicator that we are starting to lose some of that energy that we had earlier with these storms. Very good sign. We'll watch and see what happens here, though. It looks like these two storms have become pretty discombobulated now, and their radar signatures are becoming less and less impressive by the minute. Like, we'll have to watch maybe this little southern end of this little line here, but there's no the weak echo region doesn't look like it's really there anymore. So it's gonna be interesting what they decide to do over the next few minutes. But I think after this warning expires, I'm probably gonna call it a night. Because if you look at this right here, these storms have definitely weakened, and then on top of that, I haven't even seen a meso discussion yet, so I'm thinking these storms are going to end up weakening below severe limits. I'll still watch out for the threat of maybe an isolated damaging wind gust up through here. But for the most part, I think the worst of things is going to be over across Oklahoma in just a matter of minutes here. We may have to still watch this section of this line over towards Pryor Creek and Choteau and see what ends up happening with that. I think Brandon Kopic is still in position to intercept this. We'll go ahead and look at his stream real quick and see what's going on there. Probably still seeing a decent amount of lightning. I've actually seen a downtrend in that as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how it looks from his perspective on the ground here. And here we are buffering with him again. Come on, computer, work with me here. Yeah, it looks like we're in a bad signal there. The closer you get to those Ozarks sometime, man, it gets a little bit, it's the tougher it is to keep signal going. So this is a trickier area to chase storms to, just in general. And then on top of that, radar and cell phone signal can be really, really tough to work. A really, really tough obstacle to work around. Especially during nighttime hours. Alright, so I'm going to check out this cell over here towards Pryor Creek again. Maybe look at the velocity returns here. Especially since there's just been a new scan. Still doesn't look that impressive to me, but we'll see what's going on. It could quickly drop a spin up towards Pryor Creek. And then as we go further off to the north and east, it could maybe hold up just long enough to maybe cause a little bit of increased severe weather over here towards the Oklahoma-Missouri border. Other than that, though, I'm really not seeing much with it. The rotation looks really broad with this right now. And then, of course, further to the south, rotation over towards Wagner looks sort of impressive, but it also looks pretty daggone broad. Does not look tight enough to really warrant anything beyond the radar indicated tornado that we've been seeing with this for the last little bit here. I'm going to zoom back out here real quick. Okay, it looks like we got another addition to the queue here. Let's see if it's a warning. It's another special weather statement. So this looks like the trend that we're gonna be on for a minute here. I think this is gonna probably end up putting a new tornado they're probably gonna end up putting out a new tornado warning for this one right now. Its potential still exists for this to drop something, but the rotation is so broad that it's gonna be problematic. I think it's gonna be problematic for this storm to really produce anything beyond this. Just trying to take a look at what's further out ahead here. like I said, not really a whole lot going here. It's gotten slow. See what Brett Adair's feeling. What not Brett Adair, but Brad Kopich is doing here. Is he heading towards the storm, or is he about to call it? I think him and Vince Welty are both charging towards these storms here, to be honest, still. I don't think that there's a lot of tornado potential with it, but if there is going to be something, those two will probably be looking to find out very shortly. Yeah, I'm having trouble with Brandon Kopich's stream. Maybe I can try Brett Adair real quick. Oh, I did not want to put that full screen though either. I haven't really seen a lot of lightning out of these storms either. Well, here's a little spike here of maybe some damaging winds possibly here too. So this could keep that storm going for a little bit longer. Here's Vince Welty right here. It looks like he's a little bit further behind. But he could still end up seeing a little something. He can, with the storm moving at about 45 miles an hour, he can easily, I think he has a much better chance of catching this than he would have before. Into the interior hallway, huh? That's the best spot. If that's the best spot that you have, then by all means, do what you have to. Hopefully you guys have a mattress over there that you could use to cover yourselves if you need to. But I'm honestly starting to think that the threat's really diminished here. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at a couple of things as far as maybe whether or not you guys may see a resurgence, but I'm kind of doubting it at this point. Just really from what I've been seeing over the models over the last day or so, I haven't really seen anything that screams to me that you guys will have increased potential for tornadoes or really any severe weather. I'm seeing more and more of a downtrend as time goes on. Starting to trim back that warning now too. I think you might see a pulse damaging wind gust, and really that's going to end up being that. So now we got that tornado warning shrunk down, and now only Mays County is in there. We have a severe thunderstorm with damaging wind potential for Wagner, Cherokee, Muskogee, Mays, Rogers, and Craig counties. And then also Elk, Kansas, Wilson, Kansas. All these are Kansas counties. Elk, Wilson, Montgomery, Chattahoochee, I think I pronounced that wrong, Woodson County, and Greenwood counties as well. These expire in 16 minutes, and then the rest of these are special weather statements towards Lyon County, Morris County, and Waubonsee counties in Kansas. Then Latimer, Pittsburgh, Pushmata, McIntosh, I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not entirely sure. Otoka, Haskell, and Muskogee counties with special weather statements. And then this is the same one that I saw earlier over here across Osage, Lyon, and Shawnee over here towards Kansas. And of course we have that extra one over here towards, they took away the one for Idaho. And this is the same one that's over towards Dallas, Denton, Colleen and Tarrant. The hall and the laundry room are the most interior rooms in the house. Yeah, I've lived in a setup like that once before. For me, nowadays, it's more so the bathroom. It's the most interior room in the house. And even then, the kitchen and the laundry room, I'd say, is the most interior. Even then, it's not by much. Hopefully, we'll be moving out of this place soon. We'll see what happens there. A lot of wind energy still exists with these storms, even if you do not have a warning. So I want to make sure that anyone that may still be watching across these areas, definitely make sure you are on your guard. You can still maybe knock down a tree, maybe break a window or something. Still can cause some problems. So don't write this storm off just yet. Let me take a look at a model real quick and see just what exactly could be going on here in regards to the upcoming weather over the next couple hours across Missouri. Put a pot on him for a helmet. Dang. Yeah, hopefully they buy a helmet. I'd hate to have a pot on my head. I mean, I'm not a kid. Sheesh. We're going to take a look at things real quick. They let that tornado warning expire now. Oh, wait. I think they might have reissued. Yep. No, it didn't leave. That was weird. I don't think they reissued it. I don't think it ever, I don't think they ever let it expire either. So it's kind of odd how that worked. Because when I looked back at the screen here, it went to yellow, which was indicative of a severe thunderstorm warning. Now there it goes again. I think it has expired now this time around. Let's try it again. Yep, it's expired now. So we're going to take a look at the models real quick while we have these two severe thunderstorm warnings in effect here. Just so we can get an idea of what could be going on as we look towards Arkansas and Missouri tonight. I don't know if I'll be able to cover you guys. I think at this point, though, for the most part, the worst of the weather threat should be over. This rain out here that's ahead of this main line, I think, is going to actually take a lot of the little bit of instability that would have been left in the atmosphere out of it. But just to be sure, I'm going to set up the temperature guidance here, so that way we can make sure that we're covering all our ends here. If I'm going to leave, I don't want to leave anyone just sitting out here guessing. Okay. Okay, so here we are looking at the HRRR here for the temperatures out ahead of this line. There is a little warm sector that tries to pop up here, but a lot of those temperatures are in the low 60s to mid 50s, barely sufficient enough for severe weather. These storms aren't going to really have enough energy to keep things going, but there is a sufficient warm sector that does exist, just a little bit more so towards Arkansas, I would say, than I would say in parts of Missouri here. I'll still watch. The low-level jet should still be plenty strong enough to support a few storms. We'll go ahead and look at that too. I mean, this has really been the main driving force behind everything here. I mean, we still have this low-level jet hitting towards 60, 70 knots. Not a surprise for this time of night. So, like I said, regardless, even if you get a severe storm or not, the wind energy is going to be pretty impressive. So maybe you should still stay in your safe spot just in case. But as far as severe winds of the damaging variety, we'll have to make sure we will make sure. But for the most part, I'm leaning towards the threat diminishing. One wild card, if there was to be any, is the fact that this low pressure is going to be hanging on the quadrant that I'm not particularly fond of, and that's towards that southeastern quadrant. So there could be one more spin up or two possible across this region, but I think from this point between the surface temps and maybe the surface dew points, it's going to be a little bit of a stretch here. See if I can get this to load. There we go. See if I can get my mouse to actually scroll down too. Stuck. Yeah, I think I've gotten stuck here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just have to exit out, I guess. Well, that didn't go well. Dang. My little seating area in the garage right next to the laundry room door. Sheesh. It's rough. Yeah, looks like my computer is not trying to be my friend today. That's for sure. See if I can find a way to get that to work again. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again. And hopefully this time it'll work. If it doesn't, I'm going to be a little pissed right here. Come on. Work with me, please. Okay, there we go. I think we got it now. All right, let's try this again. I think this should work this time. There is a little bit of a spike here towards the dew points. So this is still worth watching for just a little bit longer. But I don't know how much longer I can keep up to. But basically what we're seeing here, there is still a warm and moist sector available. And this is off one of the latest runs from the HRRR. The small pocket where we're getting into those 60-degree dew points. Just as quickly as it comes in, it's going to be out of here, and then we'll be watching towards Illinois next. And then the threat starts to persist as we head into tomorrow morning across the Ohio Valley, where it starts to transition more so into a cold core type setup. I don't think I'm going to be able to make a video for that in the morning. I think I'm going to be pretty much a zombie at this point. I think I might just have to call it. I want to kind of call it now. I just want to wait maybe about another 10 more minutes if I could. Either way, whichever outcome there ends up being here, appreciate you guys being here regardless. Thank you again 1,000 times over and more. So we're going to look at this last loop here. Severe thunderstorm warning still extends out a little further east, just into the early parts of to the most western parts of Arkansas here. We might see this expand just into a tiny portion of, oops. Didn't even realize I forgot that that's all. Yeah, I think I'm about done here. Sheesh. Cannot think straight even anymore. But I may have to watch this little pocket right here just for a little longer. I don't know. I think that's Brandon Kopic right there. Indeed it is. And we will keep a close eye on him for about another 15 minutes or so. It's already 1 a.m. over here on my end. Yeah, we aren't getting anything from him right now. Check and see what my computer's feeling like here. Seems like it's still cool for now. Storms do look like they're trying to re-strengthen over here just a little bit between Blue Jacket and Langley here in Oklahoma. May have to watch this I'm going to try to watch this for another 30 if I can. I think for the most part, a lot of people are going to probably be calling it. I wonder if any other YouTubers are even on still. Probably hang out for just a little longer. There's an interesting little pocket right there that I would have to watch for a little longer. It could be heading towards Bernice, Oklahoma, too. Yeah, you're going to have a pretty late night. I think that the early part of this is going to probably be the worst part. It seems like that rain band is almost acting like a confluence band, possibly. I don't really want to say that. Not necessarily out of any particular reason, other than maybe kind of ripening the atmosphere just a little bit. Again, the threat isn't really high. I don't expect a lot to really come from this, but I almost kind of feel bad trying to leave you hanging in this situation, because I think a lot of the other guys have gone to bed here. I think I'm one of the few that's still up and actively talking. Even then, I would call it more semi-actively. But even so, I want to make sure that I've done my due diligence here for sure. Yeah, you're still pretty far back, so maybe I don't know if I'd make it all the way to the storms reaching your area in Ozark, but I'm gonna try to stay up maybe another 20 or 30 minutes more. 'Cause I feel myself starting to fall asleep at the mic here. If you hear a clunk, then that's me going to sleep probably. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna try to do this. This is an interesting little feature right here towards in between Afton and Bernice. This is looking like it's getting its act together a bit more. I see that little inflow notch there too. This might get my attention. Might keep me up a little longer. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the velocity product here. See what's going on with that. Because I'm very suspicious of that. I think this could be a sneaky little spin up a couple of minutes here. If I can get the product to load, if I can get the velocity to load, excuse me. So far, I don't see anything. In really any form, I don't really see anything. It's mainly just all winds moving away from the radar. There's no real pocket that I can look at right now that's going towards the radar. Check this little spot right here maybe to see if there's something there. Okay, so that's 23 meters a second up against 36 meters a second. It's still an area worth watching. This could develop a little bit more intently as time goes on, but as of right now, there's nothing concrete. That's for sure. No point in even looking at the the CC yet because there's nothing to really go off of here. Still have yet to see any sort of mesoscale discussion there in regards to the storm threat for this area. I'm kind of finding that a little bit frustrating. I still see the enhanced risk issued for this area, but nothing beyond that. I'm going to try and go ahead and look that up on Storm Prediction Center maybe. I'm about out of water too. So we're just sitting more or less waiting to see what this next storm, this little storm is going to be doing. And I think they have just taken down a lot of the slight and the moderate and the enhanced risk from tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Just went and took a look at the SPC here. Okay, that's actually a little different right now. No, I stand corrected. Everything's still there. Still nothing in regards to mesoscale discussions as of right now. Wait, hang on a minute. This thing's just loading so slow. Can't really tell what's going on here. Okay, so I finally found a mesoscale discussion. I'm going to switch this over really quickly. So this is more so towards southeastern Oklahoma and west central Arkansas. Severe threat will rapidly diminish over far southeast Oklahoma into west central Arkansas. Downstream watch not expected. This area has a risk for damaging winds and perhaps a brief tornado. Will continue over the next couple of hours with downstream weather watch likely. So I was a little suspicious of that area. No surprises there. We'll see what happens from this point, though. So we'll switch it back over to radar Omega, and then we'll see what this storm system is going to do. I think we might be in a good spot to maybe switch over to the Springfield radar site maybe at this point now. Still see Vince out here with Brandon Kopic. They are still going. That storm looks a lot less impressive now on this radar now. Looked a lot more impressive on the Fort Smith radar. Let's go ahead and jump back to that maybe. Maybe we'll see something impressive still. It's not like those radars are that much closer, but still the fact that we're seeing such a contrast now, it's kind of wild to me. Come on now. Let's try and look at the Tulsa radar again. There's still a little bit of an inflow notch here, but it's quickly closing off. I'm starting to feel like this storm is really starting to lose its oomph here. These storms out ahead of it are really, I think, are really starting to rob these other cells of their energy, of whatever convective energy they would have had. And I think this is probably about done at this point. We'll take another look at Vince Welty in a minute, or try to, I should say, as we look at this little comma head that tries to further develop itself as it draws closer to the Missouri border here. In all honesty, it looks even less, this last scan, it looks even less impressive. Look at the velocity map here, but I'm really starting to think here that this is about done for tonight, possibly. Yeah, there's nothing really on the velocity scan here. That comma head sometimes has potential to produce little weak echo regions and maybe a tornado possible, and it still looks like that could be the case, but right now I'm just not really seeing it. Let's go ahead and see what Vince Welty is seeing, and maybe we'll figure out if there is really any sort of potential with this. More or less leaning towards no, but I'm just not sure if I'm willing to give up on it. My gut's kind of telling me, let me try a little bit harder with this. Okay, so here's Vince right here on the road, and we're still buffering. So unfortunately, we're still having trouble getting a good look at what he's doing. Yeah, I don't think we're getting a good view. We're going to get really much of a view of what he's doing here, unfortunately. Man. Okay. Oh, there it is. Tornado warning. I thought that notch was suspicious enough. But like I said, the velocity product doesn't really give you a lot to behold here. I think Vince must have seen something that would have given it enough of an indicator to maybe get a tornado warning issued on this. Yeah, like I said, there's really not a lot of spin with this. It's just enough, just barely enough to prompt something. Dew points spiked back up once again. Let's go ahead and take a look at which counties are involved in that warning here. This is going to be right on the line of the, right on the Oklahoma-Missouri line here. Maybe even parts of Kansas too. So right now I'm not really able to, for whatever reason, I'm not able to get the warning to pop up here. Okay, so this is Ottawa County, Oklahoma. Penny size hail and a radar indicated tornado. Expires 39 minutes from now. Okay, so let's see if maybe there's something on the correlation coefficient. Given the velocity, I'm kind of leaning towards no. But let's just make sure we've checked everything here. Nothing there right now. Most part it's just noise right now. And mostly rain and hail through this. There is something interesting over here towards Ottawa. Could be a very weak tornado if anything. I'm highly doubtful though. I see a lot of radar noise around the area. This could be another case of that. But we'll have to see what ends up occurring with this. Like I said, the vorticity is not strong. The the velocity is not impressive to me. It was enough to maybe warn a tornado warning, but not too much beyond that. It's interesting that we still have potential, though, for severe storms and tornadic activity as we move forward here. And this is right, like I said, this is heading right on the line here. And look who's ahead of it, of course. Lo and behold, he's been on it all night. It's Brandon Kopic. And he's still sitting out ahead, waiting for these storms to roll into Missouri, where more than likely he's going to end up finishing out the night, which is insane to really think about. It's insane to process. He's just sitting here chilling at that gas station. He's at Wendy's. I kind of want some now after seeing that. But yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to get that tonight. Yeah, we're going to just keep on watching them buffer, I guess. Dang. We'll go switch this over to the Springfield site. Maybe we might get a better picture. I do think at this point, though, we're in a good spot in between both those radars to where I don't really think the radar site that we'd pick would matter, more or less. I don't know how different the picture would look, in all honesty. Wait a minute. In either situation, that there is a bit of a CC drop here. I think we might have something here. I knew something was I knew something was telling me that there could be one more surprise out of this system before it moves further and further off to the east here. And then we might be seeing that. Look at that. Look at that drop right there. That's becoming more and more suspicious, and it looks pretty organized too. There could be a tornado. Yeah, I think that actually is a tornado, and it's on Interstate 44 right now. This is just ahead of Vince Welty here. And this is heading towards Quapaw here. It's heading towards quite a few smaller towns. Quapaw, Lincolnville, Mills, Ontario, 5 Mile. Take cover. This likely is a tornado on the ground, actually. Yeah, this definitely looks like it. This looks like it's down to me. Maybe I'm half asleep and I don't know what's going on here, but if you ask me, that looks like a CC drop if I've ever seen one. And Vince Welty is right in the middle of it, looks like. If anyone's going to see anything, it's him. That's for sure. Fortunately, I cannot see what he is doing. Maybe we can look at his instruments and get an idea. I think Vince is about to blast. I think not Vince, but Brandon Kopic is about to blast onto this storm as well and get a closer look. I seriously do think this is on the ground though. It's not the most impressive looking on radar, but there's definitely something there. See that CC drop? That makes me believe. Seeing that CC drop in the position that it is, I find it hard to believe that there's not something on the ground. I really do. Starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings sneaking their way into Arkansas here slowly but surely. Benton, Washington counties in Arkansas here, and Crawford too, are in play here. And then there's still a severe thunderstorm warning out towards Kansas. We still have another 32 minutes to go with that one. Jackson, Atchison, Jefferson, Shawnee, Brown, Douglas, and Osage counties there. And now we are starting to see a couple of severe storm warnings reaching their way into Missouri now. Newton County, McDonald, and Jasper counties, you're in there as well. Then we have Ottawa County, Oklahoma, and Cherokee County, Kansas. So we are picking up once again. Looks like one more hurrah from this storm system before I end up having to go to bed here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and maybe see what this scan looks like. They're still calling it radar indicated. I do think it might be a radar observed tornado. I seriously do. Are they going to change it, though? That is my question. Let's see where Brandon Kopic is here. See if maybe we can pull up somebody's stream. Yeah, we aren't getting his stream up at all at this point. It's not even available. Okay. Inflow notch is still there, by the way. We'll see how this continues to progress here. I really hate that I can't pull up anyone's stream right now. Can't pull up Brandon Kopic. Cannot pull up Vince Welty. Really frustrating right now. Yep. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm not going to hold my breath here, but there's a chance we could end up getting his stream. We haven't gotten any of his stream all night, but maybe there's one time when he's in the middle of something, maybe we could get it. Yeah, we're still struggling to get him up. Still see our severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing's really changed in regards to that tornado warning. Once this expires, yeah, I'm probably going to bed here. Yeah, we're still not getting his stream. Wait, hang on a minute. The storm isn't really much of a lightning producer anymore either. Kind of, it's a bit of a bummer here. Yeah, I don't think we're getting his stream. There's a little glimmer of hope there, but yeah, I don't think we're getting that one. That's a real bummer. I was hoping I'd see something on that. And he's in the perfect spot to do so too. That's what's so frustrating about this. So let's go ahead and take another look at the velocities here. Hopefully these will load pretty quickly. Okay. Springfield radar site. Yeah, I think Brandon Kopic's done for the night. He's getting further and further away from the storm. I mean, there could be some redevelopment out there towards Missouri, but I'm still not entirely sold on it. I mean, we do have a warm sector and a moist sector that does try to advect into that area. But it's that other little segment of rain showers that might be inhibiting that from really developing any further. It's going to be tricky. With enough upper level forcing, though, from the position of that low, geez. Either way, it looks like I'm not going to have the energy to really stay up and keep up with this any longer. I'm only probably going to be working on 4 hours of sleep when I go to work in the morning. So I think I'm probably just going to call it a night. As much as I'd love to keep following this, I think that's the best thing for me to do, honestly. So I guess with that being said, I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. I appreciate everybody who stopped by to watch, said hello, dropped a like. Appreciate you guys a bunch. I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably afternoon. I don't think there's any way I could make a morning video before work. I just don't see how. But hopefully we can do this more, and hopefully we can do this a little bit more leisurely than what we did today, and the live stream experience will get better. Until then, it's been Tired Metalhead Weatherman. You guys have a good one. You guys stay safe. Have a good night, and I'll see you soon.